mission to find cures for childhood cancer and other life-threatening diseases. And they're the best in the world. But here's the really amazing part. No family ever receives a bill from St. Jude, not for treatment, travel, housing, or even food. St. Jude is funded primarily by donations, which is why it's important that you give. Text Ramsey to 44544 to become a partner in hope, and you'll get a This Shirt Saves Lives t-shirt. That's Ramsey to the number 44544.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
A KTAR News exclusive.
I think President Putin will make peace. I think President Zelensky will make peace. We'll see if they can get along.
President Trump meeting with President Vladimir Putin today to discuss a potential end to the war between Russia and Ukraine. Arizona Senator Mark Kelly will be watching closely.
Kelly says he wants peace, but isn't thrilled the president invited someone like Putin onto American soil without getting any concessions first. Kelly visited a Ukrainian hospital several months ago and says the stories he heard there were chilling.
What the nurses saw in their community when the Russians came was just horrific. Russian troops murdering children in front of their parents and then murdering the parents. Putin is a war criminal.
Kelly's encouraged by Trump's tougher talk toward Russia recently, but ultimately he wants the war to end and Putin eventually behind bars. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Eyes on education.
More armed police officers on school campuses saves lives, at least according to the superintendent of public instruction. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center with the details.
State Schools Chief Tom Horn tells the AZ Political Podcast with Jim Sharp if he hadn't pushed for an expansion of school resource officers, there would have been a tragedy at a Tucson charter school.
A maniac went into the school. The police officer was experienced and brave, and he saw a gate open. He went investigated. He found a guy with a gun and a knife who said he was in a room with 20 kids and some adults. He was going to kill the kids to make them famous.
Horn explains his efforts to expand the program more than doubled the number of SROs. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
The city manager of Phoenix has announced his plan to retire. The first African-American city manager in Phoenix's history, Jeff Barton, has served in that role for the last 4 years and has spent more than 25 years with the city. He plans to officially leave his post on November 14th. A popular resident of the Phoenix Zoo has undergone surgery for a rare form of cancer. The 38-year-old orangutan named Michael underwent surgery after zookeepers noticed a growth near his right armpit. The Phoenix Zoo says Michael is recovering, resting, and getting plenty of his favorite foods. Officials in Texas warning about a rare flesh-eating parasite that could attack cattle in Texas. It's called the screwworm, and they're originating from Central America and Mexico. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins says cattle imports have been shut down at the southern border. Rollins also said beef prices may go up even more because of the outbreak.
We've got a lot of data to collect. We've got a lot of work to do, but we have to protect our cattle industry and our beef industry in this country, and in so doing, protect our food supply, and in so doing, protect our national security.
It's a chance to get a flu vaccine without a needle. A nasal spray now available for home use. It's called Flu Mist, and it's available for people in 34 states. ABC News Chief Medical Correspondent Dr. Tara Narula outlines who's eligible to take it.
Adults can self-administer this up to age 49, and caregivers can give it to kids ages 2 to 17. Who's not eligible as well? Pregnant individuals, those who are immunocompromised or caregiving for someone who's immunocompromised, kids who are 2 to 4 who have asthma or may have wheezing, and then certain other individuals with other chronic medical conditions.
Let's get a check on traffic now from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. We've got a crash working at 7th Street and Roosevelt in Phoenix, and then another one at 32nd Street and Indian School Road. Heading out to Glendale, look out for a crash at Grand Avenue and Royal Palm Road. Traffic brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions. Weather, some scattered thunderstorms today. 50% chance that we'll see some here in the valley. 103 for the high, 89 overnight, and about a 20% chance of rain on Saturday with a high of 104. Currently, it's 100 degrees in Tolleson. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's the Chris and Joe Show.
Oh, my.
It's Friday. No, you're not supposed to talk yet. You're on hold for a second there. Are you still on hold over there?
No, they hung up on me.
Oh, that's Barry Markson. He's in for Chris Merrill today. I, of course, am Joe Huizinga. I show up prepared to do my job. Becky Lynn, you see me every day. Am I not always prepared? I obviously look professional.
Just like a Boy Scout.
Look
Always
the part.
prepared.
I'm ready. I come in here. I'm seated. I'm logged in.
I was seated.
Logged in?
I can't log in.
What can you not log into?
They my whole station ID. They won't let me into my email and I
Who's
can't.
they? Barry,
the corporate bigwigs.
You know, our legal analyst. I mean, you're an attorney. Don't you have like fancy JDs and things? You're like a doctor.
You can definitely get a feel for how important I am here at the station.
You're a doctor, right?
I am.
Dr. Markson.
I'm a Juris Doctor.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
I can't get in my email.
You cannot even get into your computer.
I can't even look at the internet right now.
You probably missed an email that said you have 14 days to change your password or you're out of here.
Becky Lynn, it's amazing, though. You're giving him way too much credit because every time he comes in here, he's having to reset his password.
You know what it is, Becky Lynn? I'm not here every day, so I don't have
True.
access. So I can't change my password when I'm outside of the station. And then when I come in, I've already missed the deadline to change it.
Wow.
And then sometimes I think they just change it on their own. So it's
Barry,
maybe they're trying to tell you something, Barry.
Becky Lynn, right before the show, Barry comes in here and he calls up. I'm not throwing our people under the bus, but Barry calls up the help desk. I'm actually throwing Barry under the bus here. I walk in and I just hear Barry. I've got 3 minutes until I'm on the air here. You're going to be able to take care of this.
I said it very nicely.
Like, I've got 3 minutes until I'm on the air here. Are you going to be able to take care of this? And I just get in the talk back to Pablo and I just go, 3 minutes. They're not going to take care of this. And all of a sudden,
he said he was taking
like
care of
30
it.
seconds before the show, I just hear Barry, hello, and you just hear the boop, boop, boop.
He hung up on me. He hung up on me.
I think they probably thought you were a prank.
No, he looked me up.
You're like, no one would seriously call up 3 minutes before they're going on the air and ask to reset a password.
That's how I do it. Every day is like Mission Impossible. The timer's counting down. It's like, let's go. That's how we do it. That's why it's exciting.
So the fact is, you still are not into your computer and you have no idea what's going on. Is that kind of sum it up here?
I'm amazed the microphone even works.
I'm looking.
This is fun, though.
I'm looking over at it right now, and I just see it says "other user."
Oh.
I'd love to be another user. Does other user have a password? Can I get that one?
I could probably.
There's a studio.
I could probably log you in with mine.
Yeah. Oh no.
Oh yeah, you probably could.
I can't be linked to you that way. I don't know what you're doing on the internet, and I do not want to.
At least I'm on it. They let me keep using it.
That is true.
Whereas you, not so much.
So I can't see the show sheet. What are we talking about today?
Well, Pablo's printing you one. Don't worry.
It's all right. I already know.
We're talking about something that should be right in your wheelhouse, Barry.
Yes.
You're a parent.
I am.
You've got kids. Mm-hmm. Now, your kids are over the age of 18. We're primarily focusing on kids under 18 here, but we're going to broaden this a little bit, too.
All right.
So there's new research out that shows that about 60% of American parents out there are taking on debt for their kids. So they're looking at like, hey, obviously back to school just happened. We've got to buy the new shoes, the new backpacks, all the new stuff to take care of our kids, do all of that. So they're pouring out all their cash, taking care of their kids, and it has led to some big time sums. We're talking over $14,000 in debt.
Why 14,000? I mean, look, first of all, blaming it on the kids. Mm-hmm. I mean, come on.
I'm not blaming it on the kids. The story says the kids.
They're also doing it for themselves. But yeah, it's expensive to be a parent. It's true. And, I was thinking about it, Joe. It's if you think about it now, especially with usually your kid played sports, right? You take him down to the Little League, you make sure he has a bat and a glove and he's good to go. Mm-hmm. Nowadays, it's sports clubs, it's club teams, everything's expensive now.
So they say credit card debt, which is affecting about 40% of the parents that are in debt, comes out to just over $14,000.
Wow.
That's just the credit card debt.
Yeah.
Then you've got the medical bills, you've got personal loans I'm seeing here, lots of debt. Auto loans, debt. all adding up. How you doing with the logging in over there, by the way?
It's not working.
I like that you're still trying.
Well, he gave me something. He gave me a password, but I keep trying. It's not working. And now I'm locked out.
That's good. So just focus on me for now.
I'm with you.
So you've got parents who are shelling out big-time money, and they say that about 80% of parents are carrying some type of debt. The average indebted parent is taking on over $180 extra each month. So the debt is stacking up. You're giving me a sideways look right now.
Well, yeah, look, I think you'd find that most people have debt, whether they have kids or not. I think a lot of people have credit card debt. A lot of people are behind. And
a car.
I think half or more of people in the United States are living paycheck to paycheck. It's expensive to live. The inflation went up a lot the last several years. It hasn't gone down, and it's becoming now even more so. The inflation's up again, and it's expensive.
Well, and if you live paycheck to paycheck too,
yeah.
Anytime you get hit with an emergency, guess what's going to happen?
Yeah. Well, and the big stuff has gone up, right? I mean, here in the Phoenix area, the rents have gone up. I mean, if you're renting a house or renting an apartment here in Phoenix, you are paying substantially more than you were just 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago. It's changed quite a bit. So that's huge, right? I mean, if you were paying, I'm going to pull numbers out of the air, but if you were paying $1,000 a month for rent, and now suddenly your rent's $1,400, $1,500, that's a lot. Now, wages are up. People are making more money in general, and overall wages were up under Biden. They're up this year under Trump. But it's still very difficult to get enough to pay all the new additional higher expenses.
So you've got a big majority, over 80% of parents out there say that they're prioritizing spending on their kids' needs over paying off of debt. That's kind of a no-brainer to me, too.
Well,
like if your kid needs something, let's say your kid needs that backpack or they need school supplies.
Yeah.
You're going to pay for that, and you're going to add it onto your debt over trying to pay down your debt. And I think there's a tipping point, too, of at some point you look at that debt, and the money doesn't feel real to you because it's just a number on a credit card. And you're like, okay, well, what's another $500? What's another $1,000 on the old credit card?
I think you're right, Joe, but that's risky, right? Because when you start doing that, that's when you have people run into, now you're already leveraged, you're already in debt. And now your car breaks down, or now you lose your job.
Well, then you just take out a new credit card and you pay the car. Now, if you lose your job, then you're in big time trouble. But I don't know about you, but I've got a credit card and I pay more than the minimum. But I always kind of laugh because every month I see the minimum that I owe on there, and it always says usually I carry around $1,000 balance.
Why do you do that?
Why do I do?
Why don't you just pay it off?
Don't Dave Ramsey me.
Well, you should totally pay that off.
I know.
That's silly.
I know. I had a big debt on it a while ago, so I'm just paying it down.
Yeah, but now are you in the range now where you could just pay it off?
Probably.
Well, then you should just do that right now.
I understand. But
can you access that? Do you have a password for that? We
I
can
do.
get you in there.
I do.
I can help you with
Don't
that.
worry. I can get in there. You cannot. I can get in there. But I look at the total amount that I owe. It's I'm going to say $1,000. And they always say but you can just pay the minimum, and it's $40.
Yeah, they don't want you to pay big numbers. They want to get your interest. And
that's the thing, too, is I think a lot of people in the country look and they go, why would I pay this off? Why would I pay that whole $500,000, $5,000? Maybe they don't have it.
Well, yeah.
But they look at $40 and they go, okay, well, I'll just kick the can. Here's the $40 and just on to the next month, on to the next month, on to the next month.
Well,
and
you're right.
To your point, it leads to a big, big problem. And where things get even tougher, too, is you and I were talking before the show. You didn't need a password for this part. And we were talking about, the next generation. And if you're adding on debt to your life, and then your kid starts to look at, hey, what's life going to look like for me after I'm done with college, things like that. How are they ever going to be able to afford a home and something like that?
Yeah, no, that's something, we talk about that. My wife and I talk about it here. It's my son's graduated from college. He has a job. He's making money, and he's living on his own. He has roommates, and he's doing great. He's paying his bills. But the price of a house out here has skyrocketed.
Yeah, it's almost doubled, basically.
I remember what I paid for my first house going way back, and there's, I could afford that, even not making that much money. In comparison now, my son would have to be making substantially more than I was making at that time, and he's not going to be doing that for the foreseeable future. So it's interesting how that's going to affect the housing market overall here. It's a much different world we live in now. I used to always say, my wife is from California, and we go to visit her relatives in California, if you go back 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, housing in California was substantially higher than it was here in Arizona.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
I mean, you couldn't find a house under $1 million in California.
And we would be at her cousin's house, and it was a nice little house. It was fine. It was a nice house. But not, my point, not a mansion.
It wasn't up to your standards.
It wasn't a palatial mansion of any sort. And we'd leave the house, and I'd say, how much is that house worth? And my wife would tell me $1.5 million. And this is 10, 15 years ago. And I was like, how are they affording that? Like, I know what their jobs are and stuff. He goes, in California, that's what you do. You have 50% of your money goes to pay your house.
Figure it out.
You just have to do it. And now we kind of have that here in Arizona, where we used to be able to have a nice house and less expensive and kind of build your life that way. And that's not an option for a lot of young people now.
Well, luckily for your kids, though, it is, because they have something called Bob.
What's
Are you
Bob?
familiar with Bob?
No.
That's the Bank of Barry.
Oh, my goodness. I'm not aware of that.
We're going to talk all about Bob coming up next. The Bank of Barry. Why are moms and dads driving themselves to the poorhouse to provide for their kids? That's what we're going to get into next. But first, here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 2:15. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. This is what you need to know right now. As U.S. President Trump and Russian President Putin sit down for their high-stakes face-to-face meeting aimed at ending the war in Ukraine, just a few miles away, a crowd gathered in downtown Anchorage, standing in support for Ukraine. As these talks began, Ukrainian President Zelensky was not a part of the talks, but Trump has said he hopes to have one with both Putin and Zelensky in the future. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Weather-wise, not looking too bad for the weekend, not as hot as it has been. We do have a 50% chance of some showers and storms today and tonight, 103 for the high. Right now, it is 100 degrees in Avondale. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
It's the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. On the KTAR News app right now, you can tap on the microphone button smack dab in the middle there, down at the bottom, and leave us a message. If you say something insightful, funny, or crazy, we might even play it back on the air. I am Joe Huizinga. He is Barry Markson in for Chris Merrill.
Good. I thought you forgot there for a second. That was good.
Well, I did, because I was going to zing you again. I wanted an update, because I guess you got the password now. But because you got so anxious and you entered it wrong so many times, you're now locked out.
I'm locked out.
Yeah.
But he says he's working on it.
Oh, goodness.
It's a saga. It's a saga, Joe.
So, meanwhile, we're talking about why moms and dads are driving themselves to the poorhouse to provide for their kids. And it's not just, there's the little everyday expenses, from the shoes to the backpack to the lunchbox to all the stuff you need to get your kid, the calculator, the new notebooks for back to school.
Joe, there's so many people who can't afford that stuff at all. I mean, I walked into the station today, and we have kind of a just-in-station fundraiser going on just with our employees, where we're doing a whole bunch of stuff to raise money for school supplies and backpacks and all this stuff.
Yes.
To have available for families who can't do that. And I can't imagine how difficult it is if you have kids to not be able to get your kid the most basic of necessities to start school.
So now magnify that, I mean, what would you say, 1,000-fold?
Yeah.
And talk about, I mean, your generation, my parents' generation, even some of my generation, we like to say, hey, the American dream is to own a home, to have a car, get married, have a dog, get a couple kids down the road. But if you can't even afford the most basic things when it comes to the house, how are kids affording a house? To me, it seems kind of like a no-brainer here of that's falling on mom and dad too. Mom and dad are dipping into their savings big time, and in some cases, probably over-leveraging themselves because they want their kid to be able to set up and try to live the dream that they led as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's always been the American dream, that kids can grow up faster, or kids can grow up and have a better life than your parents, right? That's always been the dream.
And do you feel like that is the reality of right now?
I don't know that that's the case anymore. I think it's going to be difficult. Now, I will say this, Joe. If you look at things more overall, the amount of inherited money that's going to be flowing down to generations now is going to be tremendous. As the greatest generation, as people who are in their 70s, 60s, 70s, 80s, as they become older and eventually pass away and leave money to their children and grandchildren, that's going to be, it's a tremendous amount of money.
Now, are you ready for me to impress you?
Yes.
So the issue is what you and I are each hitting around at is the K-shaped recovery that we talk about all the time, where you're nodding. I know you know this, but
I'm impressed that you know it is good.
I do. So you've got a number of people, when you talk K-shaped recovery, you've got the haves who are going to do really, really well. And you've got, I'd say, the upper class for sure, maybe even the upper middle class that are going to do well and bounce right back, can get right back on their feet after recessions and tough times. But then you've got what used to just be the lower class, but now has definitely not just crept into, but smashed into the middle class, and I'd say even some cases the upper middle class. And when recovery comes around, they don't do so well. And when you look at the K-shaped recovery, we've kind of got two different curves going. We've got a group that's doing well, and they are going to do really well. And then I think we have a much bigger group that is not doing well, that's doing really, really bad.
Yeah, I think that's true. And I think it's an issue that we've been dealing with in the country for a long time, where what we used to have was a huge middle class, that maybe a little upper middle class, lower middle class, but a huge middle class.
Yeah.
And now you're right, we're more polarized. So there's more people, it's not a huge amount of people, but there's more people who would be considered rich or on the wealthy side of that, and then way more on the lower side of that and less in the middle.
So, but my fear would be if mom and dad already have $15,000 in credit card debt, $20,000 in a car loan, medical debt of any kind, if they have just big debt in their name, maybe they have some student loans, and then mom and dad hit their 70s, hit their 80s, and they pass away, their debt in most cases is not passed on to the kids. Right. But there's also no inheritance to be passed on.
No, that's right. So that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of inheritance that's going to be passed on, but you're right, not to everybody.
So when your parents pass away, when my parents pass away, there's traditionally, like you said, there's quite a bit of money there still that you or I would inherit. And then we could say, hey, you know what? I'm going to buy a house, or I'm going to, buy a second house, do this or that.
But most of the time, people are already like if your parents are in their 80s, you're probably 60 or so. You're beyond the point.
Well, then I'm going to stash that away.
Here's the bigger issue is that you get your parents into their 70s and 80s, and they start having health issues, or they can't live on their own anymore. And now they're living with you, or you're helping to pay for them to have
or they're in a home. Or in-home care.
Yeah, and there's a lot of extra expenses that a lot of people in the middle generation, the ones that are supporting their kids and they're supporting their parents, and now they can't build wealth, they can't build a retirement or savings, they can't help their kids with college. They're being pulled in all these different directions, and that's what's happening right now for an awful lot of Americans.
I saw it happen on a lesser level with my grandmother. I mean, my parents are fine. They have their 401ks, they have retirement, they're okay. But my grandmother and her husband, he'd passed away 20 years prior, but they had a lot of money socked away. And my parents and I would talk about, hey, when my mom's mom passes away, there's going to be some substantial wealth there. And instead, she lived to be 102 almost.
Oh, my goodness.
And all that money was gobbled up. No, was gobbled up by in-home care. And then eventually she had to go into a home. And the home basically takes everything except for her house.
Look, you shouldn't be counting on inheritance to be your retirement or your savings.
We weren't.
No, I'm not saying you personally, but I'm just saying that should, in my mind, that's always like extra. People in my family don't inherit anything. We build our own stuff, and hopefully you can do that and support yourself. But
she could have been gifting it while she was still alive.
Thank goodness she didn't. She needed it to live, apparently. Well, she did. Otherwise, she would have been out of money and not have enough to survive.
She would have been able to go into that home even sooner. But she wanted to continue to live in her house.
You really wanted the money, didn't you?
Oh, yeah.
What do you do?
I say not nice things about that grandmother. The other three grandparents were amazing. That was mean. That was mean grandma.
Yeah. Well, it's amazing. She lived a long time to spite you.
Yes. Yeah. She lived, not just me. She lived a long time to spite everybody. Pablo's heard stories about her.
What is happening right now?
Pablo, was she a nice lady the way I describe her?
Well, the way you describe her.
No, she was not.
Did you ever bring her on air to describe you? I would have liked to hear that.
No, you would not have, because if you even get her on the phone, she'd be like, I can't hear.
That would have been fantastic.
It was
curse?
like... She cursed not in the ways that she did, but not in ways that...
I don't know, right? Varies.
She cursed in a different language? What are we talking about?
No, she was 100% Polish, but she just would refer to certain ethnicities and races out there in certain ways. That perhaps for her perhaps for her generation, they were not so much curses, but for ours.
So Joe's racist grandma.
Oh, see, you loved her a minute ago. Now she's a racist in your eyes.
Just for spite, she lived 102, so she'd have no money left to give you at the end.
Correct.
I love her. She's fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if she would have loved you.
Oh, really?
She had some issues with just about everybody.
I gotcha. All right.
Yeah. If you didn't have... if you didn't have your hands and knees in the dirt working on her plants, and if you weren't doing things for her, she had no time for you.
All right.
We're getting off the topic, though. Barry, I blame you for all of this. This is clearly your generation's fault that you have not set my generation up for success.
But we're the same generation.
No, we're not. I'm a millennial. You are definitely not a millennial.
You're a millennial?
Yes.
You're like the oldest millennial I've ever seen.
I am an old millennial, but I'm 43. But I'm a millennial.
All right, we're going to talk about that.
Are you Gen X?
We're going to talk about that in the break.
You Gen X?
Well, I'm not a millennial. I guess I could claim to be a millennial like you. I'm a millennial.
You're not, but you're not a millennial. I actually am a millennial.
I'm looking at both of us on screen right now, and I look more millennial than you.
Maybe so, but I actually am.
Okay.
Hey, after you've spent all your money taking care of your kids' back-to-school needs, blown through your savings to potentially help them with a down payment for a house, you're flat broke.
Oh.
Thank goodness you've got the Tooth Fairy, though, because the Tooth Fairy has some cash left over for your kids' teeth when they start popping out, right? Right?
Right.
We're going to talk about that next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming soon.
Phoenix Children's Hospital.
You can make a difference for Arizona kids when you listen beginning Monday, August 18th. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y Refi.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-475-1818. That's 800-475-1818.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon, or at newnordicusa.com.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, our health starts with the air we breathe, right? Especially here in Phoenix. Well, check this out from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. How about a free whole home air purifier right now when you install a new high-efficiency AC unit? Yep, Paul Calvisi here. This is exactly what we did just recently. Got new high-efficiency AC from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, just like 3 of our neighbors went with Day and Night. And we got the free whole home air purifier. We're talking a $1,500 value at no extra cost. Think of it as our shield against allergens and dust and airborne germs, so our families can can breathe cleaner, healthier air every day, not to mention help reduce pet odors and cooking odors. Think of it as day and night. Comfort and clean air done right. Call Day and Night at 480-344-0082 or visit dayandnightair.com and schedule that free estimate. A free estimate at dayandnightair.com. Limited time offer, conditions apply. Financing available for qualified customers.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it all, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta letting you know that Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking off Labor Day savings all month long. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before. Like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV, save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of low 2.9% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR financing on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. Need an SUV? Got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. Hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals can't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/2/25.
The D-backs face Jose Ramirez and the Cleveland Guardians for a 3-game series starting August 18th. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin are meeting in Alaska, along with advisors for talks to end the war in Ukraine, without any representatives from Ukraine. ABC News chief foreign correspondent Ian Pinnell reports from Kyiv that Ukrainians are unhappy to see Putin warmly received by the U.S.
Ukrainians are sick at looking at these images. Remember, Russian leader Vladimir Putin is a man who has been charged with war crimes. His troops have been accused by the United Nations of others of raping people, of murdering people, of occupying illegally territory, of pillaging, of stealing property. Repeatedly, this has been documented by war crimes investigators and others.
Eyes on Education.
The number of school resource officers on Arizona campuses has more than doubled since Superintendent of Public Instruction Tom Horn took office. The state schools chief tells the Arizona Political Podcast with Jim Sharp he pushed to expand the program.
I've put a big emphasis on school safety. I've increased the number of police in our schools from 190 to 565.
One of the new SROs took down a gunman at a Tucson charter school, preventing a tragedy. You can check out the Arizona Political Podcast with Jim Sharp on KTAR.com. As the drought continues in the Southwest, federal water managers again are cutting the amount of Colorado River water that flows to Arizona.
The state will see an 18% cut next year as the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation projects lower water levels in Lake Powell and Lake Mead. Mexico and Nevada also face reductions. However, California keeps its full allocation. The states are working to reach an agreement next year on long-term rules that would govern Colorado water use in dry years. Chris Havlick, KTAR News.
Let's get a check on traffic now. We'll go to John Roller, who's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, and good afternoon, Becky Lynn. Let's start our Friday off with crash in a tough spot, the inner loop, just to the west of Sky Harbor, on the westbound side of I-10, right near Buckeye Road, and on the best of days, we already have slowing coming in through the Broadway curve right there at the split as folks either decide to go northbound on the I-17 or stay westbound on the inner loop into the downtown area. So that's That's our heaviest slowing right now on the main lines. We do have some more slowing coming in on the 202 as well, right at 32nd Street through the mini stack. 7th Avenue south of Buckeye, we've got a crash there. Crash at 83rd Avenue and Bethany Home Road, and a crash in Scottsdale today, Hayden Road and Indian School Road. Traffic is brought to you by America Roofing. If you need a new roof, America Roofing has got you covered. And we're giving back. A portion of every job goes back to Phoenix Children's Hospital. Visit AmericaRoofingCo.com. Make a positive impact on a kid's life with every roof repair or replacement now through August 22nd. John Roller, KTAR News.
We have a 50% chance of seeing some showers and isolated thunderstorms throughout the valley before the night's over. 103 should be the high, 89 overnight, and 104 on Saturday, about 105 on Sunday. Right now in Scottsdale, it is 98 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Happy Friday, and have we reached the new tipping point? And by that I mean a return to sanity and the standard 15% tip at restaurants? Does this mean I have to relearn math? We're talking about it today at 4 on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, stay informed, stay ahead, and subscribe to KTAR News on YouTube. Watch all of our shows, get exclusive interviews and expert analysis on Arizona's biggest stories, all in one place. Search KTAR News on YouTube. And you know what you do after that, Barry?
What's that?
You hit subscribe.
Oh! And then you get your the podcast. You get loaded up with stuff. It's nice.
No, you get us on YouTube.
Oh, YouTube. I don't want to look at you.
You can look at yourself.
I'm looking at myself now.
There you go.
It's not pretty.
Oh, it's more than pretty. It's gorgeous.
All right.
You could look at Pablo on YouTube also when he cracks the mic. Who doesn't want to see that?
And the posts, we add filters in the posts.
Mm-hmm. We definitely do.
For me.
We glam you up a little bit.
I definitely need a filter.
We glam you up.
We're glad to have you, though, Barry. Barry and for Chris today.
There you go.
Hey, and I'm Joe Huizinga. It's the Chris and Joe Show.
Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, Barry, why can't you just be happy?
I'm so happy.
You know, you're our legal analyst here. I think that was a very professional job. You know, well done. Pablo, could you have been more passive-aggressive with that? Now I understand why you never have a password over there.
That's right.
And why when you deal with IT...
I think it's thank goodness Pablo's here to make sure the audience knows I'm around.
Well done.
You deal with IT, and they're like, you need it in 30 seconds. Click.
Great,
and they just hang right up on you.
That was
IT and I.
Best Friday thing I've ever seen.
KTR.
Well done, Joe.
You know, that man back there, Barry, can control your microphone.
Oh, I know.
Don't take him off.
I just said, thank goodness he's here.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the audience would not even know I'm around.
Barry, we've been talking about how tough times are right now for
parents.
Obviously parents who are trying to come up with the back-to-school money for their kids, you've got young adults out there trying to come up with money for down payments on homes. Times are tough for another individual, the Tooth Fairy.
Oh,
Barry.
no.
Yeah. Is it she or he?
It's a fairy.
Yeah, but didn't...
Does the fairy have a sex, or is it just a...
Well, didn't Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, wasn't he the Tooth Fairy in a movie?
I don't recall that.
Becky Lynn, can I get a ruling from you? So, the Tooth Fairy.
I would say the Tooth Fairy is, they can be either.
Okay.
You're right. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, but think about Tinkerbell.
No, I agree. Okay, so the Tooth Fairy can be male or female.
Yeah,
that's right.
Not one specific.
I believe so, yes.
Non-binary.
Okay, well,
Yes.
good to know.
Yes.
Times are tough for the Tooth Fairy, Barry. The money under the pillow is down almost 15% to
Really?
$5.01 from almost $6 last year, $5.84. They say that's one of the most significant year-over-year declines in Tooth Fairy giving. This is an official stat from Delta Dental.
I'm picturing the kid waking up and he lifts the pillow and there's a penny and a $5 bill in there. That's rough.
But 83 less cents too.
Yeah. It's a tough gig, Joe. The Tooth Fairy is things are down a little bit. Inflation's up. You got a little less for the teeth.
When you were a wee lad, Barry, did the Tooth Fairy visit you?
Yes.
Me as well.
Yes.
Which was great for the first few teeth, not every tooth.
Every tooth.
So maybe this happened to you then.
Know.
Apparently,
but my Tooth Fairy left change.
The tooth, I think mine left like maybe for like the first tooth, maybe $5.
My 7th tooth, I remember there was some lint.
There you go.
Just whatever was in the pocket.
$1. You got $5?
Yeah.
You got $1 a tooth.
I have very pricey teeth.
Apparently.
So the Tooth Fairy is also scaling back on additional gifts.
There's additional gifts?
This was news to me. Only 1 in 6 kids now receive both money and, quote, something else.
Is that where you got that jacket?
Down from almost 20% in 2024.
Wow.
Yeah.
No,
I wish. I mean, I would pull out all my teeth if I got a jacket this nice.
The Tooth Fairy never brought my kids additional gifts. It was just the cash.
Yeah.
It was just cash. It was exciting.
Straight cash
for
homie?
the kids. Yeah.
1/3 of parents say the Tooth Fairy spends more on their child's first tooth. That kind of seems like a given that mom and dad would know that.
Mom and dad on the first of everything. It's always very exciting, and then for the Tooth Fairy, and then after that, things become kind of it's normalized. You're just used to it by then.
Yeah, the average first tooth they say is down to just over $6.
Oh, all right.
6 1/4, down from just over $7 last year. But the Tooth Fairy somehow still busier than ever. The Tooth Fairy has visited almost 80% of homes, 83% across the country, up from 78% last year. So the Tooth Fairy making more visits, but giving less dollars.
When our kids were young and losing the teeth, the Tooth Fairy was kind of cheap, would just leave them like $1. And they found out how much their friends were getting. And they said, how come the Tooth Fairy doesn't give us as much as our friends get? And I said, because the Tooth Fairy doesn't like you.
I think the Tooth Fairy's been affected by...
I'm kidding. That didn't actually happen, Joe.
I believed you.
Okay.
I believed you the first time when it did happen, not when you said it didn't happen. I think the Tooth Fairy's been affected by inflation because different spots of the country, different geographic regions.
Really?
Yeah, the West dropped to second place. The Tooth Fairy pays out about $5.69 per tooth, which is 33% lower than last year and pushes the region close to its 2021 average of just over $5.50.
Yeah.
I can tell you're riveted by it. You love the Tooth Fairy.
Can we run through it state by state?
I do not have that data. I could try to find it if you want me to.
It's tough to be a kid these days. There's not enough money rolling in. Mom and dad are in debt trying to get you to school and your sports, and the Tooth Fairy's having a tough year. It's a tough time to be a kid.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The Tooth Fairy's going to be there for generations to come. What about your friends, though? Some are starting to complain that they're being neglected. Do your friends complain about this to you, Barry?
Who's being neglected?
Your friends. Your friends are being neglected. They say they don't get enough Barry time.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah,
I get that a lot. But
they're also saying the cost of hanging out is too expensive.
Oh.
Yeah. We're going to talk about that next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. And I want to talk with you right now about my great friends at the Good Feet store because they want to remind you, just like Barry and I were talking about, and how you've got to get your kids ready for back to school with the notebooks and the new shoes and the new binders, all those things. You've got to take care of yourself, too. And when it comes to the shoes, you've got to make sure that you've got the proper support inside your shoes to power you through your busy routine. Good Feet personalized arch supports are engineered to help you live the life that you love, pain-free. For over 30 years, they've had the pleasure of helping thousands of people just like you and me discover the comfort that you've been dreaming of. I want you to make every August step count with the Good Feet Arch Support System. Get to goodfeet.com right now. Book your free personalized arch support fitting if you've got any ankle, knee, hip, back, or foot pain. Or visit one of the 5 Valley Good Feet stores in Glendale, Gilbert, Goodyear, Ahwatukee, or Scottsdale. And you could be experiencing significant pain relief in just 4 weeks. Keep moving and keep cool all August long with the Good Feet store. Good feet, good life.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance. difference.
Is your better half moving on to greener pastures? Is brown just not your favorite color? Then join us Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. for the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show. Good tips, great smiles, and fun colors. Yes, that's you. Hi, this is Brian from Whitfield Nursery. That's me. Join me Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll green up your garden, save your trees, chase off those pests, save some water, and just have fun. That's the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show, Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on KTAR.
It's another hot Arizona summer, so keep your home cool by blocking out the heat with my friends from Window World. If your windows or patio doors are hot to the touch and warming up your home, then it's time for new Solar Zone Sunshield glass windows and doors from Window World. According to Window Nerds, these windows have a 0.14 solar heat gain coefficient, which means these windows keep the heat outside where it belongs. Plus, every Window World window is backed by a true lifetime warranty. And this summer, Window World will install 6 large premium sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, tax included, for one low upfront price of only $4,725. No gimmicks, no hassles, just the best value in replacement windows and doors, period. Call or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
Exquisite. This oak door frame offers hints of aged glue, a fine sawdust finish, and delicate undertones of paint. A true culinary triumph for any discerning termite.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. If termites are treating your home like an upscale dining experience, it's time to shut down the feast. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Happy Friday, and have we reached the new tipping point? And by that I mean a return to sanity and the standard 15% tip at restaurants? Does this mean I have to relearn math? We're talking about it today at 4 on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
KTAR News, Chris and Joe Show. I am Joe Huizenga. He's Barry Markson in for Chris Merrill. Arizona politics, no spin, just straight talk. The AZ Political Podcast with Jim Sharp breaks down the headlines, interviews the insiders, and keeps you informed on political breaking news in Arizona. A new episode is out now. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel or listen wherever you get your podcasts. And once you go on that YouTube channel, Barry, you know what you do.
Well, what do you do?
Barry, you hit subscribe.
You hit subscribe, of course.
That's what you do. When you see Barry's beautiful face on there right now, the only logical thing you could do is hit subscribe.
All right.
Barry, do you have a lot of friends?
Yeah, I've got a few friends.
Can we be real right now?
Sure.
Because I know you do have a lot of friends. Do you have any idea what you spend month to month on going out and hanging out with your friends when you go out to dinners, lunches, those kind of things?
Yeah, I have a good idea of it, yes.
Can you ballpark share what that figure is?
No, I'm not going to share that with you.
But Barry, we're very transparent here on this show, on the Chris and Joe Show.
It's at least $45 to $50 a week. It's quite a bit.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I believe that. I believe it is quite a bit. So Gen Zs and millennials, and Barry, as we've discussed, I am a millennial.
Just keep telling yourself that, bro.
I will. I'm 43. We looked it up. Millennials are 29 to 44.
I love it. You're still the oldest millennial I've ever seen.
You cannot fall into this prestigious bracket.
No, that's true.
So Gen Zs and millennials say that they're spending close to, on average, about $250 each month on activities with friends, according to a survey that was put out there.
Okay.
So that's right about in line with what you said, Barry, about $50 a week.
Right.
But they are saying that they are finding that they are having to sacrifice some friendships because friends are increasingly wanting them to come up with big dollars to go on bachelorette parties, bachelor parties, to hang out week after week, and that the kids, they just don't have the cash for it.
Yeah, it's an expensive thing for young people now because
I feel it.
Everything's more expensive, and you're right. As people are getting married, and you start going on these bachelorette parties and the weddings that they make you travel somewhere for the wedding. It's super expensive and then on top of that, if you're in the wedding party, everything that comes with it. But so let me ask you this: do you think we have to get to a place where friends are in your same economic, status where you are now? In other words, if you make $50,000 a year, do all your friends have to kind of be in that, or is it difficult kind of stink if you have a friend who makes $150,000 a year and wants to go do more expensive things and invites you to go, wants you to come along, but can you afford those things? I mean, that gets
Barry,
a little
that's
bit
why
crazy.
you're my friend, because you pay for some things for me. That's why I keep you around. I'm like, Barry, deep pockets over there.
But seriously though, right? If you have and then people have different things they like to spend their money on.
Sure.
Right? Some people love to go to restaurants and bars. That's where they think their money is well spent.
Yeah.
And other people are like, you got to be kidding me. I can eat at home for nothing.
Yeah.
And I don't have to spend that money at all.
No, I think you're hitting the nail right on the head there. Have you ever declined to attend any kind of event because you found it was just too expensive for your budget?
In fact, I have one coming up right now that we're not going to attend. Some friends of ours, couples, and we're empty nesters now, so people do these things. They're going on a cruise.
Okay.
And they invited us, 2 couples, and they invited us to go as well.
And you said that's just crazy. I can't afford that.
I looked it up, and it was insanely expensive. Like, they're on a very nice cruise ship.
We're talking probably like a $500 boat here.
It's a dude. It was a lot, and I
believe.
And I said to my
for
wife,
you to say no, it probably had to be.
I said to my wife, I said, "Is you have any interest in going?" And I told her how much it was. She's like, "No."
Yeah.
But I'm sure it'll be wonderful.
Now, are you nervous that you're going to lose those friends because you're not going?
No.
But that's what's happening.
I am the
with
star.
Gen Z and millennials.
I'm the star that people want to be friends with.
I understand people want to be in your orbit. But with me, there was a couple friends of mine years ago who got married, and they got married out of state.
Yeah.
And I start to add up. You've got the plane ticket, the hotel, all the meals for a couple of days.
You didn't go to their wedding?
I did not.
Joe.
No, it's just too much.
And then did they kind of cut you out? Were they upset with you?
We definitely drifted apart.
Were they good friends?
Nah, they were friends. I wouldn't say great friends.
Okay.
But I mean, the good enough friends that they invited me to their wedding.
Did they invite a lot of people, or was it just...
I have no idea. I didn't ask them, hey, how many people did you invite?
It's a difference. Did they invite 250 people and you're in that level of friend, or did they invite 50 people?
I am led to believe it was probably somewhere between those two numbers, probably 100 to 200.
That's a hard thing, because I have to tell you, when you get married and making the decision of who you're inviting to your wedding is a big thing, because you're not inviting people, you're cutting people out.
Here's my thing too.
To not go though, Joe.
I know.
You could have done the in and out. You couldn't have said, I'll fly in, come to the wedding, and leave, and been there for the important stuff.
No, because then you're paying even more for the flight. The in and out, usually if you stay a couple days, the flight can be a little cheaper. If you do the in and out, the flight price jacks up.
All right.
And you're paying more for that. Yeah, you save a little bit on the hotel, some of the meals, some things like that.
All right.
But
so are you upset now that they're not your friends?
Honestly, no.
That they cut you loose?
No. I am bummed that we have to make decisions like that.
Yeah.
And to me, it's getting even tougher now, where you see Gen Z saying, like, hey, my friends want to go out every single week. They want to go out to the bar. And the story from USA Today was touching on how this one couple, every time they go out to the bar, they say it's $200. And they say that if they go out to dinner before, basically double that. It's $400.
My friend was telling me their daughter lives in New York. New York City. She's graduated from college. She got a nice little job in New York, and she's not making a ton of money, but she's living with a roommate in a tiny little apartment. But they were saying that before they go out, she has something to eat at home. They have a drink at home, so they're kind of like already ready, and then they go out and hope that guys buy them drinks. But that's what they're literally thinking about, every part of that.
Let me tell you, that's what I do with the ladies too. I show up, I sit down in the food establishment, and I say, just buy me food, ladies. I'm ready to eat.
Goodness.
I'm so good looking. Feed me.
Are millennials also in their 20s? So if you're 23, are you a millennial too?
You're Gen Z, Bear.
That's Gen Z.
Yeah, 29 to 44,
right.
millennial.
This is complicated.
I know.
All right. So in another couple of years, you'll be saying you're Gen Z.
No. I'm a geezer millennial.
All right, so let me ask you this. When was the last time that happened? When was the last time your friend said, hey, let's go do this, or a wedding or something like that, and you said, I'm not going because of price?
Is it fair if I tell you, like, part of the reason I didn't do something was price? Part was I just didn't think I would get complete enjoyment out of it.
Okay.
I had a buddy a couple months ago who wanted to go golf.
Okay.
And I have not golfed since during the pandemic.
Okay.
So, but also, like, it was going to be like over $100 to go hit.
All right, let me ask you this.
First hit the range, then hit the course.
If it was $20,
I'm in.
So you would have gone golfing if it was $20.
Yeah, but it was going to be like $100-something bucks. I knew that I would probably be frustrated on the course because I haven't played.
Yeah.
So I'd have to hit the range a few times. I'd have to hit the course.
All right.
I knew that at the end of the day, it was probably going to be about $200 for me to be in my, Tiger Woods-esque peak form.
So when you said no, do you tell your friend, hey, I'm not going because I don't want to golf? Hey, I'm not going because this is too expensive? Or you just say, hey, I can't go?
I don't think I gave him the whole truth.
Okay.
I definitely didn't say, hey, it's too expensive. I think I just said, dude, I haven't played golf in a few years. I don't think I'm going to be very good out there. I don't want to embarrass myself.
All right.
But definitely part of it was cost.
Yeah.
For sure. A big part of it.
Do you go out with friends to go to, like, I know you're not.
I love this Inquisition.
You
This
don't,
is good.
Well, you don't drink and stuff, I know, but do you go out to bars anyway and get a soft drink or
All
something?
the time.
Okay.
All the time.
Let me ask you this. This is a totally different question.
Yeah.
When you go out with friends, because you don't drink.
Yeah.
And
we only have about one more minute for your line of questioning here, prosecutor.
And they and the check comes.
Yeah.
Do you split it evenly, even though you're not getting any drinks, and maybe they did get drinks?
That would depend.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. So that totally depends.
Okay.
Like if I find that my friends are racking up like $70 or $80 in drinks, and I've had like 2 Sprites,
right?
More often than not, I'm telling them like, no, here's 20. You guys can figure the rest out. That's not on me.
That's what
I
so
didn't.
you don't split it evenly.
No.
Okay.
No, if we were doing that, you better believe I'd just buy alcohol and let it sit there. I'd find some pretty lady to give my alcohol to.
You could order some better food or something. You get something more expensive on the food side.
No. Once in a while, if it's close, and if I just say, hey, this is going to be way easier, let's just do that. If it's a couple bucks off either way.
Do your friends wince at you when you do that? When you say, here's my $20?
They love me so much. If they wince, I don't even pick up on it.
All right.
What do you do?
We're learning a lot here.
What do you do?
Split it evenly.
But see, you're also eating and drinking.
Of course.
And you're probably spending the most. So of course you're like, let's split it evenly.
What I always think is it's going to work out if it's going to wash out. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna maybe I spent more this day, you spent more the next day. I'm not going to worry about it. But I had one recently where I was out with somebody's wife and daughter and stuff, and they with a big group, and they wanted to pay their bill separately because they didn't want to be part of it.
That voice you just heard is Barry Markson. He's in for Chris Merrill today. We love him.
Here we go.
He's a national treasure.
I am.
He is our legal analyst. But today he's just pontificating about everything. Yeah, you. At least you're able to still unwind after work, regardless of if you're getting out with your friends or just chilling at home. But have you noticed work is cracking down and expecting to do more of the whole, work thing? We'll talk about that next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta letting you know Earnhardt Lexus on Camelback is rolling out some of the best deals of the season during the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event now through Labor Day. Experience amazing in a 2025 Lexus TX 350, a spacious 3-row SUV for only $599 per month on a 36-month lease with $49.99 due at signing and 0 security deposit. Or how about the dynamically sleek 2025 Lexus ES 300 Hybrid getting an estimated 44 combined miles per gallon for only $449 per month on a 36-month lease with $39.99 due at signing. That's with $500 Lexus lease cash and, again, 0 security deposit. Stop in and experience the no bull difference or shop fully online at EarnhardtLexus.com.
At Earnhardt Lexus, most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package to protect your investment at $579 unless otherwise noted. After all applicable offers on select styles. Lessee responsible for maintenance, excess wear, and 25 cents per mile for all mileage over 10,000 miles per year. On approved credit through Lexus Financial Services. Excludes tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/2/25.
It's Gatos. You ever put your hand next to your window, maybe in the bedroom or the living room, and you feel the Arizona heat? The heat is coming from the outside to the inside of your home because you've got bad windows. It's time to upgrade your home with Arizona's premier window replacement company, Advanced Window Products. New windows. You're going to be more comfortable in your home. Your home's going to look more beautiful. You want new windows? Let me give you a deal. Advanced Window Products says this. Summer special, mention Gatos. You buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. You'll save on your energy bill with their custom windows. Financing available. Save now, pay later. Pay payments as low as $150 a month. It's the summer special from Advanced Window Products. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. Check them out at advancedwindows.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
A KTAR News exclusive.
President Trump is in Alaska meeting with Vladimir Putin about an end to the Russia-Ukraine war. Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly exclusively tells Arizona's Morning News he welcomes Trump's recently tougher stance on Putin, but he wishes the president demanded concessions before allowing him on American soil.
Could there be a negotiated settlement? Could we get something positive out of this? Yeah, I think that's possible. But I think when you're trying to negotiate with somebody like Putin, former KGB, you probably should have got something up front.
Kelly calls Putin a war criminal responsible for horrific acts against innocent people, and he wants to eventually see him in a cell for those crimes. As of Thursday, 800 National Guard members were mobilized to D.C. as President Trump tries to crack down on crime there. Political analyst Chuck Todd, who lives near the D.C. area, joined Arizona's Morning News and described what he's seen so far.
I've yet to see any presence, and the only place I've seen presence is near the monuments in the National Mall.
Although he hasn't seen much National Guard presence in D.C., Chuck Todd does agree that the city desperately needs more police officers to help with crime. A federal grand jury has indicted New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell. Acting U.S. Attorney for Eastern Louisiana, Michael Simpson, today announced the charges.
They are charged with a series of fraud, obstruction of justice, and false statement offenses for their role in a nearly 3-year fraud scheme that we allege exploited their public authority and positions.
The charges come after a years-long corruption probe into the mayor's spending and political activities and add to charges made last year against her former police bodyguard. Would you vote for a candidate based on their physical ability? If so, State Schools Chief Tom Horn says he's more than fit to run again.
Republican candidate for Superintendent of Public Instruction Kimberly Yee questioned Horn's ability to run for the office again because of his age. Superintendent Horn tells the AZ Political Podcast with Jim Sharp.
I'm within about 1 year of the age of Donald Trump. So if she claims I can't get around solely because of my chronological age, without any other evidence, basically she's saying the same thing about our president. I think that's a terrible thing to say about our president.
Horn adds he does the stair stepper 7 days a week and can do 80 stories in 40 minutes. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
It is time for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, and it's brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's August 15th, and back on this day in 1969, the Woodstock Festival opened on a patch of farmland in upstate New York. Originally, the festival was going to be used as a way to raise funds to build a recording studio and rock and roll retreat near the town of Woodstock. They managed to sign top acts like Janis Joplin, Jimi Hendrix, Jefferson Airplane, The Who, The Grateful Dead, Sly and the Family Stone, CCR, and so many more. Early estimates of attendance increased from 50,000 to around 200,000. But by the time the gates opened, more than 400,000 people were clamoring to get in. Those without tickets simply walked through the gaps in the fences, forcing organizers to make the event free of charge. Woodstock left the promoters nearly bankrupt, but their ownership of the film and recording rights more than compensated for the losses. The festival still stands for many as one of the best, and it happened back on this day in 1969.
It's time to check traffic with John Roller. He's live now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Couple of crashes on the 101, one in the East Valley. Let's start on the northbound side of the 101, just north of the 202 Red Mountain transition. That's where we had a crash blocking the left lanes right near McKellips. That crash has now been moved off to the right, but ambulance on the scene there, partially blocking the merging on-ramp to the northbound 101, and that's where we're seeing stop and go slowing. Just clear to crash away on the southbound 101 Agua Fria Freeway. Have a commercial vehicle involved there, and that rampway to the southbound 101 from Indian School Road just opening back up. And we do have a surface street closure today to let you know about. Greenway is closed between 19th Avenue and the I-17 due to a serious crash. John Roller, KTAR News.
Overnight, 89 degrees for our low, cloudy skies, and about a 50% chance that we'll see a shower. 30% chance of some rain on Saturday with a high expected at 102. Right now in Chandler, it's 99 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Becky Lynn, did you get rain last night?
Yes.
Now, when I asked you this yesterday, you said no.
No, yes.
But we got way more last night.
Rain.
You know, I just told Barry we're going to come back. We're going to talk about the rain for a minute. You know what Barry's lame response was? Why would we do that?
Everybody loves the rain, and we love to talk about the rain.
Yes.
And bemoan that we haven't had enough rain and wonder when it's going to rain again and complain about the rain.
What is happening?
You know what, Becky Lynn, I seriously question, why do we even let Barry fill in for Chris Merrill?
He has kind of been a pill today, hasn't he?
Not kind of. He wasn't prepared with the show. He had
the get-go.
He had no password ready.
Oh, my God.
He didn't bring me any tea.
No tea.
It poured today.
Barry, where is Becky's tea?
I know. I didn't go. These were from yesterday. This is my yesterday tea, Becky Lynn.
Okay.
And Becky Lynn, you want to
enjoy that?
You ready to really be offended? Barry was just telling me he's going out to some bougie dinner tonight. Do you think he offered to take you?
No. What?
Yeah.
And I heard you talking about a cruise.
Becky Lynn, you want to
tell Becky Lynn where you're going?
Where are you going? Tell me where you're going.
We're going to go to a restaurant called Uchi.
And I said, when the bill comes, that's what you say.
You say
Uchi.
It's a Japanese restaurant.
Ouchie.
Uchi. Yeah.
Yeah, it's called Uchi.
Japanese restaurant.
Yes, I should get like a free appetizer now or something, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
There it is.
Yeah. So let's recap here. No tea.
No tea for Becky Lynn.
No login.
No.
You weren't prepared to go.
It rained yesterday.
Yes, thank goodness. We were all having a good time talking about the rain, and then you were the brown cloud over there.
Is it raining? Is it raining where you are?
It's going to rain again tonight, Becky Lynn, isn't it? Pretty widespread, right?
50% chance.
I heard after 4 o'clock it's supposed to get a little monsoonal.
Let me tell you something. Maybe we'll learn something. Did you know that 50% chance of rain doesn't mean it's a 50% chance that it's going to rain?
Yeah.
But that there'll be rain in 50% of the area. In other words, it won't rain everywhere.
There'll be rain in 50% of the area.
If you're in Phoenix and I'm in a different part of Phoenix, it's 50%. You may
so
get
half
rain and
my house will get rain, half it will not?
Your house will get rain and my house won't.
No, we live in 2 different areas.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But out here, you know it's true, Joe, that half of your house could get rain
Yes.
and the other half could not.
Yeah,
that happens.
That made no sense what you just said.
No, it made sense.
It did not make sense. No, it's like a 50% chance that it will rain where I am. Not a 50% chance it will rain.
That is not true.
Then how does it work with Pablo, too? He's the third person. It's a 50% chance it's going to rain.
I have to explain how math works to you right now.
What
So then you got to bring Becky Lynn in?
No, math on the radio.
I know.
It is a cardinal rule, and you're both breaking it. Stop.
We're breaking a lot of cardinal rules today, Becky Lynn.
Well, yeah.
That's how we do it on the Chris and Joe.
Oh, my goodness.
So, Barry, you're a one-man band with what you do. But a lot of CEOs out there are really cracking the whip. And I would imagine that this would delight you because you are also a stickler and one for really following the rules and punishing people who are just trying to live their lives. But CEOs are trying to get their employees back in the office, and they're not being nice about it. They're not saying, hey, we'd really like it if you'd come back maybe 3 days a week. They're saying, we need you here 5 days a week. And
if you don't, you're done.
You remember that 40-hour work week? Now we're looking at 60 to 80.
Yeah, no, we're back into the hard work time now, and it's
why do you think they're doing that?
Part of it is I think it's a productivity issue. I think there's a lot of people who are there's a lot of folks who work from home and do very well, and in fact are more productive because they're not commuting and they don't have to spend time getting ready, and that time often goes into work. But I also think there's
a lot who throw the teams up and then go out and maybe go and get a tea for an hour or two.
I think there's there's an awful lot of folks who leave. I think there's people now on a Friday afternoon who
they just check out. That's not Joe Huizenga.
But they're not saying I'm taking the afternoon off. They're still working. My little quote fingers, but they're not. They're out doing stuff. Now, they have their phone. Somebody calls them, they'll answer it. They can jump on something, but they're taking time off. And I think a lot of companies are saying, we need more people here. But the main reason, Joe, I think that the bosses want us back in the office is we're losing a lot of training. We're losing a lot of camaraderie. We're losing. When I was a young lawyer, I learned things just being around other lawyers, just listening and being in the office and going to lunch with people. I learned a ton that way. And that's being taken away from young people now. If you start a job now and you're working at home, the experienced person, the woman or man who's been working for 20 years, they can work from home. They're fine. But the young person is no longer gaining the benefit of working with that experienced person.
I can sum up everything that you just said, 2 words.
Yeah.
I don't need that 5-minute rant that you just went on there. Economic fears.
Economic fears?
Economic fears.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense for what I just said.
It makes perfect sense. Yeah, it does.
Okay.
I think CEOs are worried that if they don't crack the whip and if they don't crack down, that things are going to get much, much worse, and that they will have to make deeper cuts, and that they want to get people back in the office now, get them working hard now, because I think they are worried about the economy. Doesn't mean they know things are going to get bad, but they need to start turning some numbers in their favor, and if they don't, things could get really, really bad really, really soon. But the question is, what are the odds that this backfires on some companies, too, who go too hard, too far, and they tick off their employees, and these employees go, man, I understand I need to come back to the workplace because we had to do that before, so I'll be there 5 days a week. But 60 hours, and I'm only getting paid for a job that, used to be 40 or 80 hours.
Yeah.
An 80-hour work week.
Yeah,
That's a lot.
I don't know that there's a lot of people working an 80-hour work week.
That's what they're talking about here.
I've done it, being an attorney and in a law firm, that happens. But
employees at this company called Cognition, they were told 6 days in the office and 80-hour work weeks were expected.
All right. Well, then going in. And if you don't like it, you can leave.
Well, see, that's a good point. What if you don't know that going in?
Then you leave.
What if you're there and you start out and it's, 5 days a week, 40 hours, and then you get what would you call this? The work week creep, where it just goes up to, hey, now we need you to work every other weekend. Yeah. Now we need you to work every weekend.
I have to tell you, there's two, there's different kinds of jobs, and there's the jobs where you're an hourly employee, you work your hours, you get paid for the hours worked, and that's it.
Yep.
There's jobs where you have a salary, but you're still, the expectation is it's 40 hours a week, and you go home at 5 o'clock or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
And then there are jobs, and really more of a career, more long-term, where you're going to do the work that's necessary to excel and to make the company stronger and do better things. And if you think that's going to be a 40-hour week, it's probably not. If you want to be the person who does more and gets promoted and does other things, that's what that means. And it's a decision everybody has to make. And I know a lot of young people, millennial, a lot of young people don't.
I like how you pointed at me when you said young people.
They don't want to. They don't want to do that. And I have to tell you, I respect part of that, because I think folks in an older generation, that's all we knew was work hard, work hard, work hard. And a lot of younger people now, I think, are saying, hey, I want to do my job and I want to do it well, but I want to live my life. I want to have that balance. And if they can't find it, they go find another job.
This economist, Daniel Zhao, says that he thinks a lot of this from CEOs comes down to an undercurrent of fear. He says, I think CEOs are worried about the economy. They're worried about AI coming to eat everybody's lunch. And so why are CEOs pushing so hard to get more efficient, get more productive? It's because they recognize the risk that AI poses to their businesses, and that's why so many of them are pushing so hard in this moment, too.
Yeah.
So is AI a piece of it as well?
Oh, there's no question. There's already, and I'm aware of this.
Wouldn't CEOs love that? If they could say, hey, AI's coming, I can get rid of all these people and just replace them with AI.
I think a lot of CEOs are going to like that, and that's fine, but they still want production from the employees that they have.
Mhm.
They're less willing to put up with, and they have less room to put up with people who aren't performing.
Mhm.
And that's it.
Across the country, CEOs are embracing the big boss era, which has been underscored by mass layoffs, return to office mandates, or diversity, equity, and inclusion walkbacks, supposedly.
Yeah, well, you're definitely seeing that in the Trump era. A lot of the DEI stuff is going away, and companies are feeling more comfortable in doing that. And it's, we can get into DEI if you want, but it's a different time right now. Look, we're post-pandemic, right? Things were different during the pandemic.
Yeah.
The work from home thing became the norm.
Well, I think the economy has changed some of those realities as well, too. Of companies have realized, like you pointed out, Barry, that, hey, we got way better production when certain employees were in the office and when more of our employees were in the office. Like you said, some may work better outside the office. Maybe they can still do it. But a lot of companies are realizing, like, hey, we really need you to be here.
Yeah. No, and you're actually right. Some people are better. They have to be in the office.
I know that pains you to say that.
No, it does. But I'll give you an example. My assistant, we used to work in the office. We worked in our office. She was there 5 days a week. So was I.
Yeah.
And then COVID came and things changed. And now we have a setup where she works from home all the time. And she's great from home. She's more productive from home.
That's
and
good.
I see that. So there's no issue with it at all. But I think a lot of people, some people, take advantage of it. They think they're at home and they don't have to work all the time. Look, there's people, you've talked about this, there's people working a second job.
No.
And the first job has no idea.
I have a side gig right now.
No, but I mean, I think there's people who, like, their job thinks they're working full-time.
Oh, and they're doing a whole other job.
They have a whole other job.
Hey.
Maybe not a full-time job, but they're doing something else.
Something.
Yeah, it's a thing.
Hey, it's Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. I am Joe Huizinga. He's Barry Markson. He's our legal analyst. He's in for Chris Merrill. Have you went into a business recently and you never expected to tip in the past, only to find the electronic screen do the turnaround, have it stare back at you asking for a tip? What gives? We're going to talk about it next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. But first, here's Becky Lynn with the top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:15. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The high-stakes summit between Vladimir Putin and President Trump is underway at a U.S. military base in Anchorage, Alaska. ABC News foreign correspondent Patrick Revel has more.
We've heard from the Kremlin and from President Trump himself is that there will be no final peace agreement today. There is no way they are going to negotiate that. I think President Trump has said he wants an immediate ceasefire. We heard him speak to Fox News just before he met with Vladimir Putin, saying he won't be happy if he walks out of the summit without one. But I think most people believe it's pretty unlikely.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Looking at the roads for us now, here's John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, Becky Lynn. Well, the Friday drive starting to spool up a little bit. We've got some slowing in the downtown area coming westbound on the I-10. Of course, that starts at the Red Mountain Freeway, 32nd Street, making your way through the mini stack all the way into the downtown area. You've got slowing right through the Deck Park Tunnel. Still working that crash in Scottsdale, northbound Loop 101, the Pima Freeway. This crash now has been fully moved off to the right just prior to McKellips. Of course, that's a very busy on-ramp there as you merge to the northbound 101. Greenway this afternoon closed between 19th Avenue and the I-17. Also working crashes 7th Avenue just south of Buckeye and 83rd Avenue and Bethany Home Road. You've got a crash there as well. John Roller, KTAR News.
We have a 50% chance of some showers overnight right into Saturday morning, and then a 30% chance of some rain on Saturday. 89 overnight for the low and 102 for the high tomorrow. Right now, checking the temp in Phoenix, it is 100 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. Who blinks first in the big Alaskan summit between President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin? We'll ask political analyst Chuck Todd on the next Arizona's Morning News and ask whether anybody's ever physically seen Putin blink, because he's a little weird, right?
Jim Sharp right there. You know, you can check out his AZ Political podcast,
Yes,
Barry.
it's awesome.
I was telling you, get that on the YouTube as well. And then when you're on YouTube, Barry, what do you click?
Subscribe.
That's correct.
That's right.
Yeah.
And you know what happens then?
Then you're subscribed.
Balloons and flowers pop out of your screen.
1,000%.
Yep. Only hit it once, though. Otherwise, it can overwhelm the computer.
And then you might unsubscribe.
Oh, don't do that.
But then click it again, more balloons and flowers.
Yes.
That's all good news. Barry, you and I were talking off the air, getting ready for the show back in what Chris Merrill refers to as rehearsal. Should mention, by the way, Barry Markson in for Chris Merrill today. And we were talking about tipping.
Yes.
And you were very excited about this.
Okay.
No, you weren't?
Yes, I was very excited about it.
So I was talking with you about how I'm starting to see the electronic payment turn around more often where they turn it around on you and they ask you to pay.
So let me ask you this. When you go to a place where you order at the counter or you do something there and they bring you your, whatever.
Yeah.
And then it asks you to tip. Do you tip for that? In other words, if they're not bringing it to your table, they're not, you're ordering it, they're giving it to you, you're walking away. Do you tip?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Rarely.
Okay.
Because I do not feel I should have to tip for that.
I kind of agree with you, and I guess I'm embarrassed not to, and I have to tell you,
sometimes that's why I do, and sometimes also if it's just payday or if I got a bonus or if I hit a little sports bet or something, if I'm like, you know what, I'm having a good day, I'm going to throw a little $1 or $2 this person's way.
Every once in a while, Joe's feeling like a big-time radio guy. He's got the big cash.
I got a big $1 or $2.
All right,
Barry's over there with an extra 20 in his pocket for you.
I almost always do $1 or $2 when I do that, but lately I've been reconsidering that and going, why am I doing this? Like, this is not something we ever used to tip for before. Why am I doing that now?
What do you see the point of tipping as?
I see it as a thank you for great service.
Yeah.
Now, I also recognize that these people in a real tip job, these people rely on that money. That's how they make their income. That's
waitresses, for instance.
Correct. Although I will tell you now, it's different. It used to be, and I've been in this. It used to be I would make $2.35
as a lawyer.
As a lawyer, a tipped lawyer. No, but as a waiter, and because you had to make your money in tips. If you didn't, now the hourly wage in Arizona is high, and the tipped hourly wage is only $3 less than the regular hourly wage. So you're really not losing all that much there. But the other thing I've noticed, if you go to a restaurant and they bring you sometimes they bring it to the table where it's the little
sometimes
handheld.
It just sits right on the table the whole time.
But but where it's actually a service. There are it's a waiter, it's a server coming to you and helping you all day.
Yeah.
And it used to be like 10%, 15%, 18%, or 20%.
Sure.
And then it was 15, 18, 20.
Yeah.
And now 15's not even there. Oftentimes, 18's not even there.
You can't do custom?
It's like 20. Oh, you can do whatever you want. But the things it's giving you are 20. I was at one last night. 20, 25, 30%.
And you obviously went for the 30. You were like, you know what?
It was a special.
Barry Markson.
You know something? They also say sometimes if you just press the 20% or whatever, it may not be calculated correctly.
Oh, really?
What is it calculated based on?
Well, it may say 20% is this much, and if you actually do the math, that's not correct.
You do you tip on including the tax or not including the tax?
Not.
So, see, I include the tax.
Well, it's easier that way.
That's the difference,
but,
right?
Yeah.
See, I do a completely separate rule. I just usually take the tax and double it, which usually gets me to about 20%.
Yeah, that'd be about 18% generally. That's not a bad thought. It's but what's interesting to me is they've and you'd say, well, these poor people deserve more money. There's inflation, but the thing is, the inflation has driven up the price of the dinner or the lunch, right? So their tip is already higher. If something used to cost $20 and now it costs $30, 15 or 20% of that is already more. And now, but now they're increasing the percentage of it.
Yeah.
I was in Europe this year. We got to go on a nice little European trip, and I will tell you that the thing there is way different. There's no tipping. It's a completely different world. You go to a restaurant, there's no line even when you give a credit card to tip. It's not even an option.
But the waiters and waitresses then are clearly making more per hour.
They're paid a salary or whatever they're paid to make that they can do it. And I have to tell you, and I'm somebody, I've been a tipped employee. I've been a busboy and a waiter and a bartender. I've done those jobs. I did them for a long time. I liked it. I like tipping people. I like it when I see good service and doing that. I have to tell you, I love that there.
I'm
that
with
it's just so easy. And the price is, it's so nice when your dinner bill comes and you pay it, and that's the whole bill.
Did it say anywhere on there that there was a service charge that had been added at all?
Nope.
It was just the price of the food that you purchased.
Yeah, I mean, the service charge, in essence, is built in. They know they have to pay their staff.
Yeah.
But that's...
I love that.
Some restaurants tried that in New York a few years ago, New York City.
Didn't work, did it?
It didn't work because other places didn't do it, and the servers in the other places were making more money with the tips.
Yeah.
And that's the hard part.
I'm with you, though. I see tipping as a way to show appreciation and compensate people as well.
Right.
If you're talking waiter, waitress, things like that. And that's 39% of people out there. Another 19% said a way to pay extra for services already paid for. And then 42% said it depends. But to me, it's like if you are the waiter or waitress, I know that you're not making a living wage. So then I will tip you based on your service. But it's really...
But if that's the case, then shouldn't you also be, like we just talked about, the person at the counter at Chipotle, they're not making a living wage either. Why aren't you tipping them?
But I know that they're making more per hour than what that waiter waitress is.
Okay, a little. I agree with you, but it is.
I know it's not a ton more.
I've always told my kids when they were getting those kind of jobs, go get a job where you get tipped.
Over half of people.
Really?
Yeah, you're going to make more money, and you get money for your own hustle. Hustle. Give good service, you'll make more money.
So today, real quick, I know we're about out of time, but I went to a restaurant, and it's one of those where you go to the counter and you order.
They flip it around on you and ask for the tip.
And they flip it around, and I, by and large, if I have to go and I'm carrying my own, I'm expected to bust my own trash, I'm not going to leave a tip.
Yeah.
My whole order was not ready. The guy goes, I'll bring it out there to you. Okay, so I go sit down, and a few minutes later, here he comes with it. I'm getting ready to go in a minute, and I go, he comes walking by, and I said, do you have to-go boxes up there? And I was getting ready. He goes, oh, I'll bring you one. And I went, now, see, I would have given you a tip, but you asked me too early.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Hey, one other thing. I was in California this summer for a little vacation, and everywhere there, 4% service charge, which is going to the restaurant itself.
And then do they dispense it to their employees?
They say they are. So they're saying that's going to provide health insurance or to provide other things. It's not a tip. It goes right to the restaurant, but it's to help them pay their employees better.
Well, hey, this is all in line with what people are saying, too, because they say compared to a couple of years ago, tipping is expected in more places for sure. About 2/3 of people say that. And then also being expected to tip in more places, over half of the people out there say it's a bad thing.
Tipping in more places is a bad thing.
Yes.
Yeah. I have to tell you, I don't know how to do it, but if there's a way to go to what they do in Europe, it's really nice. And you know what? Prices go up. It's going to cost more to go to dinner. It's going to look like more. It actually won't cost more, but it will look like more.
They're going up anyway.
Yeah.
Yep.
There you go.
The Trump-Putin summit underway right now. We're waiting on a news conference from that. And with that going on in Alaska, we're going to come back in our headline volley and talk about what should we expect when all of this concludes, both the summit and the Russia-Ukraine war as well. We'll talk about it next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Listen during Give-a-thon week for Phoenix Children's Stories of Hope, presented by Madame E. Homes.
We were scheduled for a bone marrow transplant. It got postponed. It turns out that extra month gave us our last month to be with him.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by Your Valley Hyundai Dealers and Y Refi.
I've been where you are. I was ready to sell my house, and I didn't have a bunch of time to waste. In today's market, it can be a real crapshoot whether your home is going to sell fast or what you're going to have to give up to get the sale done. Not with Orchard. With Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, you meet with a local agent. They give you cash for your home up front, no repairs, no haggling. But unlike everyone else making you that offer, Orchard gets to work for you. They take over the old home, make the updates and the upgrades are going to bump the price, and then they sell it. And when it sells for more than they gave you in cash, which is the way it usually works, they cut you another check. That means you get to keep the equity you put into your home without the hassle of listings and showings and haggling. I mean, that just makes sense. Don't worry about fussing with last-minute showings or trying to pack your boxes while still trying to maintain a staged home. Let Orchard deal with it. Get your free home valuation and find out how much your home is worth and how much it could be worth when you go to Orchard.com. Again, that's Orchard.com. One more time, Orchard.com.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey folks, this is Vince Marotta letting you know Earnhardt Cadillac is open during their remodeling, and to make amends for a little dust, they're rolling out truly incredible opportunities. Shop now through Labor Day for top offers on the full line of Cadillac models. And as Labor Day gets closer, remember that Cadillac is committed to American manufacturing and proud to assemble more models in the U.S. than any other luxury brand. Shopping now gets you outstanding low payments and low rates on the 2025 Cadillac XT5, 2025 XT6, the ever-popular Escalade, even the incredibly popular Lyriq, and all-electric SUV. Just hurry in because special offers are only good for a limited time. And get the experience you deserve because the Earnhardt No Bull way of doing business is something that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in the Valley since 1951. Hurry into Earnhardt Cadillac on Frank Lloyd Wright in North Scottsdale or buy online with No Bull Express at EarnhardtCadillac.com.
Cadillac models assembled with U.S. and globally sourced parts. Visit EarnhardtCadillac.com for details. Offers in 9/2/25.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's Gatos and homeowners. There's never been a better time to try a Connecticut Water twin tank hybrid unit that softens and filters your water for a very limited time. They're offering a free trial. They'll even waive installation fees on homes pre-plumbed for water treatment, making it zero out-of-pocket cost for you and no obligation. Connecticut protects your plumbing, appliances, and fixtures. It removes chlorine that makes your skin dry and itchy and fades your laundry. You have great drinking water at the tap instead of messing with bottles. Their system is water pressure powered, low maintenance, and recently named the most efficient, so operating costs are cheaper than a traditional water softener. Why wouldn't you try Connecticut's American-made products? Aquazona is the exclusive authorized independent Connecticut dealer for Phoenix and Tucson, family-owned and operated since 1987. Visit aquazona.com or call 602-910-6570. Connecticut Water, very refreshing.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with the D-backs TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at D-backs TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
5 years ago, I started as an apprentice, and now I'm a licensed electrician at the Resolution Mine. Every morning that I go down in the mine is still a thrill. The work is challenging, it pays well, and I like being part of the clean energy economy. EVs, solar panels, every new technology needs copper, and we can provide it right here.
Copper is essential to Arizona's economy and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Protest in Anchorage, Alaska today along a busy intersection, making noise ahead of the face-to-face talks between U.S. President Trump and Russian President Putin, which is being held at a U.S. airbase just miles away. The group was holding up Ukrainian flags, chanting, calling on drivers passing by to show their support. And you can hear supporters there responding with honks and cheers to offer solidarity. Meanwhile, today's talks could determine the fate of Ukraine's 3.5-year war to expel the Russian invaders. While the summit gives President Trump a chance to be seen as a global peacemaker, this meetup is an opportunity for Putin to outline a way to hold on to territory his army has won. Noticeably absent from today's summit, Ukrainian President Zelensky and European leaders. None were invited. We're expecting a news conference from the summit in just a little bit. The eastbound ramps from Loop 101 to the I-17 are going to be closed for the next 2 weeks while a section of old concrete is replaced. Doug Nensel says now is actually the perfect time for the work since the crews are already in the area for a freeway widening project.
We're hoping within the 2-week period we can get in, get some fresh concrete pavement down, and that way we can reopen in time for Labor Day weekend.
Make sure to give yourself some extra time. You'll have to take a detour along 35th Avenue, but Nensel recommends getting off even earlier to avoid the traffic. Some light rain over the past day helping firefighters working the Washington Fire in the Tonto National Forest near Payson. The fire is still 0% contained. It's about 575 acres in size. Firefighters are taking advantage of the weather to work along the perimeter of the fire. Let's check the roads right now with John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, Becky Lynn, we've got a new crash, not in a good spot. Westbound Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, right near 24th Street, and we have a full traffic break in effect. You're not getting through if you're coming in from Tempe. You're backed up all the way back to 40th Street. Stop and go while DPS troopers try to get this crash off to the right. A little bit of good news, that earlier crash in Scottsdale, northbound Loop 101, the Pima Freeway, right near McKellips, that is fully off to the right, so that merge ramp is back open. Same thing with all lanes of the northbound 101. Do have a closure this afternoon. Greenway is closed in the Northwest Valley between 19th Avenue and the I-17. Also working a crash 7th Avenue south of Buckeye, and a crash in Scottsdale at Hayton and Indian School Road in the clearing stages. John Roller, KTAR News.
Good chance of rain later on this afternoon into the evening with an overnight low of 89. About a 30% chance of showers on Saturday. We're expecting 102 for the high Saturday and Sunday. In Mesa right now it's 99. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
Yeah.
Barry Markson grooving over there.
Oh,
In
like
for
that.
Chris Merrill, I'm Joe Huizinga. It's the Chris and Joe Show. And every day at this time, we touch on the other big headlines and we ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
You have to go online on the YouTube channel for KTAR.
Barry,
just so you can see
we volley.
This is the most
We
athletic.
volley.
That's the most athletic thing you do all week.
That's a lie. I run a half marathon every Sunday.
That's not athletic.
You're right.
Do you play pickleball?
No.
Because you look like a guy who plays pickleball.
I've seen you play pickleball.
I'm a pickleball
I just
guy.
tried to volley with you, and I got nothing.
Oh, I didn't know what you were doing.
Volleying.
That doesn't look like a volley.
I hit it.
I don't know what that is.
You got to hit it back.
It looks like something. I'm not going to tell you what it looks
Hit
like.
it back now, Barry.
No,
Hit it back.
I'm not going to hit it back.
A forehand one right at you then. There you go. Barry,
right.
both President Trump and President Putin have spent
Yes.
the run-up to today's high-stakes meeting in Alaska staking out their public positions. Trump wants this, Putin wants that. Zelensky, ended up not even getting the invite. They're saying, though, that this could lead to another meeting that would include the Ukrainian president. I want to know, how's the Ukraine-Russia war going to play out in the end? Will we see it end in the next 2 years? And what are we going to learn came out of today? Lots of questions.
That's a lot going on there. So
let's start with what are we going to learn came out of today?
Here, I don't think much is going to come out of today. What my concern
Whole lot of nothing. Got it.
My concern is that President Trump is so in search of a win. He so wants to win the Nobel Peace Prize that he's going to just get to a deal without it being a real deal or without it being something that will actually end up in peace. And I'm afraid that Putin seems to have some sort of cast a spell over Trump over the last 10 years. Where you remember back in, was it 2016 or 17, they went to the Helsinki conference.
Yeah.
And in that one, remember Trump ended up saying he didn't trust his own intelligence sources. He didn't trust the Americans who were providing him with information. He trusted Putin more. That's what came out of the last one. So I'm hoping that's not what happens here. You know, this is a real, this war is so bad, Joe. You have to realize this is the biggest invasion in Europe since World War II, since what Germany did in World War II. Yeah. And for people who are looking at this and saying, we have to get out of this, we can't be helping them, keep in mind that we didn't help. If we don't help them, what could happen is World War II or World War III. What happens if Putin decides, like Hitler did, if you just appease him, hey, they let me have Ukraine, now I'm going to go take Poland.
Or more of Ukraine.
Or I'm going to go do more. What happens then? And then that's where the United States, and we had to start sending our own soldiers, sending our own men and women to Europe. We lost hundreds of thousands of people because we let that go. Appeasing strong men, appeasing the country and the dictator that invaded Ukraine is never the right answer.
I always try to appease you, though.
And it's not the right answer for in this circumstance either. So the fact that Trump is doing this without Zelensky there is amazing to me. Trump seems to think
supposedly Zelensky would be at the next one. And we are keeping eyes on this. All the cable news channels are saying that in the next few minutes, any moment now, Trump and Putin are going to have a news conference here. When they do, we'll certainly bring you a few moments of it.
But I'm hoping what they say here is we had a constructive talk, we had some good ideas,
and we're going to have some more talks.
And we're going to meet again with Zelensky. I hope that's what comes out of it. What I'm afraid is going to happen is they're going to say we've agreed that Ukraine will have to give up land for peace. That they're going to come up
with
which
supposedly wasn't going to come out of today's. Today,
well, I'm hoping that
Trump was saying it was going to be more of a listening session today with Putin.
If that's the case, that would be great.
And do you think we see an end of the war in the next 2 years?
I certainly would like to think so. There's no reason not to. But I'm going to tell you, Joe, it seems it's again, and I'm far from an expert on this issue, but it would seem to me the way to do it for Trump would be to say, look, Vladimir Putin, if you're not going to stop,
I like how you first named him. That was good.
If you're not going to agree to a ceasefire and come to the table, here's what's going to happen next. We're imposing all these other sanctions on Russia, and we're going to impose sanctions on every country that does business with you in violation of these sanctions. We're going to start flooding Ukraine with everything they need. Whatever they need, weapons-wise, we're giving them, including weapons that can strike into Russia. We're not going to put limitations on their use of the weapons. We're going to let them fight their war, and we in Europe are going to give them the weapons they need. Because you have to disincentivize Putin.
But
Russia lost.
Russia's going to want something.
Russia
here
lost 100,000 men in July.
But Putin
That's how bad this
is not going to settle for just, I get nothing and I go home. He's going to want land or precious.
I think you find some
minerals, something.
You find some part of Ukraine that's part that it could be next to Russia, and that's where the settlement is going to be. So you're asking me, where do I think this ends? Yeah. I think at the end, Ukraine is going to give up some amount of land for peace. I think there's going to have to be a security arrangement with Ukraine and the United States and Europe where they are protected so that if, and written down, so that if Russia invades again, Europe and the United States are going to step in, like actually step in and help and stop it. And I think there has to be a whole bunch of money to rebuild Ukraine. And I think it'll open up some business with Russia and take the sanctions off Russia.
You ready for one more, Barry Markson, that touches on your legal expertise?
Sure.
So Barry's our legal expert here at KTAR. And I saw a story from AZ Central the other day, Barry. It talked about if a tree, you see this, was planted in my neighbor's yard and the branches were growing into my yard. Are you allowed to trim the branches and charge your neighbor? And the story said you are allowed to trim the branches, but you've got to pay to do the trimming.
Yeah.
What's the legal logic behind that? If the branches from the tree are growing into my yard, why isn't the neighbor paying for what their insidious tree is doing to me?
Well, you'd have to make it an argument that it was somehow harming you and you had damages because of that. But if the branches hang over your wall, those are, you have discretion.
So I can trim them.
You can trim them.
But I have to pay to do it.
Well, yeah.
I can't
you can
give the neighbor a bill.
You could do it yourself.
Well, then I have to
He can't do it himself, but yeah, somebody like me would do it myself.
Somebody like
I
Pablo.
recently had this berry actually just 2 weeks ago.
For you.
See, Pablo
the
dealt
neighbor's
with
tree
this.
was hanging over my fence, and it was one of the trees that was dropping these like big banana leaves into the pool.
Right.
It wasn't causing me any harm.
That sounds like a lot of pain.
But every day it was causing me to go and clean.
You got to skim that pool. You don't want to do that.
I had to hire a tree service person, and they came and cut it off at the property line.
Wait, I thought you just said you could do it. You
I
hired
could
a
do it.
service?
Yes. I can afford that stuff. I'm
Pablo's-
older now. Yeah.
Pablo's a big-time radio personality. He can handle this stuff.
I guess.
So, yeah, no, that's exactly right.
And I couldn't charge the guy. Like, I wouldn't dare go over there and tell him, give me $50 for your
Oh,
portion
I
of
would.
it.
Definitely. I'd tell him, hey, I had to get this service out here. You owe me $100. Make 50 off.
But if it's, I just got cut off the tree line, Barry. Like, I didn't cut his part anymore. I just cut it off of my property.
The fence line. Yeah. Yep. That's exactly right. So that's legal, and you can do that. If you have a different case here. Let's say what Pablo's saying. Let's say this stuff was going in your pool and it was causing issues with your pool equipment and it was costing you money or broke your pool equipment. You would theoretically have a claim against your neighbor, and especially if you gave him notice that this was happening, he didn't fix it. You could potentially have a claim that he's doing something that is harming your property, and you could bring a claim against him that way.
All righty. Regrets. Let's be honest. We've all got a few. I mean, I just did 2 hours with Barry here. A famous A-lister is fessing up to one of theirs. We'll explore what one of the A-listers' regrets was and what our A-listers' regrets are next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Imagine waking up in a quiet bedroom. Nobody stomping around overhead, no worrying about being too loud for the people below you. And then imagine your own home with a mortgage payment that is less than your current rent. I'm Chris Merrill. With Clayton Homes, the American dream is there for the taking. I'm talking a brand new home for under $150,000 with the new home smell and everything. Go big with a new, affordable, energy-efficient manufactured home from Clayton Homes, one of the most trusted names in the business. I've walked through Clayton's inventory in Phoenix. It's impressive. And right now, for a limited time, you can save even more when you visit the local Clayton or Oakwood homes near you, just like I did, or browse their limited time deals at GoBigAndGoHomeSale.com. Sales prices for the home only and does not include required taxes, delivery, and installation. Install price is going to be higher. Contact your local retailer for complete sales price information and for a list of eligible homes. Discount may not be available on all models, may not be combined with any other offer. Stop giving your money away to the landlord and start waking up in your brand new home with Clayton Homes. Go big and GoHomeSale.com.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona summers are no joke, and if your AC isn't working right, that heat can be dangerous. That's why Parker & Sons, along with Goodman, is giving a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior in need. Know someone on a fixed income who could use it? Nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. Nominations close August 15th. Winner announced on National Senior Citizens Day. It's a great way to give back, and if your AC is struggling, call Parker today. 602-2-REPAIR.
Hi, KTAR listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So I know a lot of you have bought new or new used cars that have extended warranties. You know, your salespeople tell you you have to go back to the dealer for repairs. That's not the case. If you have an extended service contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there. And remember that you can use it at any AMCO. Most people think you have to go to the dealer for oil changes and service to keep your warranty valid. That's also not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies. AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service. Now remember, AMCO does more than transmissions. So if your car needs repairs, or you hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first. Just Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
What if your next AC could help a child and bring happiness to your home? At Rias, we're proud to support Phoenix children through our Cool for PCH campaign. Make a qualifying donation and receive a free AC maintenance from Rias. Or donate $10,000 and receive a high-efficiency Train HVAC system. The program accommodates any type or size of residential HVAC system for your home. Sponsor limited. Visit cool4pch.com to give back and get started.
Rias, you'll be happy to see us.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:48. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. We're awaiting a news conference with President Trump and Russian President Putin following their high-stakes summit in Alaska, which could ultimately determine how Russia and Ukraine move forward in actual ceasefire negotiations. ABC News contributor Robert Abrams, a retired Army general and former commander of U.S. forces in Korea, explains where there could be some hurdles.
Russia says, hey, that's ours now. The Ukrainian Constitution says, no, that would have to be a decision by the Ukrainian parliament and ultimately the Ukrainian people. That's what both leaders have stated publicly, right? Putin and Zelensky. It's different when you're in the room for actual negotiations.
Again, we're awaiting a news conference between Trump and Putin, and we will bring that to you live when it begins. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And another check on traffic now with John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right now we've got a ramp closure, westbound Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway. That's where we had a crash earlier that was blocking all lanes. This is now moving off to the right, but it does have the 24th Street off-ramp shut down right now, and that means you've got slowing starting back at the 143 as you head westbound on the 202 this afternoon. The other crash in Scottsdale, northbound Loop 101, just right near McKellips. That is off to the right, so all lanes have opened back up. Still working that crash on Greenway that has Greenway closed this afternoon between 19th Avenue and the I-17, and also a crash at 7th Avenue just south of Buckeye. John Roller, KTAR News.
It's Gatos, and I'm hanging out with Cynthia and Leo. 25 years married. They do everything together, including going to Aria Dental Implant Center. Cynthia, he's got some giddy up in his step, he said. Now when you look at him, he's got brand new teeth. You went to Aria, you've got brand new teeth. When you look at your husband of 25 years, what are you seeing now?
I see a new man. My interest has increased in sparks.
So hold on a second. You both go to Aria, you both get the brand new teeth, and now your relationship, there's a huge spark back in it?
Yeah, it's surprising. There's so many positive effects that happen afterwards. It gives a whole new meaning towards life. Once you have this procedure done all in fours, when you look back in the mirror, you see somebody younger.
I recommend it to everybody.
Go see my friend Dr. Joe. He's changed the lives of Cynthia and Leo. The romance is back. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's spelled A-R-I-A, AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta letting you know that Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking off Labor Day savings all month long. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before. Like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV, save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of low 2.9% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR financing on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. Need an SUV? Got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. Hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals can't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/2/25.
Your opportunity to support Phoenix Children's Hospital. It's Give-a-thon week next week. We'll pick it up on the Mike Broomhead Show Monday morning starting at 8:15.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. I'm Joe Huizenga. He's Barry Markson in for Chris Merrill. We just got the 2-minute warning on the Trump-Putin news conference after the summit that President Trump and President Putin had today. So we should be hearing from them momentarily. But right now, we check in with Bruce St. James, Outspoken, coming up today at 4 o'clock. Bruce?
Yes.
Leonardo DiCaprio, you familiar with him?
I've heard of him.
I'm sure you can relate to him. He says his biggest regret in life is not taking part in the famous film Boogie Nights. Leo was already locked in to play Jack Dawson in Titanic, though.
No.
Bruce, I need to know what's your greatest regret in life.
Oh, God.
Just spring that on him.
Wow.
Well, Leo says it wasn't taking part in Boogie Nights.
I think it's a 50-50 chance he says walking in here just now.
Bruce might say not taking part in Boogie Nights. Maybe he turned it down, too.
I don't know.
Goodness.
This is going to sound like a cop-out. I don't have regrets.
None. Nothing.
I do what I want. I've done some stupid things, but at least I learned from them.
Hey,
you know?
if you
I don't
learn
know if
from
I change it,
I think that's fine.
But I can't say I have a lot of regrets. Certainly not professional regrets. No.
Okay. Okay. Barry, regrets at all?
I'm going to tell you someone else's regrets. You had Corinne Warner in here, the state legislator.
Yes,
Karen
you
Warner?
guys did. Yes.
Oh, you
Karen
did.
Warner, I did. Yeah.
And apparently during a school board meeting in Scottsdale last week, she was on Zoom and she's overheard saying to someone else, "Do you see what I have to put up with all the time?" And then she said, speaking about somebody in the meeting, she's like morbidly obese.
Ooh.
And everybody heard it, and the people watching it online heard it.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
It's
she
that
was.
mute. You got to hit the little mute thing.
That's right.
You got to remember that.
She was great in here yesterday with
she
us
very nice?
talking
All
about
right.
the Rebecca
She
Baptiste
is
case.
serious about that. Yes.
She is very serious
As well
about
she
that.
should be.
All on top of it. Bruce, what's coming up on Outspoken
Couldn't
in just
begin to
mere
tell you.
moments?
Honestly, I mean, I really should pay attention to the meetings, but I don't.
Hey, that'd be a first.
I let Gatos just do it all. We're gonna be talking about DCS again, and a little bit about what we learned about Rebecca from the memorial service yesterday as well, and some new developments. So coming up.
All righty. We will dive into that. Barry, thank you so much for being in for Chris today. Certainly appreciate it.
Great to be here, Joe. Thanks for having me.
That's right.
Have a good
and
weekend.
Make sure to check out Outspoken coming up in mere moments with Bruce and Gatos. For Barry Markson, I am Joe Huizenga. We will catch you on Monday, 2 o'clock, KTAR News.
What are the odds that you have a house that has windows in it that are more than 10 or even 15 years old? This is where advanced window products can actually save you money. With their 0 down, 0% financing on approved credit, payments as low as $150 a month, you could be replacing those garbage contractor-grade windows, the same windows that they put in when they built the house, with real Cardinal glass windows. The best windows built for life. And with advanced window products, you're talking about windows that they build, and they install, and they are made specifically for Arizona summers. And when you talk about saving money, not only do you save money on your energy costs, you also may even be able to qualify for a rebate from your power company. Save even more when you buy 10 windows or more, and you get $2,500 off now with advanced window products.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
We take you now to the press conference between President Trump and Russian President Putin.
Добрый день, дорогой сосед. Очень приятно видеть вас в добром здравии и живым. И по-соседски это очень звучит, по-моему, по-доброму. Нас разделяет только Берингов пролив. Да и то, там 2 острова между российским и американским островом всего 4 километра. Мы близкие соседи, это факт. Важно также, что с Аляской связана значительная часть общей истории России и США. Многие позитивные события. Так здесь и по сей день сохраняется огромное
Still, there is tremendous cultural heritage back from the Russian America. For example, Orthodox churches and a lot of more than 700 geographical names of Russian origin. During the Second World War, it was here in Alaska that was the origin of the legendary air bridge for the supply of military aircraft and other equipment under the Lend-Lease program. It was a dangerous and treacherous route over the vast emptiness of ice. However, the pilots of both countries did everything to bring closer the victory. They risked their lives and they gave it all for the common victory. I was just in the city of Magadan in Russia, and there is a memorial there dedicated to the Russian and the U.S. pilots And there are two flags, the U.S. flag and the Russian flag. And I know that here as well, there is such a memorial. There is a military burial place several kilometers away from here. The Soviet pilots that buried there who died during that dangerous mission. We're thankful to the citizens and the government of the U.S. for carefully taking care of their memory. I think that's very worthy and noble. We'll always remember other historical examples when our countries defeated common enemies together in the spirit of battle camaraderie and allyship that supported each other and facilitated each other. I'm sure that this heritage will help us rebuild and foster mutually beneficial and equal ties at this new stage, even during the hardest conditions. It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the U.S. for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they've fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole. It is apparent that sooner or later we had to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue, naturally, under the condition of serious and painstaking work, and this work has been done in general. Me and President Trump have very good direct contact. We've spoken multiple times. We spoke frankly on the phone. And special envoy of the president, Mr. Witkoff, traveled out to Russia several times. Our advisors and heads of foreign ministries kept in touch all the time. And you know fully well that one of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand this history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation. However strange it may sound in these conditions, we have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we are prepared to work on that. I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings or to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress. Incidentally, when the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%. As I've said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work. It is clear that the U.S. and Russian investment and business cooperation has tremendous potential. Russia and the U.S. can offer each other so much in trade, digital, high-tech, and in space exploration. We see that Arctic cooperation is also very possible, and our international context, for example, between the Far East of Russia and the West Coast of the U.S. Overall, it's very important for our countries to turn the page, to go back to cooperation. It is symbolic that not far away from here, at the border between Russia and the U.S., there is a so-called international date line. I think you can step over, literally, from yesterday into tomorrow. And I hope that we'll succeed in that, in political sphere. I would like to thank President Trump for our joint work, for the well-wishing and trustworthy tone of our conversation. It's important that both sides are result-oriented, and we see that the President of the U.S. has a very clear idea of what he would like to achieve. He sincerely cares about prosperity of his nation. Still, he understands that Russia has its own national interests. I expect that today's agreements will be the starting point, not only for the solution of the Ukrainian issue, but also will help us bring back business-like and pragmatic relations between Russia and the U.S. And in the end, I would like to add one more thing. I'd like to remind you that in 2022, during the last contact with the previous administration, I tried to convince my previous American colleague that the situation should not be brought to the point of no return when it would come to hostilities. And I said it quite directly back then, that it's a big mistake. Today, when President Trump saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that. I think that overall, me and President Trump have built a very good, business-like and trustworthy contact. And I have every reason to believe that moving down this path, we can come, and the sooner the better, to the end of the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you.
That's a translator for
Thank you very much.
Here's
Mr.
President Trump.
That was very profound, and I will say that I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here, Scott and John Ratcliffe, thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job. We also have some tremendous Russian business representatives here, and I think everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time, and we look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get this over with. We really made some great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax that made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all, but we had to put up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax, but what was done was very criminal. But it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with. But we'll have a good chance when this is over. So just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I would like to thank President Putin and his entire team, whose faces, who I know in many cases, other than that, whose faces I get to see all the time in the newspapers. You're almost as famous as the boss, but especially this one right over here. But we had some good meetings over the years, right? Good, productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much. And
We'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
There you have it, the Trump-Putin summit in Anchorage, Alaska. You're listening to KTAR Glendale, Phoenix. It is Bruce and Gatos. And so, it was one of the biggest stories around the planet. Two huge world leaders meeting. They met on the red carpet after flying in to Alaska. What do you think? About 7 or 8 minutes, they decided to talk in the press conference.
Well, Putin said there's a deal, and Trump said there isn't a deal.
Okay.
So I don't know what you take out of that.
Well, there isn't a deal. There can't be a deal unless Ukraine says, I agree. And so, I mean, the funny thing is, at the end, you have Trump saying, well, I think Putin would like to stop the killing.
Yeah, well, he didn't have to invade a sovereign nation, did he?
He didn't have to invade the country then.
Yeah.
And so, I think we heard from Senator Mark Kelly, who was talking on Arizona's Morning News about the war in Ukraine and the horror that happens at these hospitals. The Russians come in and they shoot the children, and then they start shooting the parents and killing them. And it's just, it's been going on for a long time.
Putin's a war criminal.
There's no
He's
doubt.
a murderous dictator.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, but again, you've got to meet with murderous dictators.
Yeah.
And that's what Trump is doing.
Do you? Or
Yes.
you just keep killing Ruskies until they run out of them.
Well, I mean, would you rather him not go and talk to the Russian president? Because I'd like to see the war end, and maybe the United States
I'd like to see the
has
war
to
end
get
by
in there.
Russia losing.
Okay, but is anyone going to win at the end of this thing? Has anyone won?
If I was Ukrainian, don't negotiate away my country.
Who's leading in the war? Who's winning right now?
I think it's stalemate.
Okay, and that means they're both losing then.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't have a problem with the president saying, let's try and figure this out. Yeah. How can we? But again, what is the off-ramp for Vladimir Putin? Because he's not just going to leave.
No.
He's going to take part of Ukraine with him.
Well, and he's broken every other promise he's made, so he's going to say whatever he needs to say, get whatever he needs to get, and then he's going to go ahead and invade the next country.
Should Ukraine just say, listen, we'll give you a piece of this, and then let's move on?
No, they should say we're going to fight to the last person.
I don't think that. I think they're going to do that. I agree with you. I agree with you that that's what they'll do.
We'll fight to the last man.
Right.
Yep.
And so this war, again, Russia's been in a 20-year war before.
Yeah.
We know Afghanistan.
And they eventually lost in Afghanistan. Why? They finally ran out of Russians to send there.
Yeah.
They ran out of young men to send there.
They're even going into the prisons in Russia, and they're releasing the worst of the worst to go and fight.
Yeah. I say we just keep supporting them. Let Europe continue to support them until Russia runs out of Ruskies.
I don't know if they're going to run out of Ruskies, as you say. Vladimir Putin doesn't care about a single Russian person.
Oh, he couldn't care less.
He's going to put as many people on the front lines as possible.
Yeah, well, maybe if enough Russians die, they'll turn against Putin.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Do you think there's an off-ramp here? Do you think there's something that
I think
Zelensky would say, yeah, let's do this?
I think Trump and Putin negotiating over the future of Ukraine is like Roosevelt and Hitler negotiating over what parts of France he gets to keep.
Yeah.
Like, it's not your job to do that.
You need the third party, which is
the
really
invaded party.
Not the third party.
Yeah.
It's the first party.
You need the people that have skin in the game.
Yeah. But again, if you're Zelensky and you can stop the killing, and I'm just saying, if it means you have to give up a small part of your country, again, I don't know what he's going to do, but then that stops everything.
The U.S. could have given up Hawaii and avoided World War II.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't.
No.
And we were willing to fight to the last American, weren't we?
Yeah.
I'm on the side of the democracies. I'm on the side of the people that were invaded, and I'm never on the side of the Russians. Period. Full stop.
You and I don't agree on a whole lot, and that sometimes makes the show fun. I'll totally agree with you on that.
Yeah, I'm not taking Putin's side in anything. He is a murderous dictator who can't die soon enough.
He's again, I remember talking to Senator John McCain many times about Vladimir Putin.
McCain would have personally pulled the trigger.
Correct.
He would, given the chance.
Sitting right in front of me, McCain telling me how dangerous this man is.
Yeah.
And was.
Well, I remind you,
KGB.
He promised he wouldn't invade Crimea.
And he did.
Promised he wouldn't invade Ukraine.
Right.
He's now promised he won't invade Poland. What do you think the Poles are thinking?
We're going to get invaded possibly one day.
What do you think they're thinking? He's lied about everything else. Why do you believe him now?
You shouldn't.
Yeah.
And you should never take a drink from him. because he will poison you.
Yeah.
He has killed many people that way.
Yeah, he is not to be trusted whatsoever.
If you're just joining us, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, President Trump said his meeting with Russian President Putin was, quote, very productive, added there's no deal until there's a deal.
But Putin alluded to a deal in his remarks, at least through the translator. And again, maybe something is lost in translation.
Trump said he would call Ukrainian President Zelensky to tell him about the meeting. I think it's insane you have a meeting without Zelensky. But let me go down this road. How do you put Zelensky and Putin in the same room? How do you do that?
Yeah.
Can you imagine that meeting? Because if you're the Zelensky, don't you try and kill the guy right when you're there?
Go across the table and stick the pen in his neck and go for a jugular.
I'm not joking.
Yeah.
You invaded my country. Yep. You've killed millions of our people. You've raped our women. You've killed our children.
Bombed our hospitals.
And I'm supposed to sit in a meeting with you?
Listen, I'm an extremist. I get it. I want Ukraine to send drones into Moscow and bomb Moscow. I want them to go after Russian civilians, just like Russia's doing to them. All's fair in love and war.
If they do that, then where does that bring us? It brings us to a more dangerous part of the war. Because the Russian civilians...
I am in no position to negotiate away Ukraine's sovereignty.
Okay, but the Russian civilians are innocent. They haven't done anything here. They're just living under Vladimir Putin.
So were Iraqi and Afghani citizens. We didn't care about them.
Well...
how about this? So were a lot of Germans in World War II. We didn't care about them. Sorry.
Well, I think
war is hell.
It is, but I think we care about the citizens, and we try not to involve them.
Russia doesn't care about that.
Exactly.
Yeah. So if I fire, you know what Putin understands?
So is Ukraine better? So Ukraine is obviously they're not going in. They're not torching neighborhoods.
Unfortunately,
they're not doing it.
Yeah. They're trying to play by
the rules,
accepted rules. Russia's not playing by the rules.
No.
I think it's time to take the gloves off.
The problem with taking the gloves off is that Vladimir Putin has nuclear weapons and Ukraine does not. And
by the way, why Ukraine doesn't have nuclear weapons?
We told them.
We negotiated for Ukraine to give up its nuclear weapons in return for what? We would defend them.
Yeah.
We said, don't worry, you don't need nuclear weapons against Russia because we'll defend you if they ever attack.
Nuclear weapons avoid war.
Yeah.
People say, nuclear weapons are so bad. Nuclear weapons have stopped more wars than started.
Agreed.
And I don't know why they ever did that. Because if they had a nuclear weapon, this war would not have been happening.
No, Putin would never have invaded. Absolutely.
All right.
Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for us. And which one do you want to... You want
let's go a little light.
Okay.
It's Friday. We'll have a little bit of fun here.
So there's two types of travelers.
Yeah.
Which one are you? And is it putting your marriage or your entire relationship in jeopardy? We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. America Roofing. Did you guys get the monsoon yesterday? Bruce was telling me he got a lot of rain at his house. And I'll tell you what, we're going to get more rain. And I just want to know how your roof is. Because today, I promise you, and I know this, America Roofing, their phones are ringing off the hook. A lot of people with leaks. This is what happened when it rains in Arizona. You get this weather and the wind and the storms and the monsoon. And a lot of people just don't have America Roofing come out and just check the roof. They do that service for you for free when you mention Gatos. So maybe you've gotten through the first, month of the monsoon or month and a half of the monsoon. It doesn't mean that you're in the clear. Here's a great idea. Schedule America Roofing to come out to your house. All you have to do is call them, 602-960-ROOF. Tell them Gatos sent you. They'll come out and check your roof for free before it rains the next time, before maybe you get some damage the next time. You can check them out online, AmericaRoofingCo.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:15. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. President Trump and his Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin, have wrapped up their summit in Alaska, which focused largely on the war in Ukraine.
Just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant.
And that's all the detail we got from either leader, with Putin warning Europe not to torpedo the process. The two leaders say they're planning to meet again soon. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Well, let's get you rolling on home. It is Friday. Here's John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. We have a severe weather alert down near Gila Bend, and I just took a look at the I-8 right near Gila Bend, and yeah, you've got some rain showers developing. Heads up if you are coming into the valley and catching up with the I-10. Here in town, we were able to clear away that crash on the westbound 202 right at the 24th Street off-ramp. Thomas east of 75th Avenue, look for a collision there, as well as a crash 23rd Avenue and Bell Road, and a crash in the clearing stages 99th Avenue and Thomas. John Roller, KTAR News. Back to Outspoken with Bruce in Gatos.
And this portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker. Happy Friday to you guys, by the way. Thank you for spending a little bit of time with us. So, Gatos, it kind of struck me. There are two types of people in the world, okay? There are people that when they travel, they like to get to a place a little bit early. They like to plan ahead. They don't want to leave everything to the last minute, so to speak. And then there's those of you that like to, as I call it, run through airports.
Okay.
Okay?
Two type of people.
I have a rule. I don't run through airports.
Wow. If I can avoid it, I can avoid it. Unless
I always say there's always another flight.
If I'm going a connecting flight, you may have to run.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have a story of somebody that overheard. So they imagine they're sitting in one of these airline lounges.
Okay.
And there's a couple there, and they're arguing. And this guy is doing play-by-play.
This is fantastic.
Okay?
Yeah.
And I don't think they're making it up because it's too dang close.
It's
Ready?
very relatable, and this is most likely very real.
30 minutes before, they're having a conversation, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And he can tell that the husband wants to head towards the gate, and the wife is enjoying a beverage.
Okay, good.
And he's getting a little more antsy and agitated. So he finally stands up and says, I'm going to the gate.
I'm going to the gate.
Going to the gate.
He didn't say with or without you, did he?
She replied, we still have a half hour. Okay. He says, we don't even know where the gate is. She says, they're in numerical order. And my phone says it's a 5-minute walk. We'll find it. He says, I'm going and I'm boarding. And when the boarding starts, I'm going to get on the plane.
All right.
She says, fine, I'll be there in plenty of time. He says, I'm not asking him to hold the plane for you if you're not there.
Oh, for crying out loud.
She says, you're overreacting. We have plenty of time. I'll be on the plane. Inside the lounge, he says, you weren't last time.
Oh, it's getting personal.
Not the first time. Apparently, she's missed the flight before, waiting to the last minute. And he says, I'm going to go get on the plane.
I have a solution to this.
What is that?
I think you have to go along with whoever is the anxious flyer because it'll just save you time and heartache. So let's say that who's the anxious flyer here? It was the
husband.
The husband.
He's the one that wanted to get to the gate a little early.
Yes.
You know that, yeah.
So my wife likes to leave for the airport either early or when she gives me a time, that's it.
That's the time.
It's not a minute later.
She's worked out exactly how long it's going to take.
And she's right.
Her.
She gets it. It's right down to where we're going. She's a flight attendant.
Yeah.
She knows this stuff.
She knows the airport.
I know where to park. I know what time we'll be there.
Right.
I know where we got to go. And so, but when we do get there, she likes being in certain places. It makes her comfortable to leave at a particular time. It makes her comfortable to sit somewhere in the airport where she wants to sit at a particular time. So you know what I do to avoid all the stress? I just do it. I go along with whatever she wants to do.
Listen, as if I needed more reason to love Lynette.
Exactly.
She's fantastic.
But I'm
because
the one.
I'm the same way.
I'm the one that's fantastic.
No, I'm the same way as her.
You're missing it. I am the one who goes along with it.
Recognize me.
I go along with it because I know that it'll make her less anxious. And that's what I want to do. And I don't want to get into a fight. Because really, do I need to be at the airport as early as she wants to be? Not really. No, I don't. But I go along with it anyway. Why? Because I'm married. And that's what you do.
So I think I do what she does. So I'm flying tonight, for example.
Okay. Are you headed out to see Trump in Anchorage?
I'm going the other direction.
Okay.
I'm going to Springfield, Illinois. No, you can't come. I've worked it out. So this is how I work it out backwards. I'm flying a red-eye flight tonight.
Sorry.
It boards at 10:29 p.m.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
I want to be standing at the gate no later than 10 p.m.
Board at 10:29.
Correct.
You want to be at the gate looking at the line at 10 p.m.
That's my plan.
Okay.
I know if I go park in long-term parking and take the little choo-choo train over.
Yeah. SkyTrain.
15 minutes.
You already know that.
Okay.
You've back timed this
from the time I pull into the parking lot, 15 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. So now I'm starting to back time. I'm at 10:45.
Oh, jeez.
All right.
You're crazy.
Then I have a 36-minute drive to the airport. I've timed it. It's 36 minutes. Okay. So I back time that.
All right.
And then I give myself some wiggle room for a manure spreader jackknifed on the 60.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
The TSA goes on strike when I show up at the check-in line.
They
Whatever.
wouldn't go on strike. They just heckle you because you treat them poorly.
I need to have a schedule because I don't like to get to the airport and worry about if I'm going to make the flight. If I'm worried I'm going to make the flight, I just won't go. I'm like, nah, just fly another time. I do not want that kind of stress in my life.
I think that when people show up at the airport, a lot of times it is very stressful.
Yeah.
So if that is the case, I'm willing to do whatever my wife wants me to do. If it'll take some of the stress out, you know what? She's not going to like this, but I'm going to say.
No.
Do you know what she likes? You know what makes her happy?
What makes her happy?
Is if I pack 2 days beforehand.
That makes her happy.
Yes.
Now, here's what you need to do. You need to pack a suitcase 2 days ahead of time and not take that suitcase.
Oh, geez.
And then just pack like you normally would, like I do 5 minutes before I leave the house.
Well,
I just throw things in the bag and leave.
Well, why do you throw things in the bag and leave? You're so meticulous about how you get to the airport, but not when you pack?
Well, hold on. I have a travel bag.
Oh,
My travel bag has everything
packed.
except like undies, shorts, socks. That's it. Everything else is in there, ready to go.
Jeans.
All your other clothes and things?
Well, all I do is put clothes in. Well, it's easy for me to pick clothes. But I've got like my toiletries, it's already in a bag. My phone chargers, already in the bag. Everything I need to travel is in the bag.
I'm with you on that. I have started doing that.
Yeah.
That, to me, is the hardest part.
All I do is open up the drawers and go 2 pairs of socks, 2 pairs of undies, pants, shirt, go.
Should bring 3. You never know.
Well, luckily, I've also adopted the theory of that. No matter where I go, they probably sell undies. True. They probably sell undies almost anywhere.
There are two types of
travelers. And we found out that me and the Gatos bride are similar.
Yes, you are.
Okay. Check the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. She's a pride of Tennessee. And then coming up next, what's it like to be a DACA recipient, a dreamer in Arizona? We'll ask one.
Especially under the Trump administration.
Yeah, with the unclear rules. Is that a way to put it? It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey folks, this is Vince Marotta letting you know Earnhardt Cadillac is open during their remodeling, and to make amends for a little dust, they're rolling out truly incredible opportunities. Shop now through Labor Day for top offers on the full line of Cadillac models. And as Labor Day gets closer, remember that Cadillac is committed to American manufacturing and proud to assemble more models in the U.S. than any other luxury brand. Shopping now gets you outstanding low payments and low rates on the 2025 Cadillac XT5, 2025 XT6, the ever-popular Escalade, even the incredibly popular Lyriq, and all-electric SUV. Just hurry in because special offers are only good for a limited time. And get the experience you deserve because the Earnhardt No Bull way of doing business is something that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in the Valley since 1951. Hurry into Earnhardt Cadillac on Frank Lloyd Wright in North Scottsdale or buy online with No Bull Express at EarnhardtCadillac.com.
Cadillac models assembled with U.S. and globally sourced parts. Visit EarnhardtCadillac.com for details. Offers in 9/2/25.
Let's go! You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back screaming at you? Or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning, step by step? Let me guess, this is in the back of your mind. Maybe it'll disappear. I'll just tough it out. But nothing changes. It's time to call and schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics. There are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turned around their lives with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills. Bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Give QC Kinetics a call for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's another hot Arizona summer, so keep your home cool by blocking out the heat with my friends from Window World. If your windows or patio doors are hot to the touch and warming up your home, then it's time for new Solar Zone Sun Shield glass windows and doors from Window World. According to Window Nerds, these windows have a 0.14 solar heat gain coefficient, which means these windows keep the heat outside where it belongs. Plus, every Window World window is backed by a true lifetime warranty. And this summer, Window World will install 6 large premium sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, tax included, for one low upfront price of only $4,725. No gimmicks, no hassles, just the best value in replacement windows and doors, period. Call or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
Forks up for ASU night at Chase Field on September 2nd. This special event ticket pack includes a lower level ticket and a co-branded ASU cap. Visit dbacks.com/ASU.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KTAR News now.
We're coming up on 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Maricopa County is under a severe thunderstorm warning. Storms moving in from the southwest and from the northwest. We'll continue to keep an eye on the radar for you. President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin spoke after their meeting in Alaska, but they did not take any questions or share details about Ukraine's fate. Putin spoke through a translator.
Sooner or later, we had to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue.
Trump says some great progress was made with Putin and said he will speak with European leaders and Ukraine's Zelensky soon. Firefighters got a little bit of help from light rain as they worked to control the Washington fire in the Tonto National Forest near Payson. Fire officials say the light rain is slowing the rate of the spread, but the fire's still 0% contained. Crews are focusing on the perimeter of the fire. And as the drought continues in the Southwest, federal water managers again are cutting the amount of Colorado River water that flows to Arizona.
The state will see an 18% cut next year as the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation projects lower water levels
in Lake Powell and Lake Mead. Mexico and Nevada also face reductions. However, California keeps its full allocation. The states are working to reach an agreement next year on long-term rules that would govern Colorado water use in dry years. Chris Havlick, KTAR News.
All right, let's see how it looks as you're heading home. Here is John Roller live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, Becky Lynn. Well, here in town, not too bad. We were able to clear away that crash on the westbound Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway right at 24th Street. Where we're seeing some activity is south of the valley along I-8. We've got a severe weather storm moving through the valley. I just took a look at State Route 85 right at I-8. And, yeah, you are getting some heavy rain. So we'll keep an eye on the I-10 south of town as well as the I-8 coming into town. 16th Street south of Osborne, a crash at that Surface Street, 99th Avenue and Thomas, a crash there, and another crash on Thomas just east of 75th Avenue. John Roller, KTAR News.
Again, that severe thunderstorm watch is underway for Maricopa County. We will continue to watch things, as you just heard John talking about seeing the rain and storms south of us right now. Our chance of rain is about 30% tomorrow, 50% for tonight. Right now, we are looking at 100 degrees in Phoenix. Weather is brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
First in the big Alaskan summit between President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin. We'll ask political analyst Chuck Todd on the next Arizona's Morning News and ask whether anybody's ever physically seen Putin blink, because he's a little weird, right?
That he is. All right. Under the Trump administration, DACA recipients, the Dreamers, commonly referred to as, are being told to leave the country in some cases. More DACA recipients are not getting the legal protections they once had. And we wanted to know, what is it like to be a dreamer, a DACA recipient in Trump's America? Joining us right now is one of those DACA recipients, Rena Montoya. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. Can you tell me, I mean, I don't know if words can describe it entirely, but do you live in fear?
It's definitely, I would describe it as constantly living with a dark cloud above your head, that no matter what you do, no matter if you follow everything that the government said, if you work hard, if you're paying your taxes, going to school, graduating, being a good member of society, it's never good enough, and things are not within your control in order to have a faith in your future.
When did you come to the United States?
I came to the U.S. when I was 13 years old, when I was in the 8th grade.
Okay, and so were you with your parents and they brought you here to the U.S.?
My dad actually migrated first. We were fleeing violence. My dad was a victim of a crime. He was unfortunately kidnapped by Mexican police, and that's what pushed us to migrate. We actually migrated from Tijuana when I was born to Nogales, and then as soon as he was able to purchase a home, my mom, my little brother, and I reunited with him.
Okay, so like when you say you reunited, did you come in over the border? How did all that work?
Because I was born in the border town, I had a tourist visa, so I was able to come here with a tourist visa. At that time, I didn't know what was going on. I just remember that we were going to come and see my dad, and it happened very sudden.
Rena Montoya is joining us, a DACA recipient, a dreamer, if you will. It seems the rules have changed a bit under President Trump. And so we're talking to Rena about what is it like to live in America. You do have some protected status, but who knows under the Trump administration. So is your day-to-day life any different under Trump than it was under Biden?
I would definitely say yes. I mean, every time I'm waking up to watch the news, that's the first thing in the morning that I do. I have even amped up my therapy sessions because my anxiety has been over the roof, and even little things like the other time I was driving on the 202 and a huge truck threw a rock and then completely shattered my windshield. So immediately the first thing that I did was calling my insurance to making sure that I could take care of that immediately, because right now I feel that you don't know if a basic traffic violation can lead to a potential detention.
Are there times like because you're married, your husband's a DACA recipient too, right?
Correct.
Okay. Are there times where you're at home and you're like, yeah, let's go get something to eat, and you're like, maybe not?
I mean, definitely, it's been more on the edge. I feel that part of us, like, we are trying to do the best that we can. I mean, even on a stop sign, I count 5 Mississippis. But at the same time, like, we got to live our life. So it's this really complicated day to day that we're trying to be normal. I mean, we grew up here in Arizona. This is the place where we bought our home. We have our cars. We have two really cute puppies. And we're just trying to do the best that we can. But at the same time, there's always that anxiety that is continuous and it never stops.
We're talking to Reina Montoya, a DACA recipient living here in Arizona since she was 13 years old. And Reina, can you maybe help me understand a little bit about the DACA program? What sort of things do you have to go through? What sort of processes, meetings, etc., are required to remain in that program?
That's a great question. So when I first applied to the DACA program, I had to submit cases of paperwork every single time that since I was here. I even submitted my confirmation paperwork because I grew up Catholic and I also was a catechist. So I submitted every single paper that showcased that I've been living here in the United States. After I applied for the first time, I had to go to down to 16th Street and Buckeye at the USCIS office and get all my fingerprints. So it's called a biometrics appointment. They had to run my background check and all of that. And then after they went through the paperwork, I thankfully received DACA for the first time back in November of 2012. And ever since, I've been reapplying. In order to reapply, you have to pay a little bit over $500 every single time that you renew, and that doesn't count attorney's fees. So if you don't feel comfortable like renewing it on your own, you have to get an attorney, which is more expensive. And then every time that you do it, you want to, even though that your work permit is for 2 years, you want to ensure that you don't get caught up in bureaucracy. So you have to submit it at least like 150 days in advance to ensure that you don't lapse, because then you become undocumented again, even if the government is taking a little longer and you did everything right. So you have to do that, as I mentioned, I would say every year and a half, and then they run your biometrics again. So if at any point you commit a significant misdemeanor or a felony, you will lose your DACA status.
Wow. And Reina, are you working towards being a citizen? Is there a plan, a path? Is there time? What is the long-term hope?
I am so glad you asked that. Since I was 19 years old, I've been advocating through different administrations to get a permanent solution like the DREAM Act. Getting DACA was definitely a blessing, and I feel so grateful for this country to allow me to get a Social Security and to work and give back to Arizona that I love. But at the same time, it is not a permanent solution. Currently, many people think that we dreamers or DACA recipients don't get citizenship maybe because we don't want to, but that's a huge misconception. There's currently not a pathway for citizenship for DACA recipients. The only thing that is right now is that if you fall in love with a U.S. citizen, you might be able to adjust your status. But currently it's very complicated, and we haven't had any type of immigration reform since 1986. I wasn't even born at that time.
Yeah, DACA recipients are adults who were brought to the U.S. as children. We refer to them as dreamers, part of the DACA, your DACA recipient, the DACA, I don't know if it's an act, but so we're talking to Reina Montoya, who is a DACA recipient. What is it like to live under the Trump administration during this time? Because the administration has said DACA recipients are being told to leave the country. That is a fact. More DACA recipients are not getting the legal protections they once did. And so we're talking to to Reina about what is life. Okay, so Reina, quickly, just my take. I've said this for a long time. You're a dreamer, you're DACA, you were brought here by your parents, you're living here, you haven't committed any crimes. I want you to be a citizen. That's what I've always said.
I'm with you.
And I'm never going to stray from that. I didn't like what Joe Biden did. I thought he was awful on the border. 10 million people came in. I think the 10 million people should be deported. What do you think, and do you understand why Trump is doing this? Do you have Like, if you look at the past few years and how Biden let a lot of people in and how people are upset with that, and now you've got Donald Trump saying, well, now I'm going to do something about it. Do you understand why he's doing this? I'm interested in your answer.
I'm definitely disappointed that the Biden administration didn't handle immigration in the way that I would have liked to. But we have seen that we go back to Obama, we go back to Bush, and administration after administration hasn't really solved the problem. I think that DACA is a perfect example that shows when there is a pathway for people to do it the right way, when there's a line, people will go through the process if it's reasonable. So I think that that's what's really disheartening, because it's not a black or white solution. I mean, I love Arizona. I don't think if you talk to any immigrant, they would say that they want crime to go up. I think that that's a big misconception. I definitely feel for folks that want to know who's coming to the country. I think that that's a very reasonable thing to ask, because you want to know who's coming into your home and making sure that they're following your rules. I completely get that, and I empathize with that. At the same time, I think we need to make sure that we remember that we're dealing with human beings, and that it is not fair to punish everybody just for the very few.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Listen, we wish you the best of luck, Reina. Thank you so much. And thank you for helping us understand the program and what you and your husband and others are living through. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Yeah, that's Reina Montoya, a DACA recipient.
That was super interesting, Bruce.
Who is
really, really interesting.
You can understand the fear.
Yeah.
A cracked windshield, she worried, might lead to her being deported.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you, real quick, because I know we're going to break here, but, in the war room, we have every side on. We've got the MAGA side on. We got the liberal side on. We got independents. Something that Representative John Kavanaugh said in the war room, he has said, he's a Republican, he wants it to be uncomfortable. He wants it to be uncomfortable for people who are here illegally. But
that's a very broad statement.
Okay.
Because she's here illegally.
But she does have protections.
Right. But to some people, she's still here illegally.
I don't want her to be uncomfortable.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
But it's then the question is, where do you draw the line, right?
And I don't know why we haven't drawn the line. I can draw lines.
Yeah.
I've said it before. Maybe some of you agree. Some of you came in under Biden, you're out. For me, it's that.
I believe in following asylum laws.
If you snuck in, you're out. And then the asylum laws, my goodness, these people are going to have a court case at 20 years.
Absolutely. Change the asylum laws. I 100% agree in that, too.
Because there's a definite loophole. But if you were brought in by your parents and you were 13 and you had no say in it, you're a dreamer. You're a DACA recipient. And
ICE doesn't believe that, I think.
Well, ICE is being told what to believe.
Yeah. Yeah, because
it's a tough spot.
No, without a doubt. We appreciate Reina so much for that.
It's terrific.
Hey, coming up next, we're getting closer to foosball season.
Oh, yeah.
It's right around the corner, Gatos.
Oh, no.
Will male cheerleaders ruin the entire thing?
Ruin.
That, too. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Arizona summers are no joke, and if your AC isn't working right, that heat can be dangerous. That's why Parker & Sons, along with Goodman, is giving a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior in need. Know someone on a fixed income who could use it? Nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. Nominations close August 15th. Winner announced on National Senior Citizens Day. It's a great way to give back, and if your AC is struggling, call Parker today. 602-2-REPAIR.
And Team Bravo, backyard recon complete. And Command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Want to remind you why I love Bulldog security screens. Here's why they're my top choice in home security. Bulldog security screens are custom made to fit your home. Not only do they help block out the sun, they keep out the heat, they also are tough as nails. Trust me, I personally went to their factory right here in Arizona. I tried to break through all of their security screens, and I couldn't. The screens are the real deal. Handmade with military-grade steel, keeping intruders outside and withstanding Phoenix's harshest weather. Plus, they look amazing. They fit your home's design without eyesore ugly bars or giant rolling shades on your windows. Take the vacation worry-free, knowing Bulldog security screens are guaranteed to keep your home safe. And isn't that what this is all about? Real home protection. Get all the details and schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So the kids' back-to-school lists were extra long.
Extra long sounds extra expensive.
Staples had everything at amazing prices.
Suspiciously amazing if you ask me.
Some items were just 25 cents. Plus, as an Easy Rewards member, I got 30% back in points on my kids' school supplies.
Jumpin' Jellyfish. Your back-to-school budget saved by Staples Easy Button. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. In 719. Exclusions apply. Single use per week up to $60 in points. See app for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 28 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 4:48. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The talks between the U.S. and Russia on the war in Ukraine have come to a close after 2.5 hours. Both President Trump and his Russian counterpart Putin, through a translator, say progress has been made on ending the war in Ukraine.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, our negotiations have been held in a constructive atmosphere of mutual respect.
Neither detailing what was agreed to, and President Trump says there's more work to be done. The two leaders say they expect to speak again soon. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now let's take a look at the road home this afternoon with John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Here in town, we've got blue skies, but we're keeping an eye on the I-8 down near Gila Bend and the I-10 from Tucson up to Phoenix, getting reports of high winds along the I-10 south of town here, and they've got heavy rain in the Gila Bend area. Taking a live look at the 85 right at the I-8, and we've got flooded roadways out there, so be very careful, especially if you come into town on the 238 through Maricopa. Working a crash westbound I-10 past 51st Avenue, and a crash involving a pedestrian Lake Pleasant Parkway just north of Deer Valley Road in Surprise. Traffic is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. Save $2,000 on refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision when you schedule your free consultation by the end of the month. K2 Vision RLE, no readers, glasses, or cataracts. John Roller, KTAR News.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's Insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
Got a question. Did you buy your home in the last, say, couple of years? Well, here's the deal. You could be throwing away thousands on a high interest rate. Whoa, who knows anybody who wants to do that? The Lund Mortgage Team, Arizona's trusted family-run lender, just launched a powerful new refinance program that can lower your rate and boost your savings. It's fast and it's local, and it's available for you right now. Don't wait. Lund Mortgage. That's LUNDmortgage.com, where Arizona saves.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta letting you know that Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking off Labor Day savings all month long. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before. Like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV, save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of low 2.9% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR financing on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. Need an SUV? Got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. Hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals can't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/2/25.
Your opportunity to support Phoenix Children's Hospital. It's Give-a-thon week next week. We'll pick it up on the Mike Broomhead Show Monday morning starting at 8:15.
All righty. Football season's right around the corner. Have you been watching Hard Knocks on HBO yet? You into that one yet?
Nah.
They're following the Buffalo Bills in the offseason.
Nah, they got to win in the playoffs before I start watching them.
Ouch. Wow, that's tough. But I know a lot of folks are getting pretty fired up.
Oh.
A lot of fantasy football drafts going on. Best of luck to you kids.
Cardinals will win their first 5 games, as I've said.
That's Nostradamus.
Nostradamus. Pronouncing it correctly. Thank you very much.
Got that.
Let's not butcher the name.
But before the season has even begun, before we have officially even gotten started, the perpetually outraged are outraged once again. Why? Because the Minnesota Vikings have 2 male cheerleaders.
Yeah, I saw it. They're ruining football.
Destroyed football.
I don't know if anyone's going to watch.
With 2 male cheerleaders.
You know, they're not the only team with male cheerleaders. I don't think the Cardinals have male cheerleaders.
I don't think so.
You know, like the Suns have male cheerleaders, I think.
Okay, every college has male cheerleaders.
Every college team
That's
has
college.
male cheerleaders.
It's the National Football
you got
League.
The boys that help throw the girls up in the air, right?
Do you think the Dallas Cowboys are going to have men on the world famous squad? I don't think so. It's just bringing down the game.
Well, again, when I talk about the perpetual outrage, of course, we're talking about people like failed actor Kevin Sorbo, who says, "I've been a Vikings fan all my life. I need a new team now."
Is that Hercules?
I don't know.
Is he part of ICE or is that Superman?
That's Superman.
Is that Dean
That's
Cain?
Superman. Yeah.
Fat Dean Cain. Okay. All right.
Unreal. I mean, of all the things to get worked up over.
Guys have been cheerleaders for...
Not in the NFL.
No,
and by the way,
but in general...
Would you guys go ahead and keep boycotting the NFL? Because I got to tell you, it's a little crowded. I go to games, there's a few too many people. I need more of you guys to leave. I want to bring ticket prices down, okay?
But why all of a sudden are there men on the cheerleading squad? What's the answer?
Because they wanted to?
No, this has not been something that has happened over many years. I go to the Cardinals games. I've never seen an Arizona Cardinals male cheerleader. So why start now? Why
can't men do the jobs that women are doing? Why are you trying to lock us out?
They're taking their jobs now.
Taking the jobs.
They're taking the jobs of cheerleaders. Goodness gracious.
I'm perpetually outraged.
What has this world come to?
I can't watch football anymore because there might be a guy on the sideline.
You know, it's probably the people who don't like to see Taylor Swift like once or twice. The old, bald, white guy that's like 60.
Let's find something to be outraged about.
No,
worth
this is
being
as good as
outraged
any.
about.
Come on. Hey, we've got a quick check of the headlines. Speaking of Becky Lynn over there. And you're wearing golden handcuffs, and you probably don't even know why. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, the Arizona Painting Company. They are at my house painting the interior, and I am telling you, it is looking good. It is looking fantastic. Hey, I want to get you 20% off in August. The Arizona Painting Company can paint the outside of your home, 20% off. They can paint the inside of your home, 20% off. This is the best deal that they're going to give you and the biggest discount, for the rest of the year. This is it. This is the big discount. So we're in, mid-August, right? Yeah, mid-August. I think it's the 15th. Take advantage of this. This is real savings. And, if you've been thinking about getting your home painted, go with a team at the Arizona Painting Company who's been doing it for well over 20 years. They've got a foreman on site making sure everything is going just perfectly. You can walk the property after they're done, take a look. When they painted the outside of my house last year, I couldn't find anything bad. I couldn't find anything wrong. I had the blue tape. I was ready to go. 20% off. The Arizona Painting Company. I'll send you the discount right now. Text the word paint to 620-620.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So the kids' back-to-school lists were extra long.
Extra long sounds extra expensive.
Staples had everything at amazing prices.
Suspiciously amazing if you ask me.
Some items were just 25 cents. Plus, as an Easy Rewards member, I got 30% back in points on my kids' school supplies.
Jumpin' Jellyfish. Your back-to-school budget saved by Staples Easy Button. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. In 719. Exclusions apply. Single use per week up to $60 in points. See app for details.
Kohl's back-to-school sale is here with deals on looks your kids will love all year. Because even though they're sad summer is ending, let's be real, some of us are ready. It's time to trade the all-day PJs and always damp swimsuits for styles that'll keep up and hold up, so your kids will be ready too. Shop Kohl's back-to-school sale and bring on the new year. Select styles, prices good through August 17th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time. Because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Hugs from patients, like Patrick. It's something QC Kinetics medical professionals experience every day.
I hugged them. You should hug somebody who does that for you. They gave me my life back, and I really didn't know where I was going to go because I was definitely afraid of having a knee replacement done.
No surgery, no downtime with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. They give patients relief from joint pain using their own healing properties to repair and restore damaged tissue. And the results? Well, that's why we see a lot of hugs at QC Kinetics.
Everything is back that I thought I was never going to be able to do again. I'm still smiling, and sometimes it gets emotional. I get a tear in my eye because of how I was before I went in there.
Those smiles and hugs never get old at QC Kinetics. It means patients are finally getting relief. And now, it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate for these amazing treatments.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It is 5 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. We got a nice break to a dry monsoon last night. There's a 20 to 40% chance of more rain in the valley tonight. But National Weather Service meteorologist Ted Whittock says the rain likely is not going to last into next week.
Hoping for this sort of pattern in the future to continue, but it looks like we're going to dry out this weekend. So last best chances for any monsoon activity are going to be tonight and then drying up this weekend.
And he says the North and East Valley got the most of last night's downpour. Now, south of us around the Gila Bend area, they're getting some rain and some wind, and we're going to be continuing to watch that as it moves more in our direction. The summit is over, and both President Trump and his Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin, say they made progress on ending the war in Ukraine.
We'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening.
Neither leader shared any details of what may have been agreed to. President Trump says some sticking points remain, but adds he will be speaking to European leaders as well as Ukraine's President Zelensky.
Eyes on Education.
The number of school resource officers on Arizona campuses has more than doubled since Superintendent of Public Instruction Tom Horn took office. The state schools chief tells the AZ Political podcast with Jim Sharp he pushed to expand the program.
I've put a big emphasis on school safety. I've increased the number of police at our schools from 190 to 565.
One of the new SROs took down a gunman at a Tucson charter school, preventing a tragedy. You can check out the AZ Political podcast with Jim Sharp at KTAR.com. The city manager of Phoenix has announced his plan to retire. The first African-American city manager in Phoenix's history, Jeff Barton, has served in that role for the last 4 years and has spent more than 25 years with the city of Phoenix. He plans to officially leave his post November 14th. Gas prices in Arizona are at a 4-year low, according to AAA Arizona. For Maricopa County spokesperson Julian Paradis says.
So the average across Maricopa County is $3.37 a gallon. Unfortunately, Maricopa County does have the most expensive gas across the state, but it's still cheaper compared to the last few years.
Statewide cost for a gallon of gas is about $3.23, over the national average of $3.15. Paradis adds prices may rise as Labor Day gets closer. A federal judge has denied a request by conservation groups to delay the transfer of land in eastern Arizona for a copper mining project. The conservation groups say they'll appeal the ruling. The land known as Oak Flat is considered sacred by Native American groups. Resolution Copper says mining at Oak Flats will benefit the economy. Let's take a look at the roads. Here's John Roller live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, Becky Lynn, here in town, we are still working that crash westbound I-10 just past 51st Avenue. Cave Creek and Tatum Boulevard, new crash coming in there, and still working that crash involving a pedestrian in Peoria this afternoon. Lake Pleasant Parkway, just north of Deer Valley Road. Now, you just reported on the weather that is happening south of town. We are keeping an eye on the storms moving through Gila Bend, still looking at that camera at State Route 85 and the I-8, and that storm has moved through, but you've got some wet roadways and some blowing dust near the Coolidge area along I-10, so heads up for that as well. Traffic is brought to you by the Beatitudes campus. Our summer of super savings is on right now. Your parents can save big and enjoy a senior community like no other. Schedule your tour at beatitudescampus.org. John Roller, KTAR News.
That chance of rain through the evening, 50%, with a low overnight of 89 degrees. Tomorrow, 30% chance of rain. Our high about 102, and 102 again for the high on Sunday. In Surprise, it is 100 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Isn't it great that I'm always right?
Speaking up for Arizona.
I do not share that opinion.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Second hour of the show.
A lot of people tell you hour number 2. This is the best of the hours.
We'll talk a little Trump, Pooty Poot, and the big summit.
Pooty Poot.
That's what Bush used to call him, right?
Pooty Poot?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Did he?
Oh, yeah.
I did not know
Right. In Alaska, we'll see how the war in Ukraine is. And
Got it.
That's coming up.
We've been talking about Rebecca Baptiste. Rebecca was the 10-year-old little girl who was tortured and killed by her father and his girlfriend, who are both in jail, charged with her murder. And this is also the little girl that Arizona's DCS, the Department of Child Safety, had been called on with concerns for her well-being and safety, best we can tell, roughly 20 times.
Yeah, I mean, different people.
Different people, but about 20 times over the course of 7 years. There had been concerns over how this child was being treated. And we've got even more information, and none of it makes the story any better, Gatos. None of it.
No. I mean, they had something for her at the school.
Yeah, they like a memorial for her.
And, listening to some of the teachers, we're going to play the audio here in a second, but listening to it, it's very tough. When I listened to it, I learned a few things about little Rebecca. Her favorite color was magenta.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that a teacher saw her in school one day and she didn't have her hair brushed?
Okay.
That's because her parents were the most lousy human beings on the planet.
There is that.
Okay. So the teacher brushed her hair every day. That's how it started.
And
every day.
And Rebecca would come in and she would do that. She put a little clip in her hair sometimes and would brush her hair because of
mom and dad.
What apparently all the teachers knew she was enduring at home.
Right. One teacher described her as a brilliant little girl. The school planted a tree in her honor to symbolize the life that she had ahead of her. And this shouldn't have happened. And I'm just going to blame DCS. You're 100%. You got blood on your hands. I don't say that lightly. I think that you guys are terrible at your job. I'm sorry. You've let 3 kids get killed this year. We talked about, are you answering your phones? How many calls do you need to get? How many calls do you need to get off your rear end and go and check something out? You're not doing your job. And this girl is dead. And by the way, during her life, tortured for years.
Yeah.
And you didn't do a damn thing about it. So am I ticked? Yeah. I think we all are.
One of her teachers, I wanted to get to this because I thought this was
I got some audio here if you want to hear some of the teachers.
Okay, please, go ahead.
So some of the teachers spoke at this yesterday.
Yeah, her 3rd and 4th grade teachers, yeah.
I was lucky because I got to show you love when the people you wanted to most refused.
I believe that's the teacher
that's
that
Miss Swally.
would I hope I'm right on that, would brush her hair every day. Let me show you some kindness. Let me show you, because you're not getting it where you need it.
That's Miss Swally. Yes.
Grateful we were able to spend the last year of your life together. Little did I know you were in my room to teach me more than I could ever teach you. How lucky was I?
And one more.
To not have her, I saw her on my roster. I mean, it's been horrific.
It's horrific.
I mean, we've been doing Pay Tribute to a Teacher now for, you've been doing it for years, and we meet these teachers. These kids are important to them, especially at those younger ages. This is not just a job, it's a calling. And these teachers have really solid, strong bonds. And we know that this school called DCS at least 12 times.
Right.
Because teachers, administrators, and the school resource officer all saw things and were concerned about her well-being.
So let's get you some details about what you just said, the 12 calls. Over the past year, the Empowerment College Prep staff made 12 reports of suspected abuse and neglect to the Department of Child Safety.
Okay.
The Department of Child Safety told the school that her case was assigned to an investigator, and they told them that on at least 4 separate occasions.
And the follow-up to that is the school says, we never saw, and nobody ever came.
No.
Nobody ever came to check on her here.
Right.
We never saw anybody.
And so my question is this, was there really an investigator? I don't know.
What does being assigned to investigator mean if nobody's going to investigate?
Or there was an investigator, and you just suck at your job, and you can't figure out that a black eye or, scars and
malnutrition.
You have no idea.
Yeah.
So I think that's part of it. The teachers, the administrators, they all saw that she wasn't eating.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
They all saw this. And that's what let me make sure I get this right.
No, go ahead.
The Empower College Prep Executive Director, Brian Holman.
And that's here in the Valley, yes.
Yeah. He said each of the 12 reports that the school called to DCS included clear signs of abuse, clear signs of neglect, and ongoing harm. He said there were visible physical markings. He said there was consistent reports given to DCS of food deprivation. He said there was evidence of unreasonable punishment. He says there were repeated indicators of physical abuse. He says there was repeated indicators of emotional neglect. How much more information do you guys need over at DCS? And yesterday we talked about, they have a 2-page questionnaire. Your questionnaire is garbage.
Yeah, when you call up, they apparently go run through some questionnaire to see if it meets their standard to do something.
Yeah, and the more...
But it sounds like they're shining them on. Oh, it's been assigned to an investigator. You don't need to worry about it.
The more time that DCS doesn't come on and talk and doesn't give their side of the story and runs away like a scalded dog, the more you stay in the shadows, the more you try and run away from this, the more I think you don't give a damn. And if that's the case, you shouldn't be in this business. You got a tough job. You got to save kids. That's hard. That's hard. But being quiet isn't helping your situation. It's hurting it.
Well, DCS had a chance to save this girl's life on at least a dozen occasions. At least a dozen.
You've got to add the 5 calls from the Phoenix Police Department.
Phoenix Police went to the home.
Right.
And after seeing and seeing the living conditions, seeing the children.
Yeah, there's no water
reported
at one point.
To DCS.
There's no electricity at one point. They put her in a... I'll give you some more details that we didn't have yesterday. So her so-called parents, goodness gracious, dad and girlfriend. You know the girlfriend who was trying not to revive her in the car.
That was just...
Because that was a 911 call.
That's tough.
Yeah, she sounded like she couldn't have given a crap. Her so-called parents lost custody of her several years ago due to drug abuse. So dad and girlfriend, druggies. And of course, and I've said this for years, I know a lot of people disagree with me, they get second, third, fifth, 8 chances. And I'm just like, no. How many chances? Well, we've got to get the parents. But why? Why? She's dead. They tortured her for years because you let him back in. So Richard Baptiste later regained custody of the little girl.
Which is crazy.
And they're like, you know what? While we're at it, let's put the 2 younger brothers with them.
Right. Because honestly.
Really?
Why would we think that the little boys haven't been going through something very similar as well? I think we're just lucky they're alive. It's certainly not because DCS stepped in to this household where abuse was going on. I don't think she was the only object of the abuse. There's no way.
No. I mean, everybody tried to help, except the one place who's supposed to help.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't talk about it anymore.
No,
I just can't do it.
Everybody,
it's disgusting. I'm so furious. I'm so furious that, this isn't the only kid, by the way. We had other kids that were tortured and murdered, and it's this year.
Yeah.
This isn't just one. We've got 3.
That were in DCS's orbit, that were under their care in some way, shape, or form. There is a fundamental problem with this organization.
But don't forget, let's give DCS a little credit. They did put out a press release, and they spelled Rebecca's name wrong. Nice job.
Yeah.
That shows how much you care. You can't even spell the kid's name right. You can't take 5 seconds to double check your work.
we've got to check out the headlines, Gatos. Becky Lynn is going to do that for us, okay? And then coming up next, is America's most popular sport lying right to your face? We'll talk about it next, Outspoken, on KTAR.
All right, let's chat Aria Dental Implant Center for a moment, if we may. So if you have broken teeth, if you have missing teeth, for several years, and you're not living the best life that you can, I will tell you that Aria Dental Implant Center is the place for you to go. They're different. They're better than the rest, and I'll tell you why. First of all, Aria is able to provide world-class care at reasonable prices. You get the best doctor in Dr. Joe, well over 20 years experience. He's the man that you want. Not only is he great, like the surgeon part of it, but even before you get there, right? He sits down with you, consultation, takes his time, answers every question you have, tells you what to expect, and then he gives you his cell phone, said, you call me if you need anything. At Aria, you're going to get brand new teeth, and it's really a brand new life. You're going to smile again. You're going to eat the foods that you've not eaten in so many years, and you're going to get the best price in town because Aria is local. ARIA, AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The U.S. and Russia summit has come to a close, but that 2.5-hour talk on the war in Ukraine at Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson in Alaska did not produce a peace deal of any kind. Here's ABC's chief global affairs correspondent, Martha Raddatz.
This meeting, there is so much at stake. The future of Ukraine, people on the ground, war, and the incredible toll that war has taken over these past 3 years. So the call to Zelensky, I don't think he is going to be pleased about that call, because just listening to Vladimir Putin say how the relationship has changed and that they're talking again is not necessarily going to please Zelensky.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's take a look at the roads tonight with John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. New crash, westbound Loop 101, the Alma Frio Freeway. This is right near 67th Avenue, blocking the right lanes. And we're clearing that crash westbound I-10 just past 51st Avenue as you head west. But south of town, that's where we've got some weather. We've got a dust storm warning near Eli along I-10. Watch for some blowing dust and lower visibility there. And some rain showers moving through the Gila Bend area. Heads up for some slowing along I-8 and the 238. If you're coming into Maricopa on the 238, we've got reports of some roadways flooded there. Cave Creek and Tatum, a crash there and a crash involving a pedestrian. Lake Pleasant Parkway just north of Deer Valley Road. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. If you're thinking about getting an annuity, go to AssetPreservationWealth.com, schedule an appointment, learn about the good and the bad about annuities to make sure they are right for you. John Roller, KTAR News. Back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right. Arizona politics, no spin, just straight talk. It's the Arizona Political Podcast. Our buddy Jim Sharp breaks down the headlines, interviews insiders, and keeps you informed on political breaking news. A new episode out now. You can watch it on the KTAR YouTube channel or listen wherever you get your podcasts at AZ Political Podcast.
Can I give Sharp a compliment?
Please.
Because you always say I don't compliment him.
You
very
don't.
much. It's a good podcast.
Yeah.
He does a very good job.
Yeah, he's a good interviewer.
He is very good.
Yeah.
So I would go and check it out. I endorse the podcast. I feel that it's something worth listening to. How's that?
That's as far as a ringing endorsement you're going to get.
Fantastic.
Jim should be happy with that.
Fantastic.
Okay?
All right, there you go. Write that one down, Jim. That's a good one for you.
It pays off for all the other besmirchments,
yeah,
right?
The snide comments from Gatos, yes.
Gatos is America's most popular sport, and obviously I'm talking about the WNBA.
Well, obviously.
Are they lying about Caitlin Clark's injury? Are they lying about the severity of her injury in order to keep selling tickets for people hoping she's coming back?
So I actually think this is a fascinating story.
Okay.
Because I know that the WNBA has been the butt of many jokes over 20-something years, and I think for the most part, most of the jokes are pretty funny and pretty true. It was a worthless league to watch. Sorry, but it wasn't competitive. It's boring. No really big name players. But then you get this one person who comes in and lights a fire. And, like, her games are literally must-see because the backstory, well, first of all, she's awesome. Second of all, people don't like her in that league. There's people that I think are racist towards her. There's people that are jealous of her. And then there are people that go out of their way to, on the court, mug her.
She does get knocked around.
She gets knocked around. So she's injured. She's got a groin issue. And so she's the only thing keeping this league afloat. And even I have watched the Caitlin Clark games and have been highly entertained.
Yeah.
And so I do think that she's hurt worse than we think. And this league knows we have got to figure out a way to at least tease people that she might play. By the way, the Caitlin Clarks were here playing the Mercury.
Yeah.
And she didn't play.
No, she's missed 19 games.
I had to sell my tickets. Boy, did I take it in the shorts.
And you got people now saying she's probably out for the season. They probably know she's out for the season.
I'd still play her. I'd park her at the three-point line and just let her shoot.
Apparently, she has a groin injury.
A groinal injury. I said that, yes.
Yeah.
Have you ever had a groinal injury?
I can't say that I have.
Is that so? Okay.
So I don't know the recovery, but a lot of people are saying that it's worse than they're giving it, and that they're just stringing fans along because they know without Caitlin Clark, they got to go back to what they were, and they don't want to go back to what they were.
I'll give you it's not a great example, but
give me one anyway.
Anyway, you know what? It's Friday. I got an hour and a half. I already forgot what I was going to say. Oh, here it is. Let's say that the Suns, like Devin Booker was hurt.
Okay.
Devin Booker has always been the draw for the Suns, but before there were actually decent players on the team. Not Durant. Don't like him.
Don't like him.
But let's say that this upcoming season, I mean, clearly he's the guy.
He's the star.
I don't know if many of you even know the other four.
I have no idea.
Okay. If he was hurt, banged up, and they had, let's just say they had an eight-game home stand. You going to say anything? Because I'll tell you right now, if Devin Booker isn't playing, I ain't going to any of those games. I'm not going.
You know what it reminds me of? And people that are probably smarter and pay closer attention to golf will remember this. I seem to remember that the PGA did something similar around Tiger Woods. Because Tiger has dealt with injury for quite some time. But if Tiger wasn't playing, nobody cared about golf. Yeah. Nobody watched it on TV. Right. They didn't want to go see. They wanted Tiger. They couldn't name another golfer. They didn't know what a birdie was. They didn't care. No. They cared about Tiger. And they kept teasing, Tiger's going to be back. And then he pull out in the last second. My back's, I think they were just stringing people along.
It is amazing that, as I said, with all the jokes about the WNBA and the league and all that kind of stuff, over time, over history, there's only a few players, and it doesn't matter what sport it's in, that literally carries the whole league.
Yeah.
And she's one of them.
She certainly is.
And if she is out for the season, their ratings will, and it's been proven.
Well, it's already.
They will plummet.
Yeah, and if they tell everybody, she's not coming back this season.
Then ticket sales go down.
Just pack it in.
Yeah. Just remember, they've moved games to big, they
went from
to bigger arenas.
Right. When she comes to town.
Right.
Yeah.
That's how good she is. That's how must-see she is.
Pretty crazy.
I hope that she's okay, because I got to tell you, she's my favorite athlete.
We're aware of this.
Fantastic. Caitlin Clark, number 22 for the Caitlin Clarkers.
Got it. The Caitlin Clarks. The Indiana Caitlin Clarks. Yeah.
Coming up next. Let's see. Trump and Putin. Pooty. Let's see. They had the big summit. Did they agree for anything to stop the war? Got 100,000 Russians that have been killed, and an unspeakable amount of Ukrainians,
God only knows,
innocents, who's been killed. Is this war any closer to being stopped? How about a ceasefire? Did they figure that out today? We're going to talk about it coming up next.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
People ask, how does a life changer loan work? I hear you talking about all the money people can save, and it's not like a traditional 30-year mortgage, but give me real-world examples. All right, I got one for you. From a listener. Got a young woman in her early 40s. You like that? She likes it when I say that. Former nurse, and now she's a recruiter. Now, she's a single mom, has a teenage boy. They've been renting for a few years now after selling their house and hoping that housing prices have come down, which we know they haven't. She really was dreading the thought of signing on for another 30 years of mortgage debt at today's interest rates. Well, guess what? She took a look at a life changer loan, heard us talking about it, and the results are in. As compared to a 30-year mortgage, this mom with a life changer loan is going to pay off her home in less than 8 years, 7.8 years, 7 years, 8 months, and save herself $376,000 in interest. That is truly life-changing, not just for her, but for her son. You can find out how a life changer loan works for you. You can find out how much you can save. You can find out how easy it is to pay off your house and have access to your equity at all times. It starts by going to lifechangerloan.com. Lifechangerloan.com. Remember, it's not magic. It's just math.
Take advantage of thousands of dollars in SRP rebates and discounts on energy-efficient home upgrades like new air conditioning units, windows, ducts, and insulation. Save money on your energy bill while also making your home more comfortable. SRP's network of participating contractors can guide you from start to finish and maximize your savings by combining Inflation Reduction Act incentives with SRP rebates. Learn more at savewithsrp.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit yrefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Hey, it's Vince Murata with some amazing news just in time for Labor Day. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling some awesome specials all month long. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they will treat you like family. So now's your chance to save on a big selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for a sedan or SUV? We've got them. 2025 K4s, 2025 Tellurides, even the 2025 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options. We've got those too. Plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. You can even complete your entire buying process remotely with No Bull Express at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com. So discover what drives you at Earnhardt Peoria Kia, 91st Avenue just north of Bell Road, or online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today. Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Seeing top-notch quality vitamins and supplements at always affordable prices? Look no further than Natural Grocers brand supplements. Amidst the online haze of quality, they shine through with potent ingredients and the best manufacturing standards. Their name stands for trust, proven through time and generations. So enjoy your food and supplement the rest with Natural Grocers brand and supplements. Visit naturalgrocers.com to find a store near you.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Let's go.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
KTAR News now.
It is 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. President Trump and his Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin, have wrapped up their summit in Alaska, which focused largely on the war in Ukraine.
Just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant.
And that's all the detail we got from either leader, with Putin warning Europe not to torpedo the process. The two leaders say they're planning to meet again soon. It was a stormy night, and there's a good chance we'll get more rain here in the valley tonight. National Weather Service meteorologist Ted Whittock says there's about a 20 to 40% chance of the storms returning. But he says by next week, dry conditions will be back. So tonight's rain could be the last chance for us to get a big downpour for the monsoon season.
Eyes on education.
More armed police officers on school campuses saved lives, at least according to the superintendent of public instruction.
State Schools Chief Tom Horn tells the AZ Political Podcast with Jim Sharp if he hadn't pushed for an expansion of school resource officers, there would have been a tragedy at a Tucson charter school.
A maniac went into the school. The police officer was experienced and brave, and he saw a gate open. He went investigating. He found a guy with a gun and a knife who said he was in a room with 20 kids and some adults. He was going to kill the kids to make them famous.
Horn explains his efforts to expand the program more than doubled the number of SROs. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Tristan Rogers, who played character Robert Scorpio on ABC's General Hospital, died today, less than a month after he made a special appearance on the soap opera. He was 79 years old. The show's executive producer, Frank Valentini, said in a statement that the entire General Hospital family is heartbroken to hear of his passing. And he said, Tristan has captivated our fans for 45 years, and Port Charles will not be the same without him or Robert Scorpio. Checking on traffic now. Let's go to John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right. Thank you very much, Becky Lynn. We have cleared away that crash in the Northwest Valley. This was causing slowing heading westbound on the Loop 101 Iowa Freeway. Had a crash right near 67th Avenue. You've got some leftover slowing as you come off the North Stack from the southbound I-17. We've been watching this severe weather south of town along I-8 and State Route 85, and we are now getting word from ADOT that I-8 is closed in Gila Bend. Heavy rains and blowing dust in that area. Also a dust warning right near Eloy, Arizona, along the I-10 there. So storms moving through the valley. You will have lower visibility and some flooded roadways. Heads up for a crash there. Bell Road and Reams Road, a crash in Surprise, and a crash at Cave Creek and Tatum Boulevard. John Roller, KTAR News.
We've got some rain moving in from the south. Overnight low 89. Tomorrow 102 for a high and about the same on Sunday. Right now in Paradise Valley is 100 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. Who blinks first in the big Alaskan summit between President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin? We'll ask political analyst Chuck Todd on the next Arizona's Morning News and ask whether anybody's ever physically seen Putin blink. He's a little weird, right?
He didn't blink today. The summit in Anchorage, Alaska is over. Both President Trump and Vlad the Impaler have boarded their respective jets and are heading back to their capitals.
Yeah. I mean, listen, it's always interesting to watch world leaders, stop, shake hands. You wonder what they're thinking. Do they really like each other? It was really interesting when Trump did that with Kim Jong-un. I mean, never happened before. So today
he does have a thing for dictators.
Well, they wrote letters to each other.
Love letters.
And that's Trump's words, by the way. That's not just Bruce's words. That's Trump's words. So you've got this summit. It's about the war in Ukraine, and we're missing a party here. Like, where's Zelensky? Oh, that's right. He's not allowed to go.
Apparently, Trump called him.
That's not good enough.
Well, I'm giving you the thing after the meeting.
Okay.
Called him.
Okay. Well, let me backtrack for a second.
Sorry.
Maybe I'm wrong here. Let me think this through.
All right.
You probably can't have Vladimir Putin and Zelensky in the same room.
Well, how are you going to have a peace deal?
Well, I mean, that's what it. I mean, that's what it is. You're supposed to do that, right?
Right, because you can't have Trump negotiate Ukraine's sovereignty
for you. Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were invaded. If you're Ukraine, we're invaded, and I'm not at the table.
Right.
So I don't really know what you can get done today.
What are you negotiating?
I don't know. How do you negotiate without the president of the country? Yeah, that was invaded. I don't know.
Apparently, not much was agreed to. There is no ceasefire.
No. But did you expect something to be done?
No. I most certainly didn't, because I don't think Putin has any desire to stop.
So I looked this up. Do you know how many Russian troops have been killed? And by the way, good. Okay?
Yeah.
You want to invade a country?
Hey.
You're going down.
Tough. Yeah.
100,000.
I watch those videos all the time. I like watching drones blow them up.
Oh, gosh. 100,000 Russian soldiers have been killed.
Not enough.
Okay.
Keep going.
So I tried to look up how many Ukrainian citizens have been killed, and I could not find the number.
There's a hard way to find
It's brutal,
but it's
I'm
a lot
sure.
of civilians.
Yes.
Russia's targeting civilians.
Correct.
Hospitals, apartment buildings, schools.
Yes. Kyiv.
Ukraine is targeting Russian military units.
Yeah. So I don't know what you can get done. Here's a little bit from the president. He was up at the podium along with Putin.
Just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to.
Okay, so let me just ask, because I don't. If Biden was saying that, I would say I don't necessarily buy it. Trump's saying it, I don't necessarily buy it.
Which part don't you buy?
Did they really get anything done? Did they really have a good meeting? Because if you didn't, why don't you come out and say, I don't know that they did or didn't. Why don't you come out and say, listen, we got nothing done. He doesn't want to talk. He doesn't want to negotiate.
Well, I think what we've understood from inside Russia is that Putin thinks he's in the position of strength. He's not going to give anything up he doesn't want to give up, but he's willing to go through and play the little game. He's not going to give up land that he's taken from Ukraine, and that is a deal breaker for Ukraine.
Is it?
Yeah. They've said it is.
Will it be, though? See, because there has to be an off-ramp. And
for who?
For both. No, I'll repeat it. For Putin.
Yeah, Ukraine's off-ramp is a fight to defend our country. That's our off-ramp.
Right, there has to be an off-ramp for Putin.
Yeah.
Because he's not going to leave until he knows that he had some success here.
Now, you say that, but he got run out of Afghanistan when it just became too hard.
It was 20 years.
It became too hard. You know how it became too hard? Because we gave the Taliban surface-to-air missiles and started shooting all their helicopters down.
But bin Laden was on our side then.
That's bad. I'm just telling you.
Crazy.
I'm just telling you. That's real history. Go watch Charlie Wilson's War sometime if you want to know how we helped Afghanistan
I get
throw the Ruskies out.
Right.
We could do the same thing in Ukraine.
And I think what we've learned from history, it's very tough to go into another country and take it.
People will fight for their country.
They'll fight for their lives.
A heck of a lot harder than the people invading will.
Just remember, when we went into Afghanistan, I never thought we'd stay 20 years.
Oh God, no.
I never thought that.
No, and by the way, that was a horrible idea.
Well, I think we had to go in, but that's a whole nother issue. But we went into Iraq. Yep, we stayed there for a few years. Maybe Iraq is better off now. I don't know. But with Ukraine, it's like their people they're civilians that are fighting. They've taken up arms. They're the ones.
They're defending their homeland.
Yes, they're defending their literal house.
Cities.
Correct.
Yeah.
And it's tough to win that way.
It is, because they're willing to fight to the death.
Yeah, it's tough for Russia to win that way.
Because they have, what is their option?
Yeah.
Right? If somebody invaded Arizona, invaded the United States, we would fight them.
You're darn right.
And we wouldn't go, all right, well, we'll give you, what if we just give you part of New Mexico and Texas?
More Trump here.
We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So.
Well, he could have stopped it at any time by not invading his neighbors.
Doesn't Trump kind of have to say that there? Because Putin doesn't care who dies. Russia, it doesn't matter.
No.
Again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon.
Well, we'll see what happens.
And the follow-up to that was Putin said, maybe you come to Moscow.
I don't see that happening to you. That's dangerous, man.
Trump would do that.
Yeah. He went to North Korea. That took some guts right there. Yeah, I'm sure he'd go to Russia, but I don't know what happened today.
He won't go to Ukraine.
I don't
He'll
know
go to Russia.
Has he not been to Is he not been to Ukraine?
No.
Okay. But he's met with Zelensky, and we know about the meeting, and boy, did that go bad. But,
he didn't talk to Putin that way, did he?
Well, he's not going to put Putin in front of a camera and try and embarrass him. No.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. I don't know. We're going to see what happens. Coming up next, we've got a lot to get to. The hardest to pronounce names in every state. Wait until you hear the Arizona one.
Yeah.
Stick around.
Hey, real quick, Trajan Wealth is there, especially if you're one of those people that is a little bit concerned, worried, or terrified of the idea of retirement. I mean, do you have enough money to retire? When should you retire? What if you run out of money? Oh, my God. It can be terrifying. There's no doubt about it. But the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth will sit down with you and in plain English, not all that jargon and financial talk, walk you through a plan that is customized for you, that meets your needs, that meets your expectations, your timeline, your horizon. It's what they do. The fiduciary advisors will put your goals first. I trust them at Trajan Wealth, and quite honestly, I think you can as well. It starts with a complimentary phone call. There's no obligation. Talk to them. Feel it out. Make sure you're getting the right vibe, all right? Ring them at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300. And online, you'll find them at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know what? We get it. In today's real estate market, it really feels impossible to know when to finally get off the fence. And the pressure of making the right decision at the wrong time could cost you some real money. Well, here's the deal. Lund Mortgage makes it very easy with their free mortgage rate tracking tool that tracks real interest rates to fit your specific situation. Then when the right rate hits, you're going to get the heads up so you can move forward with confidence. You owe it to yourself to visit lundmortgage.com today.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Gambo, and as many of you know, about 15 years ago, I had LASIK surgery done by Dr. Jay Schwartz, and I swear to this day, one of the best things that I've ever done for myself. Dr. Schwartz is the most experienced eye surgeon in the Valley, performing over 60,000 LASIK procedures. He has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa, and he's a team eye doctor for your Arizona Diamondbacks and Phoenix Suns. If you want a free LASIK evaluation, call 480-483-EYES or go online at teameye.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:45. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. President Trump wrapped up his summit with Russian President Putin, calling the meeting productive, but not announcing a ceasefire or any details on agreement toward an end to the war in Ukraine. ABC contributor and retired Colonel Steve Ganyard explains Putin will need an incentive to go on negotiating.
The Trump team would have walked away if they did not believe that there was a pathway to getting Putin, Zelensky, and Trump sitting down together and beginning to negotiate a true end, a true ceasefire. But that's going to take a lot of hard-nosed horse trading. It's not going to happen overnight, and Putin has to be able to go back to the Russian people and say, this is what I got for the negotiation. This is what we got for the cost of 200,000 lives of our countrymen.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Well, thanks to the rain south of us, we've got a freeway closure. And to tell us more about it, it's John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yeah, to all our listeners down in the Gila Bend area, you got pounded. And right now, the I-8 right at the State Route 85 is closed in both directions. No estimated time of reopening, and that's all due to flooded roadways. And if you are coming out of Maricopa on the 238, there are a number of areas where there are flooded roadways. So try to avoid that area and maybe hold off for a little bit. We also have reports of blowing dust on the I-10 south of town near Eloy. Heads up for some lower visibility there as well. Surprise, working a crash at Bell Roads and Ream Roads. Also a crash at Cave Creek and Tatum Boulevard. Traffic is brought to you by the Arizona Painting Company. The Arizona Painting Company, it is the #1 painting company in Arizona. They do it all, residential and commercial, inside and out. John Roller, KTAR News.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Arizona summers are no joke, and if your AC isn't working right, that heat can be dangerous. That's why Parker & Sons, along with Goodman, is giving a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior in need. Know someone on a fixed income who could use it? Nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. Nominations close August 15th. Winner announced on National Senior Citizens Day. It's a great way to give back, and if your AC is struggling, call Parker today. 602-2-REPAIR.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Your opportunity to support Phoenix Children's Hospital. It's Give-a-thon week next week. We'll pick it up on the Mike Broomhead Show Monday morning starting at 8:15.
Oh, Phoenix Children's next week.
That's awesome.
Millions of dollars ready to be raised. And all of you, we're going to ask you to become a champion of hope once again. I think this is the 17th year we've done this. Wow. So Phoenix Children's next week.
I remember when it was at the old hospital across the street. Remember that? before they built the big new one.
Yeah, it's come a long way, and
say the least.
You and I went to see some kids a couple days ago.
Hey, shout out to Rose.
Rose is fantastic.
Yeah,
we love Rose.
Yeah, she's something else.
Oh my goodness!
All right,
we'll share some pictures.
Yeah, we got
on
pictures
next
and
week.
stories to talk about next week of some amazing kids that deserve our love and our help.
Yep,
might be a good way.
That's what we're going to do.
So, I thought this was interesting. We have some. We've talked before about names of towns and places that can be challenging to talk, to pronounce, especially for people that maybe move to Arizona.
Okay.
And they struggle with Piestewa, Peak, or they say things like...
See, is it Piestewa or Piestewa?
Oh, okay.
Because I thought it was Piestewa.
All right.
Becky Lynn, what do you have?
Pi or Piestewa?
I don't know. I often say... I'm trying to think. What do I say?
Piestewa.
I think I always say Piestewa.
Okay.
What's a city out in the West Valley? Tolleson?
Tolleson.
That one?
Right. I always thought it was Tolleson, but apparently people say it's Tolleson.
Yeah.
Well, some people, and then other people say, no, I live there and it's Tolleson. So I think it's like Casa Grande.
I was going to say, I can always tell somebody's not from here when they go, Casa Grande. And I'm like, you are not from around
I say
these places.
Casa Grande.
It's Casa Grande.
Okay.
But we actually had a list of the most mispronounced or hardest to pronounce cities in every state. You want to know Arizona's, right?
Yeah.
And I can understand this, especially if you do not understand any Spanish whatsoever, and you see the word Sonoita.
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 Right?
Yeah.
It's not hard.
Well, it's not hard for us. I think it's hard for some other folks.
How would they pronounce it?
Oh, dear God.
I could see somebody saying Sonoita.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
they would go crazy for it.
It's actually pretty nice, Becky Lynn.
I like the ring
I
you
like
put
it.
on
Say
it,
it with
right?
authority and like you know what you're doing. Who's going to question it?
But and on this list, so many of them are tribal land, Native American cities, or Spanish ones, and some of them just have crazy names. And then you get up into like the northern parts of this, and I don't even know where they got some of these names.
Can I take you to Colorado?
Okay.
I'm going to try and pronounce this.
All right,
you
I'm
see
ready.
what it is, right?
Spell it first.
It's two words.
Oh, okay.
Crested. Second word, Butte.
Crested Butte.
Crested Butte.
Crested butt.
They say crested. That's what
how
they
I
call
would say it.
Oh, really?
Well, I'd say it because it's funny. And I'm an 8-year-old sometimes, and I think it's funny. Do we know what it is exactly?
It's Crested Butte, I'm sure.
Pretty sure it's Butte.
Where do you live? I live at the Crested Butt. Am I the only one that thinks it's funny? I do the Uranus jokes too.
Yeah.
Okay.
I went to Texas immediately, and I guessed which one they were going to struggle with.
All right.
And you know there's two. There's Texas and Louisiana right next to it.
Okay.
Almost the same one.
I think I think you and I are in the same kind of a vein.
Oh, I know
when you think about this, because in Texas, and I have a friend, and the only reason I know how to pronounce it is because he's from Nacogdoches, Texas.
Nacogdoches.
Nacogdoches.
And then Louisiana, right on the other side over there, they've got Natchitoches.
It's Natchitoches.
Natchitoches.
Yes, Natchitoches.
Oh, for God's sake.
What is it?
They say it Natchitoches.
Natchitoches?
Because they're losing.
Where's Cairo? I'm reading Cairo.
Oh, that's not how you pronounce it.
Is that not right?
Oh, it's not?
In Nebraska?
Is that Nebraska?
It's spelled Cairo, like the city in Egypt.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, they call it Cairo.
Cairo, like syrup.
Like the syrup.
There's a syrup called Cairo?
Yes.
Cairo syrup?
Cairo?
Yes, it's corn syrup.
Yeah.
New Hampshire, Milan?
No.
No good?
No, that's not how they say it.
Mylin.
They say Mylin.
And in Kentucky, there's Versailles.
Not Versailles.
Not Versailles.
Versailles.
Right.
See?
I don't like it.
Everyone. Wait a minute. I didn't even get to Becky Lynn's Tennessee. Ooltewah.
Ooltewah.
Ooltewah?
Ooltewah.
I would not have gotten that out of that.
I've been there.
Looked like an eye chart to me.
I love Tennessee. Roll Tide.
Check.
Yeah.
God,
is that wrong?
They don't love you.
Sorry.
Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us. And then up next, what's it like to be a dreamer in Arizona? We'll ask one coming up next.
All right, at Red Mountain Weight Loss, I want you to go and meet the doctors that are there, and they're there for you in so many different ways, weight loss, and how about if you have low testosterone. So, fellas, let's just talk about it. Let's rip the Band-Aid off. Let's get into it. There's a chance you got some low T going. You don't want to talk about it. You're embarrassed. You shouldn't be. Because there are studies that say this. Men today have 20% less testosterone than their dads. So, what is it like to have low T? Some of you're having a little trouble in the bedroom. Maybe you're not focused enough. You're not sleeping well. This is all low T. Go talk to the doctors at Red Mountain. Things are going to get super easy and better for you, okay? Let me save you $200. Save $200 for a limited time. And start your testosterone therapy. I'm going to make sure that Red Mountain, when you mention Gatos, they're going to waive the startup fee. So you don't get no startup fee. You don't have that. All right? Just go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
When was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back screaming at you? Or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning, step by step? Let me guess, this is in the back of your mind. Maybe it'll disappear. I'll just tough it out. But nothing changes. It's time to call and schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics. There are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turned around their lives with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills. Bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Give QC Kinetics a call for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. At the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. See your local Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end September 2nd. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's 6 o'clock. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. President Trump and Russian President Putin spoke after their meeting in Alaska, but they didn't take questions or share any details about Ukraine's fate. Putin spoke through a translator.
Sooner or later, we had to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue.
Trump says some great progress was made with Putin and said he will speak with European leaders and Ukraine's Zelensky soon.
Eyes on education.
The number of school resource officers on Arizona campuses has more than doubled since Superintendent of Public Instruction Tom Horn took office. The state schools chief tells the AZ Political Podcast with Jim Sharp he pushed to expand the program.
I've put a big emphasis on school safety. I've increased the number of police at our schools from 190 to 565.
One of the new SROs took down a gunman at a Tucson charter school, preventing a tragedy. You can check out the AZ Political Podcast with Jim Sharp at KTAR.com. Some light rain over the past day, helping firefighters who are working the Washington fire burning in the Tonto National Forest near Payson. That fire is still 0% contained. It's about 575 acres in size. Firefighters are taking advantage of the weather to work along the perimeter of the fire. A federal judge says he won't allow further delays in the Oak Flat land swap.
Resolution Copper wants the land in the Tonto National Forest for a mine, but conservation and Native American groups oppose the transfer. A federal judge paused the land swap in June due to a pair of lawsuits, but that injunction is about to expire. The conservation groups say they'll appeal the ruling. The land is considered sacred by Native American groups. Resolution Copper says mining at Oak Flat will benefit the economy. Chris Havlick, KTAR News.
Federal officials say Arizona will have to live with less water from the Colorado River again this year. Arizona will go without 18% of its water allocation this year. Mexico will lose 5%. The reduction for Nevada remains at 7%, while California will not face any cuts. The states are working to reach a new long-term agreement on river water next year. Arizona gas prices remain lower than the average for this time of the year. Julian Paradis with AAA Arizona says we can thank stable oil prices for bringing the cost at the pump to a 4-year low.
State average across Arizona is about $3.23 a gallon. The nationwide average is $3.15, so we're not too far off. This is actually a really good year. It's been a great summer for gas prices in Arizona.
He does say Maricopa County has the highest average prices in the state at $3.37 for a gallon of gas. Southern Arizona has the cheapest. They're under $3 a gallon on average. An orangutan at the Phoenix Zoo is recovering after undergoing cancer surgery. It's the second such operation for the orangutan, named Michael, for the rare type of cancer. Zookeepers noticed a growth near Michael's right armpit, which turned out to be cancerous. Doctors are now checking to see if the cancer has spread. Turning to Wall Street, the Dow today up 34 points, finishing out the week just shy of 45,000. S&P down 18. NASDAQ dropped 87. For more money news, just visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Let's check the roads now with John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Well, here in town, the roadways are dry, but if you're in the Gila Bend area, we've got a closure. I-8 is closed right at the State Route 85 junction there. We've got some flooded roadways from some earlier very heavy rains in that area, so avoid that area if you can. And we are keeping an eye on the I-10 coming in from the West Valley out near the Buckeye as the storms start to move into the valley. But right now, all we have is a little bit of blowing dust, a little bit lower visibility if you are coming into town on the eastbound side of the I-10. As far as surface streets, only two on the board right now, Bell Road and Reams Road, and Cave Creek and Tatum Boulevard. That crash is in the clearing stages. John Roller, KTAR News.
We have a 50% chance that we'll see some showers before the night is over, and about a 30% chance tomorrow. 89 for the overnight low, 102 on Saturday and Sunday. And right now in Tempe, it's 98 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Enough of the excuses. I'm tired of it.
Speaking up for Arizona.
For the last time, I'm a hard no.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Final hour of the week.
Oh, a lot of people tell you it's the best of the hours.
Oh, man. So, a DACA recipient, okay, known as Dreamers as well.
Yep.
These are adults who were brought to the United States as children. And apparently they have some protection. But
the protection comes from an executive order. It does not come from Congress.
Have things changed? So here is a couple of facts. Under the Trump administration, DACA recipients are being told to leave the country. More DACA recipients are not getting the legal protections that they once did. So you and I have seen this starting to happen. We've seen the raids. I don't know if we can say that we saw or that I've seen in at least, the news or whatever, that DACA recipients have been removed from the country yet. Mm-hmm. But we thought, why don't we talk to a DACA recipient who's right here in Phoenix?
Kind of learn what it's like to be going through this right now. And we had a chance to speak to Reina Montoya about this.
Correct. She's a DACA recipient. She lives here. And Bruce, you asked her this question.
Do you live in fear?
It's definitely, I would describe it as constantly living with a dark cloud above your head, that no matter what you do, no matter if you follow everything that the government said, if you work hard, if you're paying your taxes, going to school, graduating, being a good member of society, it's never good enough, and things are not within your control in order to have a fate in your future.
When did you come to the United States?
I came to the U.S. when I was 13 years old, when I was in the 8th grade.
Okay, and so were you with your parents and they brought you here to the U.S.?
My dad actually migrated first. We were fleeing violence. My dad was a victim of a crime. He was unfortunately kidnapped by Mexican police, and that's what pushed us to migrate. We actually migrated from Tijuana when I was born to Nogales, and then as soon as he was able to purchase a home, my mom, my little brother, and I reunited with him.
Okay, so like when you say you reunited, did you come in over the border? How did all that work?
Because I was born in the border town, I had a tourist visa, so I was able to come here with a tourist visa. At that time, I didn't know what was going on. I just remember that we were going to come see my dad, and it happened very sudden.
Reina Montoya is joining us, a DACA recipient, a dreamer, if you will. It seems the rules have changed a bit under President Trump. And so we're talking to Reina about what is it like to live in America. You do have some protected status, but who knows under the Trump administration. So is your day-to-day life any different under Trump than it was under Biden?
I would definitely say yes. I mean, every time I'm waking up to watch the news, that's the first thing in the morning that I do. I have even amped up my therapy sessions because my anxiety has been over the roof. And even little things, like the other time I was driving on the 202 and a huge truck threw a rock and then completely shattered my windshield. So immediately the first thing that I did was calling my insurance to making sure that I could take care of that immediately, because right now I feel that you don't know if a basic traffic violation can lead to a potential detention.
Are there times like because you're married, your husband's a DACA recipient too, right?
Correct.
Okay. Are there times where you're at home and you're like, yeah, let's go get something to eat, and you're like, maybe not?
I mean, definitely, it's been more on the edge. I feel that part of us, we are trying to do the best that we can. I mean, even on a stop sign, I count 5 Mississippis. But at the same time, we got to live our lives. So it's this really complicated day-to-day that we're trying to be normal. I mean, we grew up here in Arizona. This is the place where we bought our home. We have our cars. We have 2 really cute puppies, and we're just trying to do the best that we can. But at the same time, there's always that anxiety that is continuous and it never stops.
We're talking to Reina Montoya, a DACA recipient living here in Arizona since she was 13 years old. And Reina, can you maybe help me understand a little bit about the DACA program. What sort of things do you have to go through? What sort of processes, meetings, etc., are required to remain in that program?
That's a great question. So when I first applied to the DACA program, I had to submit cases of paperwork every single time that since I was here. I even submitted my confirmation paperwork because I grew up Catholic and I also was a catechist. So I submitted every single paper that showcased that I've been living here in the United States. After I applied for the first time, I had to go to down to 16th Street and Buckeye at the USCIS office and get all my fingerprints. So it's called a biometrics appointment. They had to run my background check and all of that. And then after they went through the paperwork, I thankfully received DACA for the first time back in November of 2012. And ever since, I've been reapplying. In order to reapply, you have to pay a little bit over $500 every single time that you renew, and that doesn't count attorney's fees. So if you don't feel comfortable like renewing it on your own, you have to get an attorney, which is more expensive. And then every time that you do it, you want to, even though that your work permit is for 2 years, you want to ensure that you don't get caught up in bureaucracy. So you have to submit it at least like 150 days in advance to ensure that you don't lapse, because then you become undocumented again, even if the government is taking a little longer and you did everything right. So you have to do that, as I mentioned, I would say every year and a half, and then they run your biometrics again. So if at any point you commit a significant misdemeanor or a felony, you will lose your DACA status.
Wow. And Reina, are you working towards being a citizen? Is there a plan, a path? Is there a time? What is the long-term hope?
I am so glad you asked that. Since I was 19 years old, I've been advocating through different administrations to get a permanent solution like the DREAM Act. Getting DACA was definitely a blessing, and I feel so grateful for this country to allow me to get a Social Security and to work and give back to Arizona that I love. But at the same time, it is not a permanent solution. Currently, many people think that we Dreamers or DACA recipients don't get citizenship maybe because we don't want to, but that's a huge misconception. There's currently not a pathway for citizenship for DACA recipients. The only thing that is right now is that if you fall in love with a U.S. citizen, you might be able to adjust your status. But currently it's very complicated, and we haven't had any type of immigration reform since 1986. I wasn't even born at that time.
Yeah, DACA recipients are adults who were brought to the U.S. as children. We refer to them as Dreamers, part of the DACA, your DACA recipient. The DACA, I don't know if it's an act, but so we're talking to Reina Montoya, who is a DACA recipient. What is it like to live under the Trump administration during this time? Because the administration has said DACA recipients are being told to leave the country. That is a fact. More DACA recipients are not getting the legal protections they once did. And so we're talking to to Reina about what is life. Okay. So Reina, quickly, just my take. I've said this for a long time. You're a dreamer, you're DACA, you were brought here by your parents, you're living here, you haven't committed any crimes. I want you to be a citizen. That's what I've always said.
I'm with you.
And I'm never going to stray from that. I didn't like what Joe Biden did. I thought he was awful on the border. 10 million people came in. I think the 10 million people should be deported. What do you think, and do you understand why Trump is doing this?
I'm definitely disappointed that the Biden administration didn't handle immigration in the way that I would have liked to. But we have seen that we go back to Obama, we go back to Bush, and administration after administration hasn't really solved the problem. I think that DACA is a perfect example that shows when there is a pathway for people to do it the right way, when there's a line, people will go through the process if it's reasonable. So I think that that's what's really disheartening, because it's not a black or white solution. I mean, I love Arizona. I don't think if you talk to any immigrant, they would say that they want crime to go up. I think that that's a big misconception. I definitely feel for folks that want to know who's coming to the country. I think that that's a very reasonable thing to ask, because you want to know who's coming into your home and making sure that they're following your rules. I completely get that, and I empathize with that. At the same time, I think we need to make sure that we are dealing we remember that we're dealing with human beings and that it is not fair to punish everybody just for the very few.
All right. That is Reina Montoya, a DACA recipient, lives here in Arizona. And as we said, things are different under President Trump. There's no doubt about it. And he has said DACA recipients are being asked to leave the country. And let's remember, they did not come here on their own. Parents brought them.
Some of them came as infants. They have no recollection of whatever country they're from.
Absolutely. And so, I don't know. It's tough to have this conversation with people that completely disagree with you. But it's, for me, just in my head, it is tough. It is tough to say that they shouldn't be here. It's impossible for me to say that they shouldn't be here.
They are good citizens.
Right.
They are doing it the right. They're doing all the things the right way that they can.
And remember, if you're a DACA recipient, right, and then you break the law and you do something, you're leaving.
You get kicked out.
That's it.
You have to follow the law,
and that should happen. That's exactly what should happen.
100%.
But
right.
Last thing.
Yeah, no.
You know, at one point in the first Trump presidency, he had on the table, let's make them citizens. And the Democrats said no, because they didn't like what else was on the deal. And so it shows you I don't think that he's necessarily running the show. I think it's the other guy, the bald guy. I don't like that guy. Stephen
Goebbels.
Okay. I forgot. Is it Miller?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't like him. And I've said it before. I really don't think Trump wants the DACA kids to leave. I really don't. And I think he should stand up and say something.
You can say I really don't, but if you're okay with them getting picked up, then you're okay with it.
I get it. I know. And I don't know why.
Yeah, then
it's
you're
frustrating.
Okay with it.
Yeah.
Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn's got that. And then coming up next, it's time for the Stream Team. What are we watching? What are we streaming? What could you get caught up on this weekend? It's up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. Arizona's water tastes rotten. That's why you need a Kinetico system. When you pour yourself a lovely, tall, warm glass of chlorine-filled water, isn't it disgusting? Your kids don't want to drink that. You don't want to drink that. That's why you get a Kinetico system. There are a lot of things that Kinetico will do for you and your family. The first thing is you'll get clean water, healthy water, not water with forever chemicals in it, not water with dangerous carcinogens in it, healthy, pure, perfect water. Also, you'll notice you won't have to clean the bathroom or the kitchen nearly as much. You'll notice that when maybe, let's say you go into the guest bathroom, there's not all this white film over everything. You'll also notice that there will be reduced spotting on the glasses and the dishes. Your appliances, they're going to last longer because of a Kinetico system. 602-910-6570. Go and visit them at aquazona.com.
KTAR News Flash.
6:17. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. President Trump wrapped up his summit with Russian President Putin, calling the meeting productive, but not announcing a ceasefire or any details on progress toward an end to the war in Ukraine. Former U.S. Ambassador to NATO, Ivo Dahlgren, tells ABC News the meeting was a victory for Putin.
Vladimir Putin has now gotten what he wants. He is no longer in the doghouse. He is in Alaska on U.S. soil being greeted by the President of the United States. And the price he had to pay for that was very, very little, if anything.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get you home now. Here's John Roller with a look at the roads in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, Becky Lynn, we've been keeping an eye on the Gila Bend area where the folks in Gila Bend got pounded by some heavy rain this afternoon, and I-8 right at the State Route 85 is shut down due to some flooded roadways. And right now, I'm taking a look at the I-10 right near Perryville Road, and yeah, we don't have any rain there yet, but these storms are moving into the valley, and you have very dark skies, both eastbound, westbound I-10 right out near Perryville Road. So heads up for some possible rain showers there and blowing dust along I-10 between Tucson and Phoenix this evening as the latest storm cell starts to move through the central part of the state. Bell Road and Reams Road in Surprise. We've got a crash there and just cleared away that crash at Cave Creek and Tatum Boulevard. John Roller, KTAR News.
All right. Time now for the Stream Team. We're going to tell you maybe what you should or shouldn't be streaming this weekend. It's brought to you by Life Changer Loans. All right. I'm kind of giving away the show here in the title. I'm going to go first today because Gatos, This is one of those things where a new episode comes out every Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
We're 2 episodes into a 4-episode series.
I'm glad you didn't pick something about murder this week. Go ahead.
It's called the Yogurt Shop Murders. And, okay, I did not know this.
You and the murders. Oh, gosh.
1991, Austin, Texas. A frozen yogurt shop in a strip mall. 4 teenage girls are murdered.
In 1991, 4 teenagers were shot and murdered inside a yogurt shop in this strip mall.
I don't know that the city of Austin has ever been the same.
It was just unspeakable.
My gosh. This is light viewing for you.
1991.
Okay.
They don't know who did it. Hold on. There have been about 6 people that have confessed. Some even went to jail.
Really?
DNA proved none of them were involved in it.
Strange.
Some of them had confessions coerced by the police department and had them thrown out. The city of Austin and these families are still looking for answers. But this is what makes this show different. This isn't as much about who did it as about how it has affected the lives of the families, affected the lives of the detectives who've been working on this, affected the people in the community. And it is heart-wrenching at times.
Wow.
Because as you can imagine, hearing from parents or grandparents or siblings as to what they've gone through since 1991, still dealing not only with loss, but with, is the person that did this still running around Austin?
I think it's crazy that people said they did it and then they found out that they didn't. Like these people wanted to be known for doing this, right? That's why they confessed.
Some of them said that they were coerced into it. Others said that, the way they went about it. It's absolutely crazy.
Wow.
So we're 2 episodes in. There's the new 3rd episode will be Sunday night. It's on HBO Max. It is very different from normal. It's produced by Emma Stone, by the way, the actress Emma Stone.
Phoenix.
Is doing this. Yeah. It is a 4-part series again. The Yogurt Shop Murders. It is a different way of looking at one of these horrific tragedies, but it is difficult. But I think important. It uses a ton of video, like 48 Hours has done 4 stories on it. Unsolved Mysteries. They have all the old news photography. They have a documentary that somebody tried to do 20-something years ago. It's all woven into this story today.
Wow.
Pretty crazy. It's on HBO Max.
The Stream Team. We tell you what you should be or shouldn't be streaming this weekend. We do it every Friday at 6:15.
Got it.
All right. So I am watching on Prime Video Season 2 of The Boys.
Oh.
Now, this is like a superhero television show, except the superheroes are bad. It's really fascinating. Like, I want you to think of Superman.
Okay.
But he's bad.
He's not a good guy.
He's a bad guy. Batman, but he's a bad guy.
He's the bad guy in
Wonder
this deal.
Woman, but she's a bad, right? Okay, so here's a clip, and then I'll tell you why it's just really interesting.
I don't make mistakes. I'm not just like the rest of you. I'm stronger. I'm smarter. I'm better. I am better.
So, like, Superman would never come out and say that.
No.
This is Homelander. He is the main superhero. He can basically do everything that Superman does, right? And so when you see him in the first season, just in the first seconds of season 1 in the first episode, and I'm not giving anything away.
No.
You look at him like, wow, that guy looks like a superhero. Next minute, he's just a bad dude. I mean, morally horrible.
Okay.
Right? So you live in a world and you look at, they call them the 7, and people look up to the 7.
All right.
And yes, are they fighting crime? Sure. But, like, I'll give you another example. One guy can run like the Flash.
Okay.
Well, he's running on the street and he ran through a human.
Oh, God.
Never apologized. Never said a word.
Is it graphic?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
So you would think, like, oh my gosh, I did something. So he's like, oh, okay. Well, I got to go.
Yeah.
And so that's what, so publicly, they are the superheroes. Behind closed doors,
They're just not good people.
They don't want to save anybody, and they've done that. And it's like, oh my gosh, you have all these
the anti-hero, the true anti-hero.
7 of them, basically.
7 of them.
Because some of them want to do right.
Got it.
But this one, there's several that are not on that path, but especially the main, I guess, villain / superhero of the movie. Of the show. So it's called The Boys.
The Boys.
If you like superhero movies and a different kind of twist.
This is a different twist.
That's it. And that's it for the stream team.
All right, there you go. Gatos with The Boys. It's on Prime Video?
It is.
And I saw Yogurt Shop Murders, 2 episodes into 4 on HBO Max. Hey, coming up next.
We're getting some weather.
Are we?
Yeah. Again, 3 days in a row.
I mean, but the monsoon, it's been kind of like a non-soon, hasn't it?
Not for the last 3 days.
Let's talk to our buddy Ian Schwartz about it next. Meteorologist, reporter over at AZ Family. He's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
It's all about taking care of the kids at Phoenix Children's. Listen during Give-a-thon to hear stories of hope, presented by Madame E. Homes.
I owe everything to Phoenix Children's. I owe them my literal life. My outlook would have been worlds different if I didn't go to the hospital that day.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Wi-Fi.
Hey, look around your home this weekend. Do you want your home to look instantly more beautiful? There's one way to do it. There's a great way to do it, and it starts with windows. Brand new windows from Advanced Window Products. Best in town. New windows change everything. They've been doing this for almost 40 years. Brand new windows. New windows don't just save energy. And believe me, these windows will. But new windows will also flood your home with natural light, create the clean lines, give your home that fresh, modern look from the inside and out. And we've got a deal for you, but it's about to end. So it's the Gatos Summer Special from Advanced Window Products. Buy 10 windows or more, get $2,500 off. Buy 10 windows or more, get $2,500 off. 480-764-2002. Here's what I would recommend. Call them, schedule them to come out and measure, meet their team, and then decide. They're terrific guys. They're going to take care of you. Those windows are in your house forever. They're going to take care of you forever. 480-764-2002, Advanced Window Products.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
Hi, KTAR listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So I know a lot of you have bought new or new used cars that have extended warranties. You know, your salespeople tell you you have to go back to the dealer for repairs. That's not the case. If you have an extended service contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there. And remember that you can use it at any AMCO. Most people think you have to go to the dealer for oil changes and service to keep your warranty valid. That's also not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and AAMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies. AAMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service. Now remember, AAMCO does more than transmissions. So if your car needs repairs, or you hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AAMCO first. Just Google AAMCO for your nearest location. That's AAMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
The UPS store has high-quality, industry-approved packaging materials. So stop by and get 15% off packing materials and protected with our Pack and Ship Guarantee. Visit theupsstore.com/guarantee or a location near you for full details.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta letting you know that Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking off Labor Day savings all month long. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before. Like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV, save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of low 2.9% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR financing on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. Need an SUV? Got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. Hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals can't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/2/25.
KTAR News now.
6:31. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. President Trump wrapped up his summit with Russian President Vladimir Putin, calling the meeting productive, but not announcing a ceasefire or any details on progress toward an end to the war in Ukraine. Former U.S. Ambassador to NATO, Ivo Dalgard, tells ABC News the meeting was a win for Putin.
He's walking away apparently without any of the cost and any of the pressure that President Trump said even today and on his way to Anchorage was going to come if there was no deal.
Did you get some rain last night?
The West Valley definitely missed out on the better part of the rainfall.
But I think parts of the West Valley are getting a little bit of rain even as we speak. National Weather Service meteorologist Ted Whittock says the North Valley got most of last night's downpour.
Anywhere from a few hundredths, around 500ths, up to around 3/4 of an inch. In some areas, Deer Valley and northward received close to an inch of rainfall last night.
And he says it is a welcome break to a lacking monsoon. Also says there's a solid chance of more rain tonight, but by next week he expects the dry conditions to be back. Eastbound ramps from Loop 101 to the I-17 closed for the next 2 weeks, while a section of old concrete is replaced. Doug Ninsel says now is actually the perfect time for the work since crews are already in that area for a freeway widening project.
We're hoping within the 2-week period we can get in, get some fresh concrete pavement down, and that way we can reopen in time for Labor Day weekend.
Be sure to give yourself some extra time. You'll have to take a detour along 35th Avenue, but Nitzel actually recommends you get off even earlier to avoid all the traffic. Turning to sports tonight, the Arizona Diamondbacks hoping to make it 2 in a row over the Colorado Rockies tonight, but right now in the top of the 4th, the Rockies are up 2-0. And catch all the action right now on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Phoenix Mercury back on the court taking on the Las Vegas Aces this evening. Tip-off set for 7 o'clock. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Checking on traffic for us right now, John Roller is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yeah, you're right, Becky Lynn. We have been keeping an eye, especially down south of the I-10 out in the Buckeye area, as we had some very heavy rain in the Gila Bend area that has actually shut down the intersection of I-8 and State Route 85. We've got some flooded roadways on State Route 85 coming into town, so they have shut down that intersection, and we are seeing those storms moving into the valley. But right now, just seeing dark clouds on the I-10 out near Perryville Road, but heads up, we do have some blowing dust on the I-10 in between Tucson and Phoenix tonight as well. Arizona Avenue south of the Loop 202 Santan Freeway, we've got a new crash there and another crash at 24th Street and Baseline. John Roller, KTAR News.
National Weather Service says look out for some severe thunderstorms in the West Valley tonight, specifically mentioning Avondale, Goodyear, Gila Bend, also Maricopa. Some of those areas getting some of the overflow from what John was talking about down in the Gila Bend area. 89 overnight for our low. Tomorrow, a slight chance of some showers and 102. Sunday, around 102 for a high as well. Right now in Phoenix, it's 98 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Arizona's data centers could more than double their energy use in the next 5 years, consuming over 15% of the state's total electricity. Who's going to pay that bill? We'll talk about it Monday at 3:30 in our Headline Volley on the next Chris and Joe show.
All right, we've got some weather moving in different parts of the valley, a little south of us. We know that there's some issues out there all the way down to like Casa Grande, Gila Bend, things like that.
Playing ball Wednesday night.
Okay.
Wind starts.
Yeah.
Rain starts.
Yeah.
Lightning. Take myself off the field.
You took yourself out of the game.
3 different rain delays.
Really?
It's outrageous.
In a softball game. All right.
I didn't want to get whacked by it wasn't me. It was I don't want to get whacked by the lightning.
Who wants to get whacked?
Okay, the lightning aside, you all go out there when it's 115 degrees.
He does play softball in the heat.
Not when it's lightning.
But when it's raining, it's like, I don't want to get wet.
That is correct.
Hey, joining us right now, though, to talk a little bit about, is it a monsoon, or I heard somebody refer to it as the non-soon. See what they did there?
No, I don't.
Ian Schwartz, meteorologist, a reporter over at Good Morning Arizona, AZ Family. How you doing, Ian?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning.
6:30.
For crying out
at
loud.
night.
Did you just wake up from Did you wake up from a nap? Do you not know where you are?
You just woke up.
Oh my gosh.
No one has ever wished me good morning at 6:36 and 20 seconds in the greater Phoenix area at night.
We still love you.
I guarantee if you ask Jim Sharp, he probably does the same thing.
Okay, fair enough. Just used to saying good morning. All right. So I got a question for you. Honestly, how does it feel? And I've lived in Arizona the majority of my life. It feels like the monsoon is getting weaker every year. Is that just my perception, or is that real?
No, absolutely. Like if you were to look, 1970 through about 2000. We got about 2.76 inches during the monsoon. Now, fast forward to like 1991 to 2020, because we look at like 30-year type increments, it dips down to like 2.43. So we are seeing less rain each monsoon season, and then we're seeing fewer storms. But then when they do happen, they tend to be more powerful and destructive. Okay. So they're kind of pack a bit more punch, but they're not as frequent. But absolutely, like the trend is drier if you look at the past 30 years.
Just feels like that. I'm glad it's not just my perception.
How about this monsoon season compared to others? How much of a dud is this one?
Well, there's a reason I'm chatting with you from my home, because I'm not showing my face because people are so angry because it hasn't rained. I'm in a bunker, actually. So this year, it's been pretty bad. We have seen, so the funny part is, even though those storms that Gatos, conveniently blamed for him not playing, it wasn't his athletic prowess.
No,
nothing to do with that.
I'm in softball shape.
So we got like an inch in some parts of Scottsdale yesterday, but nothing hit Sky Harbor, which is, that's where they keep the records. So we've had 0.16 inches of rain halfway through when we should have had almost an inch and a half. So we're way behind, but that can be made up in like a couple of storms, like pretty easily.
Yeah. It just seems to be so hit and miss. And I just, again, I get this feeling like we're getting these storms like dancing around the edges of the valley all the time. We can see the clouds off in the distance, and then we sit here and go, didn't get a thing.
Yeah, it's like a horror movie, like when you have a nightmare and you're like running for the door and you keep trying to grab it. It's right there. You can't get it. That's the storm.
Can we talk about, for real, though, again, I'm talking to Ian Schwartz. You're a meteorologist. Did you get, is that a degree, or do you just get to name yourself that?
Oh, geez.
Yeah, well, there's different levels, just like anything.
Okay.
So I went to Mississippi State. I did a 3-year program with them. It's kind of like a distance learning deal.
Okay, so you did schooling.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not just a pretty face up there pointing at the map.
That's right.
That's what I'm trying to acknowledge.
Yeah.
No, but
So I started out as like a general assignment reporter, kind of covering news and stuff like that. And then I got into weather. I think they said, hey, we need a body. You know how this business goes. And then I decided I wanted to get into it more. And so I decided to go to school. It's kind of like an online MBA for weather. Like you can continue working in the television business and then still get some proper training. It was year round. And I think I did that like 10 years ago. So it was good to get that background. Now, I'm not like a NASA scientist. Like there's definitely some serious levels of meteorology you can get into, but it's a good background to have. And a huge benefit of being a meteorologist background is living somewhere for a long time. Like I'll give you a great example. Yesterday, I was watching the radar before I was going to bed. That's
what you do. That's what meteorologists do.
Yeah. And I was waiting for the storms, and I see this little puff on the radar. I posted this on my Facebook yesterday. I see this little puff, and to the untrained eye, you would think it was a thunderstorm developing because it looked just like it, but it was actually bats leaving their roost.
Oh my gosh. I don't know which is worse.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it was like the Dark Knight.
Yeah. Man, you got an eagle eye. Yeah. Holy cow. I didn't know you had to have that.
Ian, we're going to be talking to you more. Hopefully, when there's actual weather, it's going to be hitting us. But we appreciate your time today. And good morning to you.
Yes,
Ian.
good morning.
Good morning, guys.
All right. That's Ian Schwartz, meteorologist and reporter at Good Morning Arizona.
That is a thing, by the way.
Yeah. Like you just get in the habit of it.
Yeah. If you do morning radio, you say good morning the rest of the day.
You say it to everybody. All right. Hey, coming up next, there are two types of travelers out there. Which one are you? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, the Lund Mortgage team, been in business out here over 30 years. They've helped me on any property that I've ever bought. They are your go-to when you decide time to move. They're your go-to when it's time to decide we're going to buy a house. Maybe you're a first-timer. You want to buy a home. Absolutely get the Lund Mortgage team in your corner. They'll tell you about the mortgage rates, okay? And they'll talk about, hey, listen, right now it's a buyer's market in the Valley. There are people around town that want to sell their house, and they're going to sell it to you at a bit of a discount. That is good for you. There's over 20,000 homes ready to go, ready to be sold right here in the Valley. Maricopa County added more housing units than any other county in the nation this past year. There are homes to buy. Here's the thing. Got to get with the right team. That's the Lund Mortgage team. They're going to make sure your rates and fees are as low as absolutely possible. They're going to tell you how much house you can afford. Then and only then do you go and talk to a realtor. Call them. 623-875-9940. LundMortgage.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Discover the Genesis Signature event at Genesis of Scottsdale now through Labor Day weekend. Experience exclusive financing on the 2025 Genesis GV80 2.5T standard all-wheel drive, where bold design meets advanced technology and refined hospitality. Enjoy leather-appointed seating, a panoramic sunroof, and intuitive dashboard tech, all backed by commanding all-wheel drive performance and meticulous craftsmanship. Right now, get 2.99% APR for up to 60 months on select models, or lease the GV80 for $409 per month for 24 months with $4,809 due at signing and zero security deposit. Redefine your expectations of luxury. Visit Genesis of Scottsdale or explore online at genesisofscottsdale.com.
All offers subject to credit approval by Genesis Motor Finance. Must take delivery by September 2nd, 2025. See retailer for details.
Every student deserves choices in their education. This fall, choose the way you learn. Choose flexibility and personalized support. Choose a cutting-edge, award-winning curriculum. Choose Primavera Online, and you'll be choosing a school that's nearly 25 years strong and can give you a high-quality online education. We're tuition-free, accredited, and now enrolling grades K to 12. Enroll at ChoosePrimavera.com. That's ChoosePrimavera.com.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels, right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:45. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The NCAA today announced tens of millions of dollars in fines against the University of Michigan and suspended football coach Sharon Moore for 3 games for sign stealing. Here's ABC's Chuck Siebertson.
The NCAA says over 3 seasons, Michigan's football program, former staff member Connor Stallions, coordinated a group he called the KGB to attend upcoming opponents' games and record their sideline signals.
Stallions described them as engaging in, quote, counterintelligence.
Attorney and Chief Hearing Officer in the case, Norman Bay.
Occurred across 52 contests.
And
the cost of doing this is in the tens of thousands of dollars over 3 seasons.
Bay says scouts included interns and student athletes.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com, brought to you by Wi-Fi. Let's get a check on traffic once more with John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Well, Becky Lynn, folks down in Gila Bend really got pounded by some very heavy rain this afternoon. Actually shut down I-8 right at the State Route 85 in Gila Bend. Just getting word from ADOT right now, that roadway is back open. So if you are coming in from California and you need to go northbound on the 85 to catch up to the I-10 on the west side, you are good to go, but still some damp roadways and some puddling. But here in town, roadways are dry, and we've only got 2 crashes on the board right now. Arizona Avenue, just south of the Loop 202 Santan Freeway. Northbound lanes restricted there, and a crash at 24th Street and Baseline. Traffic is brought to you by AZ Trimlight. Forget the ladder. AZ Trimlight's got your holiday lights right on lock. Permanent, stunning, and the original pros with the best warranty. Book fast, aztrimlight.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. See your local Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end September 2nd. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Hi, I'm Don Barano, Division President for Mattamy Homes. We're proud to be the Stories of Hope sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. Donations go toward research, clinical programs, state-of-the-art equipment, and family-friendly services that ensure world-class care. Your support will continue to grow specialized children's care here in Arizona. Call 602-933-4567.
You can also text GIVE to 620-620.
The children at PCH need our help now more than ever.
Arizona summers are no joke, and if your AC isn't working right, that heat can be dangerous. That's why Parker & Sons, along with Goodman, is giving a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior in need. Know someone on a fixed income who could use it? Nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. Nominations close August 15th. Winner announced on National Senior Citizens Day. It's a great way to give back, and if your AC is struggling, call Parker today. 602-2-REPAIR.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by Your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, let's turn our attention to KTAR.com. As always, on the right side of the page, we've got the Gatos Big Q poll question of the day. All right, Bruce, you're going to try and guess here. Here we go.
My best.
We talked about this story yesterday. An Arizona couple is suing after their son was suspended for typing but not sending what he said was a joke email about a shooting that he would do on his school. And it was all on a school-issued laptop. My question, should he have been suspended? So he never sent the email. Mom was sitting right there. She said, hey, you got to delete that.
I think it's a bad question.
My Q is bad?
Well, I think he should have been suspended, but not the 45 days he got. So I'm going to say yes, 73.
I don't, you don't like my question.
No,
now.
I don't.
Okay. Should he have been suspended? Yes, 65%. Pretty close. You think I should have put...
The 45 days
if I put,
was
should he have been suspended for 45 days?
Maybe that...
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, well,
I thought
it would have been better.
It would not have been better.
Oh, I can guarantee it would have been better.
So the school, it was a school-issued laptop.
Correct.
With AI.
That looks through keystrokes and words and phrases.
So they flagged shooting.
Yeah. Even
though he deleted it from what I understand.
And was writing it as a joke. His mother said she was standing next to him while he was doing it.
Right.
And it was one of 3 joke, quote-unquote, emails that he wrote and deleted.
Well, you can go and vote.
Yep.
KTAR.com, Gatos Big Q poll question.
When you fly, are you an anxious or nervous flyer? And I don't mean like when there's turbulence. I meant like the whole experience of airports, because some people get really freaked out by airports. Is that fair?
It's fair. I think that some people get freaked out because they're worried about being on the plane. I don't get freaked out. I just don't like the travel part of it. It's boring.
It's a hassle.
It's a hassle. Yeah. People are not. I got knocked over almost at JFK last weekend.
Well, that goes
Some lady carrying a big black bag decided to swing that thing around, and I'm like, goodness gracious! And she didn't apologize. That's New York for you.
That's New York. Yeah, that sums up New York in a nutshell there. But we have a great story, and it's a story of a couple having a bit of a debate, and you really can get the idea that they are 2 very different types of travelers.
Yeah.
So they're sitting at the airport.
2 types of travelers.
They're sitting in the lounge.
Hubby and the wife.
And this guy is doing a play-by-play of the argument and discussions that are going on at the table next to him.
All right, so husband and wife sitting next to him. Got it.
He said, for a while, the husband had been trying to get going. Like, let's go to our gate, right? At one point, he stands up. And he says pretty loudly, he goes, everybody in the lounge is kind of paying attention. He says, I'm going to the gate.
Oh, my.
His wife replies, we still have a half hour.
Yeah, sit down, relax.
He says, we don't even know where the gate is. She says, they're in numerical order. My phone says it's a 5-minute walk. We'll find it. He says, I'm going. And if boarding starts, I'm getting on that plane. She says, fine. I'll be there in plenty of time. He says, I'm not asking him to hold the plane if you aren't there.
Mm-hmm.
She says, you're overreacting. We've got plenty of time. I'll be on the plane. And he says, you weren't last time, and walked off.
So she missed the flight the last time.
He left her sitting in the lounge. He's not going to wait.
Wow.
To the those are the 2 different types of flyers. And those are the people that are at the gate a half hour early.
Yes.
They're probably also granted the people that stand right in front, hoping they're going to board zone 11 first this time. They aren't.
Right.
And she's the type that's running up there, dragging her luggage as they're trying to close the door, and they're making the announcement, last call for Miss Smith. Miss Smith.
Goodness. All right.
How do you stay married if those are the way you fly?
Here's how you stay married.
Okay.
You have to do what the anxious person wants to do. So if it's the wife, if it's the husband, no matter who it is, if that person wants to go early to the airport, you go.
Or the gate or whatever,
If they want to
right?
get to the gate early, you go.
You go.
If it's to the point where we're going to board in about 10 minutes, but you say, I'll be right back. I have to go to the bathroom. And then your spouse is like, oh, my gosh, you're going to miss the plane. You hold it. You hold it. Because I've been in this situation. I'm the one that, packs at the last moment. I don't really care when we leave for the airport. I don't have to be at the gate 30 minutes prior. But my wife likes to leave at a certain time. She likes to, pull out of the driveway at a certain time. She's done the math back,
back time.
Back time it. It's going to take this amount of time to get to the airport. But then when we park, it's going to take this amount of time for us to get through TSA.
I love that kind of planning.
I just go along with it because...
Yes, honey.
Yes.
Yes, honey.
That's exactly what I do. If it makes her feel better and I avoid any type of a fight, I'm in.
You're ahead of the game.
I'm in. So if she wants to go at a certain time, I'm in. If she wants to go to the gate at a certain time, I'm in.
There is your flying advice, not only for this weekend, but forevermore. Yes. Gatos has spoken.
Friday... Great show. Have a great weekend. Let's get out of here. Not together, though.
You got it. Appreciate you guys spending time with us. Also appreciate everybody on the other side of the double pane bulletproof glass. We've got our assistant, second string producer, Elizabeth, doing a fantastic job over there with her and her weather balloons. Also, the pride of Tennessee, Becky Lynn. She's got all the news and information, delivering that all day. And don't forget the Roller. John Roller with all your traffic. Thanks, guys.
Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta letting you know Earnhardt Lexus on Camelback is rolling out some of the best deals of the season during the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event now through Labor Day. Experience amazing in a 2025 Lexus TX 350, a spacious 3-row SUV for only $599 per month on a 36-month lease with $49.99 due at signing and 0 security deposit. Or how about the dynamically sleek 2025 Lexus ES 300 Hybrid getting an estimated 44 combined miles per gallon for only $449 per month on a 36-month lease with $39.99 due at signing. That's with $500 Lexus lease cash and, again, 0 security deposit. Stop in and experience the no bull difference or shop fully online at EarnhardtLexus.com.
At Earnhardt Lexus, most new vehicles include the no bull protection package to protect your investment at $579 unless otherwise noted. After all applicable offers on select styles. Lessee responsible for maintenance, excess wear, and 25 cents per mile for all mileage over 10,000 miles per year. On approved credit through Lexus Financial Services. Excludes tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/2/25.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Want to remind you why I love Bulldog security screens. Here's why they're my top choice in home security. Bulldog security screens are custom made to fit your home. Not only do they help block out the sun, they keep out the heat, they also are tough as nails. Trust me. I personally went to their factory right here in Arizona. I tried to break through all of their security screens, and I couldn't. The screens are the real deal. Handmade with military-grade steel, keeping intruders outside and withstanding Phoenix's harshest weather. Plus, they look amazing. They fit your home's design without eyesore ugly bars or giant rolling shades on your windows. Take the vacation worry-free, knowing Bulldog security screens are guaranteed to keep your home safe. And isn't that what this is all about? Real home protection. Get all the details and schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Once active and adventurous, Stephanie was sidelined by joint pain. She was losing touch with what gave her real joy.
I want to stay active, and if I don't do something now to feel better that will keep me out hiking and running and doing all those activities, my health's going to suffer from it. I had the treatment at QC Kinetics.
Their all-natural regenerative treatments use the restorative biologics from Stephanie's body. As the healing properties went to work, Stephanie realized something one day.
I was like, wow, I don't feel any pain. I have no problem going up and down stairs. I have no problem going down mountains. Snowboarding felt good again.
If you see Stephanie, give her a thumbs up. That is, if you can catch her.
And now I can totally keep up with my friends in their 30s, and I'm 55.
Don't even think about giving up. There's lots of life left to live. Call now for a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
This is Jim Sharp, and what do I mean when I